What lowly slave dares block my path? You're asking for death. Along with this cold shout, a long whip whistled through the air as it shot towards Long Chen. That whip moved extremely quickly and craftily. The person attacking him was surprisingly a whip master. Long Chen should have been able to dodge, but it was more difficult with him holding the little girl. Fury arose within him. It was now already too late for him to dodge. Protecting the little girl, he used his spiritual energy to protect his body and prepared to forcibly take the blow on his arm. Just at that moment, a huge figure arrived in front of Long Chen. Bang! Wilda grinned at Long Chen. It was he who took the blow on his back for Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes darkened. He wanted to see exactly who it was that had attacked, but that carriage was already speeding away. A surprised sound came from it, as that person clearly was startled by Wilda's arrival. However, the carriage still didn't stop. "Are you okay, Wilda?" asked Long Chen, suppressing his anger. "Brother Long, I'm fine. I've been hit so many times since I was a child that I'm already used to it," grinned Wilda. But the clothing on his back was torn, exposing his skin. A line of blood was slowly flowing out. A woman suddenly came by and grabbed the girl. She wept inconsolably as she thanked Long Chen and Wilda. Wilda smiled goofily, and Long Chen consoled her with a couple of words before leaving. But Long Chen was stifling a stomach of anger. To barge down such a busy and crowded road and actually hit someone with a whip, Long Chen was planning on having a good look into the person who dared be so bold. Although Wilda's wound that was dripping with blood appeared frightening, it was just a flesh wound. This amazed Long Chen. Just how powerful was Wilda's physical body? That person who had attacked viciously was extremely powerful, but his attack only broke Wilda's skin. As the two of them walked, Wilda's stomach suddenly let out a growl that was as loud as thunder. Long Chen stopped distractedly, suddenly realizing that there was a bun store right beside them from which the smell of meat was wafting out of. Wilda embarrassingly said, "Brother Long, I'm not hungry." "Don't worry about it. I'm hungry, so let's go have a snack." Long Chen brought Wilda into the bun store and found a table for the two of them to sit at. Directly handing a gold coin to the owner, he said, "Bring out all the buns in your store." "Brother Long, I'm really not hungry. I only need some rice," Wilda hastily said. That was because he had had countless experiences of people seeing him eat and immediately breaking off relations with him. Wilda was afraid of this calamity repeating itself again. "Wilda, you blocked a whip for me. From now on, you're like a brother to me, and I, Long Chen, would also block a whip for you. Therefore, you shouldn't say anything to me that you wouldn't say to a brother, okay?" Long Chen seriously said. Wilda was someone who had blocked a whip for him after only just meeting him. Such a person was worthy of being called brother by Long Chen. "Brother Long, Wilda suddenly began to cry loudly. In all his years of homeless wandering, this was the first time he felt this warmth and the first time someone ever treated him this well. "Good bro, don't cry. Between us brothers, we don't cry, we sweat. Tears are for cowards." Long Chen patted Wilda's shoulder. "Okay, brother Long, I'll listen to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do." Wilda wiped away his tears. Long Chen considered telling him that he should have some more confidence, but when he thought about how he had mistakenly built a chimney instead of a well, he decided against it. At this time, the owner of the bun shop brought over a basket. Long Chen smiled. "Wilda, eat as much as you want. Brother Long has plenty of money, so don't hold back for me." Wilda nodded and no longer stood on courtesy. The fist-sized buns were swallowed each with one bite, one after another. Although he had long since prepared himself, Long Chen was still shocked by Wilda's appetite. Even after all of the over 300 meat buns had been eaten, Wilda still seemed to want more. By now, the owner was extremely anxious. All his buns were gone now, and there was no way for him to make more in such a short time. 300 buns were only about 6 silver coins, but when he went to give Long Chen the change, the two of them had already left. When the two of them returned to Long Chen's home, he first brought Wilda to see his mother. Mrs. Long was quite frightened at first due to how large Wilda was. But after seeing Wilda was so easygoing and childlike, she quickly calmed down. When Long Chen told her what Wilda had been through, Mrs. Long immediately agreed to let him stay with them. Once Wilda was settled down, Long Chen went to go refine pills. While refining in his own home, he didn't need to be worried so much as in the Alchemist Guild, so he unleashed his powerful spiritual strength fully, quickly increasing his pill refining speed to its peak. 3 full days passed before Long Chen once more came out of his room. He had unceasingly refined for 3 days and 3 nights. He now held almost 100 Feng Fu pills, and all of them were middle grade. Other than the Feng Fu pill, Long Chen had also refined the very popular blood condensing pill, qi condensing pill, the poison cure pill, etc. These were all to be sold to the guild to pay back his credit loan. Just as Long Chen exited his room, Bauer walked over with an embarrassed expression. Long Chen couldn't help distractedly asking, "Bauer, what's going on?" "Young master," Bauer was a bit flustered. "Whatever it is, just tell me," laughed Long Chen. "Well, in the house, there's no more food," she uneasily said. Wilda's appetite really was just too great. Knowing how pitiful Wilda's life had been, Mrs. Long had specifically told the kitchen to make more food. But the result was that just 3 days later, over a month's supply of the Long family's food had been eaten. Mrs. Long had secretly taken out a piece of jewelry for Bauer to go sell. Bauer had felt that this kind of thing should first be consulted with Long Chen, so she had come to find him. Long Chen laughed and patted her head. "Little girl, you really have become smart. I'll handle this matter." Bauer was Long Chen's personal maid, and despite how poor the Long family had been, Bauer was unwilling to leave. Long Chen had long since begun to see her as a little sister. "Young master, there's also not even enough food for dinner tonight," she reminded. At this point, she was practically the manager of the entire household. The bookkeeper had felt that there was no opportunity for advancement at the Long household, so he had long since left. "Okay, I'll handle it right now." Long Chen still had a few gold coins on him, but that was just chump change. He called over Wilda, and the two of them left to go to the Alchemist Guild. There was no real reason why he had brought Wilda along. Long Chen just wanted to develop his thinking some more. Wisdom was related with experience after all. Arriving at the guild, Long Chen went directly to the medicinal ingredient room and handed over dozens of round medicinal pills to the youth in charge. This youth was scared witless. He clearly remembered that Long Chen had only come 3 days ago for these medicinal ingredients. How did he manage to come back with these medicinal pills in just 3 days? On average, it was around half a year before people came back with enough pills to pay off their credit. Putting aside his shock, he dutifully took them and professionally examined each one. 17 middle-grade and 36 low-grade medicinal pills. Even though he had the utmost confidence in his tools, he was still in disbelief. When he confirmed that there was no mistake, he deducted the debt Long Chen had on credit. In the end, there were still some pills left over. "Master Long Chen, for these remaining medicinal pills, do you plan on using them to exchange for medicinal ingredients, or should I exchange them for gold coins?" the youth respectfully asked. "Convert them all to gold coins." "All right, please wait a moment." That youth hastily flipped through a book with the most recent market prices for the medicinal pills. He had to calculate the price in accordance to that criterion. "Master Long, in total, it's 8,170,000 gold coins." Long Chen nodded. The Alchemist Guild wasn't for profit, so this price was very fair. It was only a tenth less than the market price, and being able to enjoy so many special treatments in exchange was definitely extremely worth it. "Give it to me on 2 crystal cards, 2 million on one card and the rest on the other," said Long Chen. When he returned home, Bauer was already waiting at the gates. She handed Long Chen a red invitation card. "Young Master Shifeng sent over an invitation to you." Long Chen opened it and smiled. Shifeng had exited his seclusion after breaking into the blood condensation realm. He had prepared a feast in the heroic assembly house and invited everyone to celebrate with him. When he calculated how many days had passed, it seemed about right. "Bauer, here. Do good work as the housekeeper, and this young master will purchase you a generous dowry in the future, letting you marry in style," laughed Long Chen as he handed a crystal card to Bauer. Bauer's face was completely red, but when she saw the number on the card, her expression changed to complete disbelief. "Little rich girl, the Long household's future work will be handled by you. Oh right, go and buy back all of my mom's jewelry. Even if it costs you 10 times as much, it's not a problem," said Long Chen. "Yes, don't worry, young master. Bauer will handle it properly." Bauer patted her chest several times and stood completely straight with confidence. Long Chen nodded and brought Wilda along to the heroic assembly house. The heroic assembly house was a famous restaurant in the capital. The people who ate there were extremely rich. The main attraction was, of course, the imposing name, and adding on the good food, it became a favorite place for the royalty and nobility to party. At its top floor was a large round table. At this time, it was packed with all kinds of delicacies. However, at the moment, everyone was just idly chatting, and no one picked up their chopsticks. When they saw a certain figure walk in, everyone hastily stood up. Brother Long! Brother Long! Lord Long! Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others all called out to him, but when they saw Wilda behind them, they all jumped. Shifeng was already considered very large, but he was still small in front of Wilda. Let me introduce you to my brother, Wilda. When they heard his introduction, everyone hastily greeted Wilda, but all Wilda did was nod and foolishly laugh. Only when Long Chen arrived did they all sit down to eat. Shifeng raised his glass. Brother Long, I won't say any unnecessary words. I Shifeng toast to you. Shifeng deeply engraved his gratefulness to Long Chen in his heart. He would have needed several years before reaching the blood condensation realm, but now that he reached it so early, it would definitely be a huge help to him in the future, allowing him to reach even higher heights. We all toast to you as well, Brother Long. Fatty Yu took the lead and everyone stood up. With the medicinal liquid Long Chen had given them, they had quickly begun sensing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xu Hu from the Daybreak Marquis and Fatty Yu had already reached the first heaven stage of qi condensation. All this had only been possible due to Long Chen's support. Everyone was filled with gratitude to him. Cheers! Long Chen laughed. No matter what, these people had all helped each other in troubled times. They were his good friends. After a couple of drinks, everyone started to chat. Only Wilda was completely focused on eating. Long Chen had intentionally asked Shifeng to order some extra food. Luckily, Wilda had already eaten a lot before coming. Otherwise, he might have scared Fatty Yu and the others to death. Everyone was talking about their current situations. Not only were they full of vigor, but now that they could cultivate, their fortunes within their families had also risen in accord. The most important thing was the news that Long Chen had become a pill apprentice had passed throughout practically the entire imperial capital. Long Chen's relationship with Fatty Yu and the others was something everyone knew about. Therefore, each of their families had secretly told them to make some good relations with him. This relieved them of the constant pressure they were under. Just as everyone was conversing, footsteps suddenly came from below. Shifeng frowned. I definitely told the owner to keep an eye out. I already reserved the entire restaurant, so how is there still someone coming up? Whatever, having more people is also fun. Fatty Yu had clearly become a bit tipsy, and his tongue had become loose. A voice rang out at this moment. Everyone in here get out. I don't want to have to eat with a bunch of lowly degenerates. Long Chen's expression immediately turned cold, and the veins in his hands jumped out angrily. Chapter 24, Revenge in Just a Day. Long Chen had originally just been drinking alcohol calmly, but now his face turned cold and blue veins popped out on his hands. That voice was very familiar to Long Chen. The familiarity caused Long Chen's killing intent to explode out, and this strangeness was noticed by everyone. Brother Long, what's going on? Asked Fatty Yu. Seeing him in his murderous state, he immediately awoke from his tipsy state. Don't worry about it. When that person comes up, just act really annoying. Keep focus on celebrating with Shifeng and put on a show of it, said Long Chen. Everyone realized that Long Chen was wanting to make a disturbance. Currently, they all had the support of their families and were told to form good relations with Long Chen as best as they could. How could they let such a good opportunity go? Brother Long, just watch. Xu Hu patted his chest confidently. The footsteps continued getting closer. A man in his 20s wearing a strange hat and long eyebrows entered the room. Long Chen didn't reveal his face, and he also told Wilda not to either. The two of them had their backs facing that person. After that person came up, a bitter-faced man also came up behind him. He appeared to be the restaurant's shopkeeper. Get them all out, otherwise I'll blame you. That arrogant man didn't even place Long Chen's group within his arrogant eyes. Obviously, he felt that personally shooing them would reduce his status, so he had the shopkeeper do it. Oh my, have you guys noticed there's a whiner growing out of his head? Xu Hu said quietly to Fatty Yu. Although it was said quietly, it wasn't a whisper. Anyone there could hear it completely clearly. Long Chen smiled. The strange hat on that man's head did have a long protuberance at the front. At first, he hadn't noticed, but once Xu Hu said it, he realized that it really was similar. It's nothing to make a fuss about. I bet his dad was too corrupt and other people cursed it there. Fatty Yu looked somewhat disdainfully at Xu Hu. What? Asked Shu, confused. Wow, have you not heard about the curse before? They curse you to have a son with a penis growing on his head. Oh, brother really is wise, Shu Hu said admiringly. When the shopkeeper saw everyone jeer and taunt this person, he turned pale with fright and quickly cast a meaningful look at Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng, who had a slight relationship with the shopkeeper, didn't pay him any attention and acted as if he had never met him. That long-eyebrowed man's face became cold immediately, and he icily looked at Fatty Yu. Damn fat-ass pig, are you guys looking to die? Fatty Yu shook his head. Brother, seeing your bitter face, I can easily tell that someone close to you must have died. Was it your father, your mother? Either way, now's not the time to eat and drink here. Right, that's too unfilial. Such a son should be directly thrown into the streets. SHH, stop. Don't you see him trembling? If we keep talking, he might go crazy and start foaming at the mouth. Then how will we be able to enjoy ourselves? The power of teamwork was definitely amazing. Everyone heard Fatty Yu and Shu Hu's taunts, so they all inserted their own ridicule. They definitely had to at least contribute their own jokes at such an opportunity. Die! With a short cry, a long whip appeared in that person's hand. The wind howled with biting cold, killing intent. As it crashed down upon them, everyone realized that that whip had them all in range. Shifeng had long since been prepared for this. With just a touch on his belt, a blade slashed out. The long blade and the flexible whip collided, emitting an explosive sound. Shifeng felt a huge power hit him and was sent flying into the roof, shaking the entire restaurant. His face turned slightly red due to an internal injury, a sign that his blood and chi was about to overflow out of his control. He had shockingly been beaten in just one attack. Go die, you urchins. After that first attack, his whip became like a poisonous dragon, immediately turning rigid and becoming like a sword stabbing towards Shifeng's heart. This shocked everyone. They hadn't expected this person to be so ruthless. He was clearly intent on killing Shifeng. That whip was too fast, and Shifeng was unable to dodge it, just when he thought he was about to die. A large hand tightly grabbed the whip. It was now completely unable to move. Brother Long! Everyone cried out as Long Chen appeared beside Shifeng. He appeared like a king amongst men as he coldly looked at that man. It's you. That man couldn't help being startled when he saw that it was Long Chen. Good, you still remember me. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He suddenly tugged on the whip, and the man was startled to feel a huge force involuntarily pull him flying towards Long Chen. He was slightly startled, never expecting Long Chen's strength to be so great. Even a first heaven stage of blood condensation expert like him couldn't resist. He sneered, and borrowing the force from being pulled over by Long Chen, he raised his leg and aimed it at Long Chen's stomach. His reactions were so quick that it dazzled and confused the others. This person was obviously a true expert. Seeing him rushing over, Long Chen also sent a kick out. Its speed wasn't that great, but it was perfectly timed such that it viciously landed on that person's crotch right before his attack reached Long Chen's stomach. The sound of something exploding caused everyone else's groins to turn cold. Goosebumps arose all along their backs. Aya! A miserable scream resounded through the restaurant. Everyone who heard that cry had their hair stood on end. But even such a blood-curdling cry was unable to relieve his pain. He rolled on the ground fiercely, his face contorted in pain, screaming. Due to these intense movements, his hat suddenly fell off, and Fatty Yu and the others' expressions all changed. Someone from the Grand Xia Empire. When the hat came off, it revealed an extremely ancient hair bun like a stretched-out thumb. It was no wonder his hat was so strange. That hair bun was a mark of the Grand Xia. Only nobles with high status would style their hair like that. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, realizing that they had caused a huge disaster here. The Grand Xia and Phoenix Cry had a good relationship, and this kind of disaster could even influence the relations between the two empires. The consequences would be severe. Looking at the rolling man, the suppressed anger inside Long Chen loosened slightly. He handed the whip to Wilder and said, "He hit you. You can hit him back now." "Hit someone? I can't." Wilder hesitated. Long Chen's face darkened. "You won't listen to me." I'll do it." Seeing Long Chen's face darken, Wilder quickly became frightened. He had only ever known how it felt to be beaten. This would be the first time he hit back. He held the whip in his hand for a long moment of hesitation, not daring to strike. "Do it," shouted Long Chen. He had to push Wilder to take this step, otherwise he could only end up bullied for the rest of his life. Okay. Wilder took a deep breath and used the whip to attack him. Hey! But that scream wasn't from the man with the long eyebrows. It had come from the person closest to Wilder. Brother Wilder, you have to aim better. That person had to suppress his tears as he rubbed his thigh that Wilder had hit painfully. Wilder's face reddened. He had never used a whip. It was so light that he couldn't use any real force. Missing the person in front of him, he ended up hitting his neighbor. Long Chen sighed. This child needed to temper himself. Continue. When Long Chen shouted this, everyone immediately ran at least 10 meters away. Only at that distance did they feel safer. Crack. This time Wilder had picked up a bit about how to use a whip, but he still ended up missing his target by almost 3 meters. The man with the long eyebrows was still tightly holding his groin, his face twisted in pain. He didn't pay any attention to Wilder's weak attacks. Brother Long, this time I'll definitely get it right. Seeing how unsightly Long Chen's face had become, Wilder hastily reassured him and prepared to lash the whip again. Just at this time, a figure appeared behind everyone. This person was in his 30s and had an exceptionally long blade scar on his face that made him appear extremely fierce. Stay your hand! That man sternly shouted in fury when he saw the man lying on the floor with Wilder holding a whip in his raised hand. Just because you tell us to stop, we're supposed to stop. Hit him, ordered Long Chen coldly. Hearing Long Chen, Wilder no longer hesitated and sent another lash towards the man. You're asking for it. Seeing Wilder actually attack, he furiously stepped forward, his figure turning into a violent tempest that charged towards Wilder. Get lost. Long Chen also stepped forward, getting between them and punching out. Seeing Long Chen come forward to block him, he frowned and also sent out a punch. Boom! The air exploded when the two fists met. But what shocked the scarred man was that his fist was actually completely unable to force back this frail and scholarly-looking young man. At this time, Wilder's lash finally landed. Originally, he had been aiming for the man's buttocks, but due to his poor aim, it actually landed on his face. Furthermore, it ended up landing perfectly on the nose. Although Wilder didn't know how to use a whip, he still had quite a bit of physical strength. The man's nose immediately broke and blood spurted out. Seeing this, the scarred man turned ashen with anger. With a draconian shout, he unleashed his full power to force Long Chen back. Long Chen saw the situation and decided not to wait any longer. The Feng Fu star on the bottom of his left foot shook, and terrifying spiritual energy flooded out. He now used his full strength. The two of their fists offset each other, but the powerful energy was something the tiles on the floor were unable to bear, and spiderweb cracks spread out. The scarred man's expression changed when he found out that Long Chen could still continue to block him when he used all his strength. Killing intent exploded out from him. His aura erupted from his body, and a faint blood-colored chi could even be seen filling the air. His frightening energy caused even the atmosphere to become heavy. The others all had some trouble breathing. Mid-blood condensation realm. Everyone was astonished, as that level of blood chi was something that only mid-blood condensation experts were capable of. Each major level of martial cultivation had 9 minor levels that were split from the first heaven stage to the 9th heaven stage. First to 3rd heaven stages were early stage, 4th to 6th were mid-stage, and 7th to 9th were late stage. As for the scarred man in front of them, now that all his strength had exploded out, everyone realized that he was a shocking mid-blood condensation expert. Boom! Long Chen felt his blood and chi billow, and he was forced back over 3 meters. His stomach started to ache. He had finally discovered his limit. This person in front of him was someone he was currently not a match for. Fear and shock filled him inside. As for that scarred man, he sent a fist flying towards Long Chen without hesitation. You dare attack my brother Long! A thunderous roar shook everyone's ears suddenly, and a fist covered in blood-colored light smashed towards the scarred man with an immense power. Chapter 25, Grand Zia's Prince. You dare hit my brother Long! That man suddenly felt a chill, as if a giant monster was staring at him. Without even thinking about it, the punch that was aimed at Long Chen immediately changed direction, colliding with a fist that was even larger than his own. Bang! The entire restaurant rocked, and everyone was shocked to see that the huge figure that was protecting Long Chen was actually Wilder. Wilder was like a war god, his eyes practically spitting flames as a strange red layer appeared over his skin. He actually managed to firmly stop the scarred man's punch. But although he blocked it, Wilder was still forced back several steps, and he would have fallen to the ground if Long Chen hadn't come to support him. The scarred man was surprised yet again. Both Long Chen and Wilda didn't have any obvious cultivation base, yet they were actually able to consecutively block him, a blood condensation expert. His shock quickly led to killing intent. Long Chen saw he had provoked the man's killing intent. His Feng Fu star had yet to reach the level of complete condensation, and so he was unable to handle him. The most important point was that, although the scarred man had released his full strength, he had yet to consider them true opponents. From the beginning until now, he had yet to use any battle skills. He had clearly not unleashed his full attack potential on them. Long Chen didn't know what was happening with Wilda for him to suddenly become several times stronger, but even if the two of them joined hands, they would definitely not be able to block the scarred man's killer attacks. Long Chen stealthily rubbed his spatial ring. A fiery red medicinal pill appeared in his hand as he coldly looked at the scarred man. Everyone stop. Just as the scarred man was preparing to attack again, a cold shout rang out, and a group of people appeared at the top floor of the restaurant. There were at least a dozen people, most wearing protective armor, but the two men at the front were wearing yellow imperial robes. Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone was shocked and hastily knelt down when they saw that person. That person was the Crown Prince Xuanhuan. He appeared to be 27 years old, and with his square nose, he had a rather dignified and imposing air. The man beside him was slightly younger. He was pale and very handsome. However, he also gave people a very soft and gentle feeling. Brother Xuanhuan, does your Phoenix Cry Empire treat its guests this way? Gloomily asked that man. At this moment, Xuanhuan's expression was slightly unsightly. Looking at the man with long eyebrows lying on the ground, he angrily demanded, "What is going on here? Have you all gone blind? Do you not realize these are guests from the Grand Zia?" Xuanhuan's gaze swept over all of them. Fatty Yu and the others' hearts were all pounding nervously, and sweat ran down their foreheads. They could tell that for that person to talk to the Crown Prince in such a way, in addition to his hair bun, he was most likely a prince of the Grand Zia. The Grand Zia was once mortal enemies with the Phoenix Cry Empire, but in the past few decades, their relations had mellowed and they had become allies. But the Grand Zia only had two princes, and they didn't know whether this person was the Crown Prince or the second prince. My eyes haven't gone blind. This guy has blind dog eyes, so I just took the place of his master and taught him a little lesson. Long Chen walked forward indifferently. Who are you? The Crown Prince Xuanhuan was irritated that a youth would dare speak to him in such a manner, but he was still calm and didn't immediately order his subordinates to capture him. Long Chen. If he hadn't known Long Chen's name a month ago, he definitely knew it by now. There were few members in the upper class who had yet to hear of him. He was originally a trash cripple, but had now defeated a chi condensation expert on the martial arena twice in a row, and then somehow became a pill apprentice. There was a veil of mystery around him. Why did you beat up Crown Prince Chengfeng's bodyguard? Now that this matter involved the Alchemist Guild, even he, the Crown Prince, felt that it was extremely problematic. No reason. I just felt that it was his fate today, so I helped the heavens send him on his way. Long Chen spread his hands. You? Xuanhuan exclaimed angrily. He had wanted Long Chen to give a reason, and then with a bit of his smoothing around and pointing out Long Chen's background with the Alchemist Guild, this matter would be resolved. But Long Chen acted like he hadn't understood anything and actually said such a line. His face turned green from rage. You're called Long Chen. I think I've heard of you. You seem to be pretty impressive these days, suddenly asked the Grand Zia's Crown Prince Zia Chengfeng. I might be a bit impressive, but I pale in comparison to the people from your Grand Zia. Long Chen pointed to the man lying on the ground. With a magical beast pulling a carriage, he went wild throughout the streets, barreling left and right without regard for other people. Now, that's really impressive. For a dog to be so impressive, I really can't imagine how impressive its master must be. Zia Chengfeng's expression immediately sunk. Is this true? Long Chen coldly snorted. Don't ask me, ask your dog. Luluo, did such a thing truly happen? Zia Chengfeng's gaze turned ruthless, but he quickly pushed it down. Master, I was rushing for time. Who knows why the lowly people here don't know how to get out of the way? It isn't my fault. The man with the long eyebrows had now recovered slightly, and he suppressed his pain to answer. Idiot, this isn't the Grand Zia. No one here recognizes our imperial carriages. Take him away. Zia Chengfeng's face turned dark and he cursed. 2 men wearing the Grand Zia's clothes took the man away. He then turned towards Chu Yang and apologized. Cheng Feng was not strict enough with my people. Once I return, I will definitely properly discipline them to Brother Chu Yang's satisfaction. Haha, Brother Cheng Feng is too courteous. I just hope this small matter won't affect the relations between our 2 empires, hastily said Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang worries too much. This matter will cease here. He then turned to Long Chen and said, many thanks to little brother for warning me of this danger. Everyone stared blankly. No one had expected the crown prince of the Grand Zia to actually say such words and apologize to Long Chen. A feeling of admiration arose for him. This Grand Zia prince truly had an extraordinary bearing. If it weren't for Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength and perception, he might also think that way. But that killing intent Zia Chengfeng had released towards him was not unnoticed or forgotten. Prince is too polite. For dogs to misbehave is common. You have to hold on to their leashes tightly, otherwise they'll bite and claw others. Long Chen laughed and warned him cordially. Hearing this, the scarred man's expression darkened. Long Chen's usage of the word dog included not only him, but also all the other imperial bodyguards. But Zia Chengfeng only smiled slightly as if he hadn't understood his implicit meaning. We just arrived at the capital, but all we've heard about is what you've done. I actually originally thought Brother Long was just an alchemist, but it seems everyone was wrong. You dual cultivate martial arts and pill refining. Such battle strength is truly admirable. You are definitely at the peak amongst your generation. Long Chen only looked back at Zia Chengfeng, momentarily not understanding what he meant by this. He only smiled slightly without offering a response. I wonder if Brother Long would do me the honor of having a few drinks with me and Brother Chu, asked Zia Chengfeng. Although his smile was pleasant, Long Chen sensed that it was a smile that hid a poisonous fang, and he felt extremely uncomfortable with it. I'm sorry, but this little brother has drunk too much just now and can't bear any more. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have bothered with 2 dogs. This little one will take his leave. Long Chen smiled, and seemingly without noticing Zia Chengfeng's darkened expression or the scarred man's dense killing intent, he brought Wilda out. Once Long Chen left, Shi Feng and the others hastily apologized and ran, having experienced a great fright today. Master, why didn't you let me kill that kid? Luluo's now is incapable of having any more children. That kid is too vicious. At this time, the Grand Zia's prince had already returned to his residence, and the scarred man was speaking to him. That little kid is someone from the Alchemist Guild. Although he's not from our country's guild, if you killed him like that, I would have to hand you over to the guild for punishment. But that kid is completely wild. I just can't swallow this anger. To be repeatedly cursed as a dog, no one would be able to bear it. If you want to kill him, you first have to come up with a plan. You have to make sure to kill that person while being sure you'll survive. Zia Chengfeng shook his head. Then does that mean you have a plan? Asked the scarred man joyously. Of course, otherwise would I act so kind to him. Every single person who ever gets to see me put on that kind face has died. Zia Chengfeng smiled a dark and profound smile. The scarred man couldn't help but shiver. Don't forget our goal in coming here. He's just a small matter. Let him live a few more days. The Phoenix Cry Empire's largest festival, the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, is about to arrive. That's the largest martial arts gathering of the year for Phoenix Cry. My praise today is not to be wasted. HMPH, once his popularity reaches its peak, challenge him at the Lantern Festival. At that time, would he be able to refuse? Zia Chengfeng leaned back into his chair, his eyes half closed and a cold smile appearing on his mouth. Only now did the scarred man realize what a vicious trick this was. At that time, countless people would be watching. Long Chen couldn't refuse no matter how much he wanted to. If he dared to refuse, he would drown in ridicule, especially since he was so popular. However, be a bit more careful. As my imperial bodyguard, you can't reveal too much strength. Don't make me warn you again. Yes, don't worry, master. Over these years, I have never revealed my true hidden strength, replied the scarred man hastily. Zia Chengfeng nodded, looking out into the night sky. His pupils were the exact same shade as the curtain of night, unfathomable. Chapter 26, The Terrifying Wilda. Wilda, what happened just now? Why did your power suddenly explode by so much? As soon as they got home, Long Chen immediately asked Wilda about what had happened. At that time, Wilda had given even Long Chen an intimidating feeling. I don't know. When I saw that person was about to hit you, my head buzzed and my whole body became hot. It was like some inexhaustible energy was coming out of my body, described Wilda unsurely. Long Chen put his hand on Wilda's shoulder and used his exceptional spiritual strength to probe his body. But when it entered into his body, he found a completely shocking situation. Wilda's body was different from every other person. Most people had many winding meridians in their body. But Wilda only had 4 meridians. Those 4 meridians went from his dantian to his 4 limbs. This was the first time Long Chen had ever encountered such a thing. Furthermore, the most surprising thing wasn't these strange meridians, but his physical body. A large majority of his cells had become closed off, appearing as if they were dead. But it wasn't a true death. Long Chen could sense that once heat passed over them, these cells that were in suspended animation would immediately swallow any cells that passed by them before returning to their state of fake death. Wilda truly was a strange being. Long Chen remained puzzled after considering hundreds of possibilities before he finally came to a certain theory. "Wilda, have you ever truly been full before?" asked Long Chen. "I eat till I'm very full here," said Wilda. "Tell me the truth." Well, just being half full is already enough for me." Wilda didn't dare hide the truth. "Wilda, remember, I'm your brother Long. You can't tell me any more lies in the future, otherwise I'll get mad," Long Chen admonished seriously. "Brother Long, I know." Seeing his severe expression, Wilda nervously agreed. "Let me ask, what do you need to eat to feel more powerful?" "Meat." "What kind of meat?" "Any meat, but beef is the best. I've eaten a bit of it." Long Chen nodded. Wilda's special constitution had 99% of his cells in a suspended animation state. That was because there wasn't enough energy to provide for them. To protect themselves, they had to enter such a state. Even with his pill god memories, Long Chen had never seen such a strange body. Despite already having such a powerful body, only less than 1% of his cells were working. If all of his cells were activated, then just how terrifying would that be? Just thinking about that unnerved Long Chen. But Wilda was his own person, and the stronger he was, the better. "How much meat can you eat in one go?" 5 kilograms. Wilda hesitated and he raised one finger. "The truth." "A whole cow." "The truth." "I can eat 5 cows." "Tell me the truth." Long Chen's voice was now a shout. "I don't know, but I think if I had 10 cows that would be enough." Wilda had a somewhat bitter expression. He had never gotten to eat that much, so he himself didn't know how much he could eat. Long Chen shook his head, dumbfounded. "Okay, tomorrow I'll go buy a whole pasture for you. You can eat as much as you want." The next day, Long Chen told Bauer to find pasture on the outskirts. The pasture wasn't very large, but there were over 1,000 cows on it. Long Chen let Wilda go over, and the result was that the next day, everyone else working on the pasture ran away. They later came to Bauer to report that Wilda was a savage. He would grab a cow and punch it to death, ripping off one of its legs and just start eating while it was still dripping with blood. All of them were trembling at the memory of it, afraid that Wilda might become interested in them and eat them. Long Chen had no other choice but to hire a dozen chefs that would regularly go over to cook for Wilda. Only then did Wilda get to eat cooked food. But what shocked Long Chen was that while Wilda could only eat 10 cows on the first day, with each passing day, his appetite grew voraciously. Since each cow was only 2 or 3 gold coins, Long Chen wasn't worried about being eaten into poverty. In fact, he delighted in what was happening. The fact that Wilda's appetite was growing was a sign that his cells had started to gradually awaken. Once all his cells had awoken, Wilda would be completely transformed. After resolving Wilda's affairs, Long Chen entered his own seclusion. That battle with the scarred man had given him an extremely great sense of crisis. His feeling from that day was that the scarred man had still been holding back. Although he was not a threat for the moment, Long Chen still felt that this matter would not be resolved so simply. After merging with the pill god's soul, his ability to sense danger had become increasingly great. Last time, his opponent hadn't been properly prepared. Once his opponent was prepared, Long Chen might really be doomed to die, but he still didn't regret it. Even if he was given another chance, he still would have handled things the same way. Otherwise, that lash Wilda had received would stay forever in his heart. The heart could not be allowed to have imperfections, or it would eventually become a heart devil. Long Chen entered his seclusion in great determination this time, and he began to wildly absorb the Feng Fu pills. 7 days later, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot finally emitted an exploding sound. The Feng Fu star had greatly changed under Long Chen's absorption of endless medicinal energy. The smooth outer shell was shed, and what shocked Long Chen was that the inside appeared to be a star. But this star was somewhat indistinct. It was filled with the rhythm of life, though, a shocking state. That was the first star of the 9-star Hegemon body art, the Feng Fu star. The current Long Chen was no longer able to sense just what level of power he was at, and he was filled with shock. Boom! The Feng Fu star that was shedding its outer layer suddenly shook, and a terrifying energy caused even the room to shudder. Crap, what a huge movement! Despite being worried, it was too late for Long Chen to do anything. The entire room blew apart like paper. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth underwent a huge shock and wildly surged towards Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body felt like it was on the verge of exploding, and he fainted. When Long Chen came to his senses, he saw his mother worriedly examining him. Seeing he had awoken, she was both alarmed and happy. "Chen, you scared your mom. What were you doing?" Long Chen quickly replied, "Mom, it's nothing too big. A furnace explosion is normal when refining pills." He could only use a furnace explosion as an excuse. It was not easy to reassure his mother, but once he used his divine sense to examine his insides, almost letting out a shocked exclamation. He had somehow gained a dantian. The originally empty spot now held 3 cyclones that were slowly revolving. What is going on? Noticing that the Feng Fu star on the bottom of his foot was still there, he relaxed quite a bit. But seeing those 3 cyclones in his dantian still gave him a pause. When his personal spirit root had been extracted, his dantian had turned into a land of nothing but death. That was something that could not be recovered from, unless... Did this mean that after condensing the Feng Fu star, the dantian would be reconstructed? Thinking back to what had happened just before he had fainted, he knew that the terrifying energy from heaven and earth that had surged into him was something that no ordinary person could endure. That energy had been crazily berserk. It was not something people could use. Could it mean that that energy had been used to destroy the original dantian and then build a new one in its place? But in truth, Long Chen was wrong. The 9-star Hegemon body art was in existence even more terrifying than he imagined. If he had actually had a dantian at that time, then he would already be dead. Although Long Chen couldn't figure it out, he continued to examine the changes and found out that he could actually interact with the 3 cyclones in his dantian. Did I really reconstruct a dantian? Long Chen tried to pull the energy within the cyclones to the rest of his body and found out that there was not the slightest obstruction. He was easily able to use that energy. With a stamp of his foot, the Feng Fu star's energy also flowed out without the slightest pause. Long Chen was completely befuddled. What was the meaning of this? Was it just to gain another reserve of spiritual qi? With a simple thought, Long Chen drew the Feng Fu star's energy into his dantian. He immediately felt as if a volcano was exploding within him. The terrifying energy was like a tsunami bursting forth. A mouthful of blood was quickly spat out by him, and he almost fainted again. Long Chen laid on the ground wildly gasping for air, filled with shock and terror. Even his internal organs had been shaken and torn. Quickly swallowing a healing pill, the medicinal energy enveloped his body. Long Chen's pale face gradually returned to normal. What the hell is going on? Long Chen angrily snarled inside. Just now he had almost killed himself. That really would have been ridiculous. But he had no answer. In terms of the 9-star Hegemon body art, all that he had in his memories was how to cultivate in it. All other information about it was gone. There were no ranks, no origins, and no means of using it. In a sense, its defects were quite similar to his. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had no spirit root, no spirit bone, and no spirit blood. These 3 things had all been snatched away, so he supposed he was quite suited to the 9-star Hegemon body art. But if he couldn't figure out what was going on after such a strange event, Long Chen would not be able to stomach it. Grinding his teeth, he continued his interact with his Feng Fu star. This time Long Chen knew not to use such a large amount of it. He slowly drew a tiny amount, bit by bit. Boom! When that slightest bit of energy entered his dantian, Long Chen clearly sensed the 3 cyclones become 10 times larger in an instant. Most shocking of all was when that slightest bit of Feng Fu star's energy entered. They went from slowly revolving to crazily spinning. Following the wild revolving of the 3 cyclones, endless energy immediately flowed out to all of Long Chen's body, filling him with power. Long Chen had finally figured out one of the secrets of the 9-star Hegemon body art. It really was too shocking and too frightening. Even Long Chen himself was a bit terrified. Is this what the 9-star transformations in my memories mean? The 3 cyclones in my Danshan, do they indicate 3 transformations? Only after a long time did Long Chen slowly calm his thoughts down. Since he had 3 cyclones now, then according to the rest of the world's tiers, he would be a weak beginner at the 3rd heaven stage of chi condensation. But as for whether he truly was weak, that was something only Long Chen knew. This discovery filled him with both shock and excitement. With a touch of his spatial ring, an ancient beast hide appeared in his hand. That was what he had gained in exchange for bribing a blood condensation expert. Split the heavens, hee, let me see just what secrets are hidden within you. Chapter 27, Flamecloud Palm. Looking at the 9 red dots on the beast hide page, Long Chen sunk into a deep contemplation. These 9 dots didn't have the slightest pattern. There were no explanations, but this time, Long Chen carefully examined them and found that there really was an extremely faint line connecting them. These should be 9 acupuncture points. Long Chen had to look at them for a great deal of time before coming to this conclusion. Within Long Chen's mind was a map of countless meridians, and only after going down each and every single one of them did he come to such a conclusion. Other people might think about it until they died before figuring it out. Enter Liao, merge into Huiming, rush into Kai, join Laogong. Long Chen quietly whispered the names of the 9 points as he followed along their meridian paths. He paused. This isn't a fist or palm technique, but a weapon battle skill. What a brilliant technique! Long Chen studied it and found that, when chi flowed through these 9 spots, it was as if a dammed river had burst forth. After passing through 9 turns, it would definitely be terrifying to the extreme when released. He had definitely gained a treasure this time, and although Long Chen didn't know what class it was definitely not low. Under his urging, his Danshan's chi flowed out towards the Liao point, but when he tried to urge his spiritual energy to the 2nd acupuncture point, he found out that he was unable to continue. After a brief pause, Long Chen understood that this technique must have very high requirements in terms of spiritual energy. Without enough spiritual energy, it was impossible to use it. Giving up on his Danshan's spiritual energy, he started to use his Feng Fu star. As he expected, his Feng Fu star was filled with much more power than his Danshan. But when he arrived at the 4th acupuncture point, he began to stall. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reach the 6th point. I don't believe I can't do this. Long Chen clenched his jaw and sent a strand of spiritual energy from his Feng Fu star into his Danshan cyclones. The cyclones immediately released a wild energy. Controlling that energy, he quickly progressed. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th. Crab. Long Chen suddenly stopped and hastily recalled his spiritual energy. Using his divine sense, he examined his meridians. He was shocked to find that his meridians were already starting to break down from that terrifying energy, and tears had started to appear. If Long Chen had been a step too late in recalling his spiritual energy, his meridians would have completely exploded. If the meridians really did explode, then it would require an extremely long time to recover. Sweat dripped down his back from fear. Crap, I can't train in this for now. Long Chen could only unwillingly give up on practicing split the heavens. Swallowing a meridian nourishing pill, he quickly restored his slightly damaged meridians. Long Chen stood up and walked out. Opening the door, he took a deep breath of fresh air, recovering from his fatigue from his continuous training. At this time, the sun had just started to rise in the east. Long Chen made some inquiries for Bauer. Their estate was completely fine. Waldo was also completely fine and eating till he was full every day. This let Long Chen relax. He changed his clothes and prepared to go to the Alchemist Guild to request help from Grandmaster Yun Qi. But Long Chen was somewhat nervous. Ordinary alchemists focused on cultivating the pill flame and didn't split their attention to battle skills. This was to concentrate all of one's energy and effort so that one could travel further on the pill path. Alchemists were normally completely arrogant and didn't care to bother with martial cultivation. That was also what Grandmaster Yun Qi had reminded Long Chen of that day. But Long Chen had his own thoughts on the subject. He had been bullied for too long, and without powerful martial strength, he simply didn't feel safe. No matter what status or position, it was all nothing to Long Chen. In the face of true power, such things were as weak as a piece of paper. Long Chen didn't know just how Grandmaster Yun Qi would react when he saw him. Long Chen. Long Chen had already walked several blocks in his nervousness when suddenly warm shout rang out. Turning his head, he saw a carriage had stopped in the distance. Opening the cover was a young woman who happily looked at Long Chen. It was the imperial princess Chu Yao. Chu Yao. Long Chen couldn't help being a bit alarmed to see Chu Yao, but for some reason, after a moment of looking at her, most of his anxiousness disappeared. Chu Yao looked around. Seeing that no one was around due to how early it was, she beckoned. "Quick, get in." Long Chen hadn't expected Chu Yao to actually invite him to share a carriage. Seeing her bright smile, Long Chen's heart jumped slightly and he leaped onto the carriage. The inside of the carriage was exceptionally spacious. Other than a bed, it also had a tea table with blankets laid out. "How coincidental to see you here. How about you come with me to Sunset Mountain?" Chu Yao's pretty gaze at Long Chen was filled with joy, a complete opposite to her original ruthless and crafty one when she had first captured him. "With such a beautiful woman inviting me, I'm afraid I'd be struck by heavenly lightning if I refused," laughed Long Chen. Chu Yao's charming face reddened. Within the palace, she had many rules and restrictions she had to follow. She truly enjoyed Long Chen's carefree and unfettered way of talking. The carriage slowly left the city towards Sunset Mountain. "Chu Yao, why are you going to Sunset Mountain?" asked Long Chen. "I just want to play around." For some reason, Chu Yao's face became extremely red, confusing Long Chen. "I'm not taking you away from something important, am I?" probed Chu Yao. "Me? I just came out for a stroll. For me to coincide with your carriage and come out to have fun is perfect," smiled Long Chen. "Right, is your little brother fine? I really am sorry about what happened last time." Long Chen still felt a bit embarrassed about what had happened with the seventh prince. "He's fine, scaring him a bit is good too. It'll keep him better behaved," laughed Chu Yao. In just a short time, they arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. Chu Yao got off and ordered her bodyguard to drive the carriage back. "Accompany me. I really like the scenery around here." Chu Yao pointed to the small path in front of them. "When I was young, I frequently came here to climb this mountain, but ever since my father entered seclusion, I haven't had many such opportunities." A pitiful trace of loneliness appeared on her face when she said this. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. No matter where you were born, there was always much to be desired. "Long Chen, what's wrong?" Chu Yao asked when she saw that Long Chen seemed moody. His heart warmed due to Chu Yao's concern. He didn't know why, but although he had only met Chu Yao once, he still felt a complicated emotion upon seeing her. Perhaps it stemmed from not knowing if she was an enemy. But she gave him a very trustworthy feeling that he couldn't explain. "I did run into a bit of trouble recently. I was hoping to cultivate a higher grade battle skill." "If you want to cultivate battle skills, then just come to find me. I won't even charge tuition fees," joked Chu Yao, her eyes brightening. "I'm already proficient in 30 types of battle skills. They say that I'm a peak talent." Proficient in 30 battle skills, and then using only one attack the same way over and over again. Long Chen couldn't help being a bit doubtful. "Hey, what kind of look is that? You doubt me?" A hint of anger appeared on Chu Yao's face. "No, I don't doubt you. I don't believe it at all," joked Long Chen. "You scoundrel, look." With a cute cry, Chu Yao sent a palm towards Long Chen. Chu Yao's palm landed on Long Chen's stomach. Although she hadn't used any spiritual energy, the force behind it wasn't small. When it landed on his body, it still emitted a loud bang. Why didn't you dodge?" She hadn't expected him to just take the blow. "If I dodged, you wouldn't have hit me. That'd be boring," laughed Long Chen. Although the hand was separated from him with a layer of clothing, he could still feel a peculiar feeling from it. Long Chen. Seeing his straightforward smile, she felt a burst of warmth. She actually gently laid her head on Long Chen's chest. Long Chen's body immediately went rigid. What kind of situation was this? Long Chen didn't dare move an inch, turning into a stump of wood. Chu Yao's face suddenly turned warm, and seeing his nervous expression, she covered a smile. "You bad person, back then when you were fighting, you were like a tiger baring its fangs. How come you've become a little kitten now?" Long Chen immediately felt awkward and changed the subject. "Chu Yao, I don't want to treat you like a stranger. I really do feel that you need to learn a few higher grade battle skills." Chu Yao's face reddened, and she blankly stared at Long Chen. If he didn't want to treat her as a stranger, then what did he want to treat her as? She clearly had misunderstood Long Chen's meaning. But in response to Long Chen's seriousness, Chu Yao was also resolute. I wasn't joking. I really am proficient in many battle skills, look. She extended a hand, and a scorching air rose out. A faint red light appeared over her hand. She sent her palm into a tree over a foot thick and it trembled, its leaves flying. When she removed her palm, a faint handprint could be seen on it. Did you see? This is a high mortal class battle skill, Flame Cloud Palm. How is it? Are you scared? Chu Yao was pleased with Long Chen's stupefied expression. Long Chen truly was shocked. This kind of power could still be considered a battle skill. Even without a battle skill, Long Chen could easily topple such a tree in one blow. Aha, it really was good to look at, quickly replied Long Chen. Chu Yao's movements had been very fluid and smooth, which really was pleasing to look at. Chu Yao didn't appear to catch his other meaning, and thought that he meant she had shocked him. She very patiently explained to Long Chen the main points of her attack. But when Long Chen heard her explanation on how to use the Flame Cloud Palm, Long Chen was truly shocked. Based on what she said, then in theory, it was clearly an extremely powerful palm technique. Let me try it. So quickly, Chu Yao asked in disbelief. Long Chen smiled slightly. Battle skills were just a way to use spiritual energy. Through the superposition within the meridians, they could emit a powerful strength, that was all. Long Chen was already as familiar as possible with his body's meridians, so hearing her explain it once was enough for him. His Danshan's spiritual energy circulated, and a dense fiery energy erupted out. Long Chen shouted out and sent a palm crashing forward. Boom! A huge tree, which would require several people to wrap around it, snapped, its crown whistling as it fell. The huge tree smashed into the ground, sending dirt flying. Chu Yao was staring blankly. Was this really the same flame cloud palm as hers? The spot where the tree had broken was completely scorched, a specific mark of the flame cloud palm. Long Chen nodded inside. It truly was worthy of being a high mortal class battle skill. Its power was extremely great. But seeing Chu Yao beside him filled with shock, Long Chen's heart shook, and he grabbed Chu Yao's hand. Chu Yao, let me examine your body. Chapter 28, The Secret Behind the Princess. Having her slender hand suddenly grabbed by Long Chen, Chu Yao's pretty body shook, and 2 red spots appeared over her cheeks. A bit of panic flashed over her eyes, but she didn't take her hand away. She secretly glanced at Long Chen and realized that he was actually a bit puzzled. When Long Chen glanced up at Chu Yao's face, he momentarily forgot what he was doing. She was like a blooming flower with eyes like sparkling jewels, and it was simply impossible not to be moved by her beauty. Cough. Chu Yao became even redder when Long Chen just foolishly looked at her, but within her beautiful eyes was happiness as well. With a cough, she turned her head down and didn't dare to look at Long Chen again. Only the gentle warmth transmitted from his hand continued to warm her heart. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen calmed himself back down. She had an air of being too high to reach, and yet also a contradicting gentle softness of a woman. The Chu Yao who had arrogantly captured him in a net, and the current gentle and shy Chu Yao were completely different. Suppressing his wildly jumping heart, Long Chen used his spiritual strength to follow along the meridians within Chu Yao's hand and slowly enter into her Danshan. Actually, with Long Chen's strength, at such proximity, it was entirely possible for him to examine Chu Yao without touching her. But doing so would mean that Chu Yao would be essentially naked in front of Long Chen. Maybe Long Chen wasn't so against that, but he was afraid that afterward, she might once again capture him inside a net. Long Chen's spiritual strength gently entered into her Danshan. But when he saw what was going on, even with his self-control, he couldn't help having his expression turn ugly. What is it? Chu Yao was alarmed at his dark gaze. Long Chen's anger was due to the fact that 9 types of foreign spiritual energy were currently locked and fixed within her Danshan. Those 9 foreign spiritual energies were like 9 saplings planted into a fertile farm. They were incessantly absorbing Chu Yao's spiritual energy away, leaving her with only a fraction for her own use. No wonder her spiritual energy was so frail and disorderly. So she was just like Long Chen and had been schemed against by others. Even more infuriating was that there was a spirit root that released a dense qi. Although he wasn't sure what level she was at, Long Chen knew she was definitely a rare genius seen only once in 1,000 years. Such a genius had been wasted away like this, but just this wouldn't have aroused Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen had found that those 9 foreign spiritual energies were following along her spirit root, and in the future, when she married and lost her virginity, the spiritual energy that had been absorbed by them for years would be silently snatched away. That was the most hateful thing. A princess of this generation, a beauty that could topple cities, had been used by someone as a chess piece. This was clearly the result of some sort of scheme. And as for Chu Yao, she didn't seem to know anything about it. Long Chen couldn't help feeling empathy for this beautiful woman. Long Chen, what's going on? His expression was complicated, and Chu Yao was somewhat alarmed by it. Chu Yao, do you trust me? Long Chen hesitated for a moment before solemnly asking her this. Seeing his extremely serious manner, Chu Yao also sensed something, but she didn't hesitate. Looking Long Chen in the eyes, she said, "You are the person I trust the most." Long Chen's heart warmed. Your Danshan has been altered by others. But what surprised Long Chen was that Chu Yao didn't have that great of a reaction. Helplessness appeared in her sad eyes. Looking at the distant mountain peaks, her jade hands gently brushed back her hair that was blown wild by the wind. She quietly said, "If you say this secret out loud, you might be implicated with the people from my family. Are you not afraid?" "You already knew." "Can you answer me first?" asked Chu Yao. Long Chen bitterly smiled. "Since we've chosen to trust each other, then even if I were to lose my life, it would be worth it." Trust. Chu Yao mumbled that word over and over. She suddenly threw herself at Long Chen's chest and began to weep loudly. Her tears flowed out as if a dam had been broken, as if she wanted all her grievances to be swept away. Despite having such a beautiful woman in his arms, Long Chen didn't have the slightest intention of being charming. Instead, his heart was also filled with a kind of mourning. Long Chen had been even worse off than Chu Yao. His spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood had all been stolen. If he hadn't suddenly fused with a pill god's soul, he would perhaps still be completely in the dark. At some point, his arms had wrapped around her slender waist and tightly hugged her. Smelling the scent of her hair, it felt as if they were the last two people on earth. After crying for forever, Chu Yao finally stopped her sobbing. Long Chen's chest was already completely wet from her tears. Her face suddenly turned completely red, and she quickly escaped Long Chen's embrace. She turned away from him, but inside she was filled with both happiness and hesitation. Long Chen awkwardly coughed and asked, "Chu Yao, when did you learn that your Danshan had been tampered with?" Chu Yao slowly recovered herself and turned back to look at him. "When I was young and before my father, the emperor, entered seclusion, he told me I was this generation's martial cultivation genius and might even be able to ascend beyond the empire. Before he entered seclusion, I was greatly encouraged to cultivate, and I truly did work hard at the beginning. But when I turned 10, my mother suddenly became sick. She turned gravely ill, and before we could even invite Grandmaster Yun Qi, she had already left this world." Arriving at this point in her story, her tears once more began to slowly flow out. She seemed to have sunk back into her memories of that time. "At that time, my little brother and I were still young, but as we grew older, we gradually learned about the palace's internal struggles. I realized my mother's death was definitely no accident, but all the evidence had long since disappeared. I was powerless. Then, 5 years ago, my cultivation base ceased to progress. No matter how hard I tried, I was unable to advance a single step, and my spiritual energy became weaker and weaker. At that time, I realized that the villain who had killed my mother had finally stretched his hand towards me and my brother. From that day onwards, my brother and I started to act bossy and arrogant. We started making headstrong, rash decisions, and from that time, it seems as if everything went back to normal." Long Chen felt completely helpless as he listened to her story. The palace's internal affairs were even crueler than what he had imagined. "You used such a method to protect you and your brother," sighed Long Chen. Chu Yao nodded. "The only family I have left right now is my little brother. I just hope he can stay alive. Although having him to act this way is annoying, at least no one will menace him, so it should be a bit safer. Although I don't know what they did to my Danshan, I know they were afraid I would be a threat to them, and so they restricted my cultivation. Thus, as long as I don't have the heart to cultivate, no one will have any plans against a weak girl like me. My brother and I also will be able to live without worry." Long Chen sighed. "Unfortunately, you've underestimated your enemy's viciousness. Whoever did this was an absolute bastard." Hesitating for a moment, Long Chen still decided to tell Chu Yao the situation within her Danshan. Hearing this, anger and indecisiveness flared in her eyes. Her face turned pale and her body shook. Long Chen supported Chu Yao, saying, "You don't need to be too worried. Give me some time and I can unlock the seal within your body." Really? Chu Yao couldn't believe this. Really? Promised Long Chen. For some reason, when Chu Yao looked at Long Chen, she was filled with trust. It was a kind of indescribable feeling. He gave her a sense of complete safety. This kind of feeling was extremely precious and rare within the palace that was full of hidden schemes. Seeing that she didn't have any hesitation or doubt in him, Long Chen sighed, feeling as if another burden had been placed on his shoulders. "Oh beautiful Chu Yao, can you display some of your magnificent skills for me again? Let this little one study a bit." Long Chen found that the atmosphere had become a bit depressed, so he joked a bit. "Scoundrel, you're clearly mocking me," she rebuked. "Oh heavens no, your foundation is extremely strong. It's just that your dantian is unable to release enough force. But don't worry. In just a short time I'll help you resolve it," consoled Long Chen. Only when she judged Long Chen's words to be sincere did she once more display a high mortal class battle skill, breaking wind fist. Long Chen carefully examined her this time and couldn't help but to feel some shock. Her spiritual energy was constantly being sucked away by those 9 spiritual energies, leaving her with perhaps a tenth of the energy. But even with such a frail energy, Chu Yao's display was completely perfect without the slightest energy wasted. He realized her control with spiritual energy had reached an extremely high level. It was much greater than even blood condensation experts. He was not at all miserly with his praise of her, causing her to happily blush. The 9 foreign spiritual energies were actually seeds of spiritual energy. After having absorbed her spiritual energy for so many years, they had already become very powerful. Long Chen felt that if he were to just break them, it would be too wasteful. That kind of huge energy was enough to allow Chu Yao to break through to the blood condensation realm, and her cultivation base would continue climbing after. After learning the breaking wind fist, he suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal liquid. "This is face-changing liquid. Once you apply it to your face, it will change your appearance for 24 hours. It's very convenient." He poured out a few drops and rubbed it over his face. In just an instant, he appeared to become a completely different person, his eyebrows becoming thicker and his skin changing shade. Chu Yao exclaimed, "Then in the future I can change my appearance and come out to find you." She then also applied it over her face. The medicinal liquid became a thin layer over the face that could be changed at will for a while. Once no more changes were made to it, it would completely set in just a few breaths' time. Looking into her mirror and seeing that her face had become extremely ordinary, she couldn't help jumping in joy. Pulling Long Chen's arm, she happily said, "Long Chen, let's go stroll the streets. I've never been allowed to just walk along the streets." Amongst princesses, she was one of those unruly types, but she still wouldn't go too far. She normally couldn't act like the ordinary poor people and just go as she pleased, so she naturally couldn't let go of this chance Long Chen had given her. Chu Yao intimately held onto his arm. Seeing her excited manner, it would be a lie to say Long Chen wasn't moved. He straightaway agreed to go with her. But after agreeing, Long Chen started to regret it. He had clearly underestimated Chu Yao's desire to stroll the streets. She practically pulled him through every small alley within the capital. She wanted to see everything and anything, and she even shot question after question to him. He was quite happy to just smell her scent and feel the joy of her hand wrapped around his arm, but suddenly he stopped, bringing Chu Yao to a small vendor to the side. Long Chen struck up a fake conversation with the vendor about his wares, but his gaze narrowed towards several people in the distance. Zia Changfeng. Chapter 29. Long Chen's shock. There were around 7 or 8 people in that group, and Long Chen could clearly see that the Grand Zia's Prince Zia Changfeng was amongst them. But what shocked Long Chen the most was that familiar face beside him. That woman was very slender and fair, but her face always had a faint arrogance on it. It was the crazy woman Long Chen had encountered at the Alchemist Guild. Why was she there? And why did she seem so familiar with the Grand Zia's prince? Long Chen simply couldn't figure it out. Their group entered an expensive tea house just after he noticed them. "One of those people is the 4th prince." Chu Yao warned Long Chen as she had also seen those people. The 4th prince? He was supposed to be the most low-key prince. He never participated in the internal fights of the princes. But then why was he with the Grand Zia's prince? He has also changed his appearance, but his finger has a ring mark on it that he forgot to hide. He normally wears a dragon ring with a very distinctive pattern, so I easily recognize it, said Chu Yao. As a princess, she might have to act arrogant every day, but she was also very perceptive to the everyday habits of each prince. Thus, she was easily able to see through the fourth prince's disguise. Long Chen felt a headache coming. Why would the fourth prince disguise himself? He wanted to sneak in and use his divine sense to secretly eavesdrop. However, the door was guarded by a dozen of the Grand Zia's elite troops. Doing so would simply be too difficult. It was in the middle of the day, and trying to sneak in would be basically impossible. He gave up on that idea. Chu Yao, I'm going to go back and prepare some ingredients that will resolve the foreign spiritual energies in your dancing, said Long Chen. Despite being reluctant to part, she still obediently nodded her head. Long Chen went directly home. As soon as he walked past the gate, a happy shout rang out. Brother Long. Wilda was a small giant now, and he excitedly looked at Long Chen. The current Wilda had become much livelier, and the thing that pleased Long Chen the most was that he was no longer as thin as he had been before. His bare arms were clearly bigger, and some indistinct veins could be seen beneath the skin. Haha, have you been eating properly, Wilda? Long Chen patted his sturdy arm. Brother Long, I eat till I'm full every day. I feel like I've become very strong now, thus, I want to be with Brother Long so that I can protect you. Wilda slapped his chest confidently, emitting a sound like a thunderous drum. Long Chen nodded and brought Wilda into his own room. He then used his divine sense to examine Wilda's body. What? Despite nourishing them all this time and feeding them so much, still less than 10% of Wilda's cells were active. And when he examined his 4 meridians, he noticed they had expanded a little. But most shocking of all was that there was what seemed to be a trace of spiritual qi within his danchan. You learned how to cultivate? Asked Long Chen. Brother Long, what is this cultivating? Asked Wilda with wide eyes. Never mind. Long Chen also didn't feel like trying to explain such a thing. Continuing his examination, he noticed that Wilda's danchan was deathly still, but there was still a steady flow of the world's spiritual qi that was flowing into his danchan. What an abnormal constitution. Even without cultivating, it just automatically absorbs energy on its own. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something he had never encountered before. Wilda's danchan held a huge amount of spiritual qi, which meant that once his body was strong enough, he would be able to automatically absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth to use. If other martial artists were to learn of this, they would definitely go crazy. This meant that even when Wilda was sleeping or eating, he would still be incessantly cultivating. Wilda, I'm going to teach you a few simple cultivation methods and how to use your danchan's qi. Due to how unique Wilda's danchan was, Long Chen decided not to teach him any battle skills. Wilda only had 4 meridians, which meant that he wouldn't be able to use any battle skills for now. So Long Chen only taught him how to circulate his spiritual qi to his arms and legs, passively increasing their strength. But Long Chen had still overestimated Wilda's ability comprehension skills. Even something as simple as linking to his danchan required 6 hours of Long Chen's time to explain. Despite having Long Chen's throat turn raw, Wilda was still mystified. Long Chen knew he couldn't get angry. Wilda was listening to him completely innocently, so his belly full of anger was never released. Okay, how about this? Until you learn this, I'll work you to death, Long Chen helplessly sighed. I'm sorry, Brother Long, I'm just too stupid. I could spend a lifetime without figuring this out. Wilda dejectedly hung his head. Wilda truly was too incompetent. He was unable to immerse himself even slightly within his danchan. He couldn't even find where his danchan was. Long Chen was unwilling to resign himself to this result. Wilda's physique was so powerful that it was frightening. If he had the assistance of his spiritual qi, the power which he could explode out with would be absolutely terrifying. Long Chen felt that it was such a waste. He felt like a beggar who had a mountain of gold, yet still relied on begging to pass each day. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes brightened. Placing his hand on Wilda's back, he said, "Let me help you find your danchan." His spiritual strength poured into Wilda's danchan. Since Wilda trusted Long Chen completely, there wasn't the slightest resistance. Long Chen easily merged his spiritual strength into Wilda's danchan. Furthermore, even if Wilda had wanted to resist, he didn't know how to. But at least now Wilda had found the position of his danchan. Now that you've found your danchan, the next step is to immerse into it. Immerse. Use your intent to hook yourself into your danchan. Intent. Long Chen sighed, but he still patiently controlled his temper. Focus your entire mind onto your danchan. Oh, then what? Try to make it revolve. Clockwise or counterclockwise. Long Chen was practically speechless. It doesn't matter. As long as it circulates, it's fine. Now that he had found its position, Wilda slowly tried to control his dantian. However, it was as if the dantian weren't even his, and he was unable to move it at all. You're not focused enough. Close your eyes and try again. Finally, under Long Chen's great expectations, Wilda's dantian moved slightly. Although doing just that wasn't exactly using his dantian, at least he had found it and opened the path. Long Chen relaxed slightly. Good, next I'll use my spiritual strength to guide your dantian's chi for one cycle. Remember how I'm doing this. After saying this, Long Chen's spiritual strength circulated into Wilda's dantian. When Wilda's dantian felt Long Chen's spiritual strength, it was as if it had been provoked and it immediately exploded out. The originally completely calm dantian immediately was like an erupting volcano, like angry waves trying to swallow the sky. Wilda, can you control your dantian? Long Chen started to celebrate, but no, I don't know what happened. Wilda was completely shocked at the uprising of the spiritual chi within him. Don't be afraid, remember the path I'm taking. Long Chen didn't feel like telling him the position of each one of his acupuncture points. He wouldn't be able to remember them anyways, so he skipped that. Having him remember the feeling of where they were was good enough. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to draw Wilda's dantian's chi into his arm. Long Chen wanted to go slowly and circulate it. How could he have predicted that as soon as Wilda's chi reached his arm, it became like a wild horse and refused to be controlled by Long Chen anymore? Wild energy surged out. Wilda felt a great power pass through his arm, so he instinctively punched out. Boom! The entire roof was shaken into pieces. Smoke and dust exploded out, revealing the starry sky above. What a berserk energy! Long Chen was extremely alarmed. All this had just been caused by the wind from Wilda's fist, but it was already so frightening. If someone was hit by the actual fist, wouldn't they be smashed into pulp? Wilda was also stupefied at his own power. He had never thought he would have such strength. Long Chen once more examined Wilda's dantian and found that the spiritual chi within had basically all been depleted. Wilda, go back and rest. Remember what I've taught you and train every day. Don't goof off, ordered Long Chen solemnly. Wilda's comprehension skills were already extremely low. If he was lazy as well, then even a divine immortal would be unable to teach him. Don't worry, Brother Long, I'll train like my life depends on it. Wilda was filled with excitement now. After Wilda left, Long Chen speechlessly looked at the roofless room. Just what secret was hidden within Wilda's body? That fist had even shocked Long Chen. If that long-eyebrowed blood condensation expert was hit by it, it was doubtless that he would die. But right now, 90% of Wilda's cells were still dormant. If they were all awoken, even Long Chen would feel tremendous fear. But thinking about Wilda's simple and honest nature, Long Chen shook his head. Wilda was his brother, and the stronger he was, the better. There was no need to worry. Taking out a piece of paper, he wrote down a list of 48 names of medicinal ingredients. Starfusing pill, a second-tier medicinal pill. Right now, I have no way of refining an upper-grade second-tier medicinal pill. Looks like I can only go to Grandmaster Yun Qi, but first I need to collect all the medicinal ingredients. According to Long Chen's recollections, the starfusing pill should be able to resolve the foreign spiritual energies within Chu Yao's body, but it had to be an upper-grade pill. The current Long Chen's pill flame was too weak. Despite how much talent he had in that regard, it was impossible for him to refine a high-grade second-tier pill with such a pill flame. The next day, Long Chen left his house. Arriving at the Alchemist Guild storeroom, he handed his list over. What was outside Long Chen's expectations was that all the ingredients could be found here, except one of the main ingredients, the starfusing grass. Starfusing grass was an extremely precious treasure. It was something that could be used to refine many second-tier pills, and in fact, most second-tier pills actually required it in their pill formula, making it always in short supply. Long Chen nodded. Only missing one ingredient was already better than what Long Chen had expected. Collecting his ingredients and leaving the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen suddenly saw a certain figure. A slightly cruel smile appeared on his mouth. Chapter 30, Stubborn Till Death. The one in front of him was the person who had been beaten almost to pulp by Long Chen, Zhou Yeyang. Martial artists truly did have a tenacious life force. Last time he had been beaten so badly, but now he seemed totally fine. The Zhou family truly was willing to spend money on their son. Almost every single bone had been broken in his body. It was only by spending a great amount of gold coins that he was pulled back from the gates of hell. But even with the Zhou family's financial resources, his wounds had still been extremely severe. He had come to the guild today to ask for powerful recovery pills. Currently, he was still extremely weak. Ever since he had been beaten, for some reason he would always start to hallucinate in the middle of the night. Countless demons would plague him, and now he didn't even dare sleep with the lights off. And furthermore, every morning he would feel his soul ache as if needles were stabbing into him, paining him so badly that he could only roll on the ground. But the alchemists of the guild couldn't find any reason for this suffering despite examining him multiple times. They could only conclude that it was due to a deficit in qi within him, so they had to first restore his body. But even after half a month passed, he hadn't improved in that regard in the slightest. The symptoms actually worsened, and even if he didn't fall asleep, he would see countless demons demanding his life. And as for the pain in his soul in the morning, it was no longer needles, but a blazing flame roasting him, making it so painful he wished he could die. The current Zhou Yeyang was extremely emaciated, and his complexion was turning yellow, a large difference from his old confident and easy self. "Zhou Yeyang, it's been a while. How have you been recently?" Long Chen smiled as if he were blessing him and cupped his hands in greeting. As soon as Zhou Yeyang saw Long Chen, it was as if he had seen a ghost, and his face turned deathly pale. "Long Chen, how are you? You don't look so good. It really makes me uneasy. I'm just worried about you. How are the demons at night and the soul roasting in the morning?" asked Long Chen. How do you know about that? Could it be it was you?" Zhou Yeyang's eyes were filled with alarm. He suddenly remembered the medicinal pill Long Chen had fed him after beating him. According to the Alchemist Guild, it had been a pill to protect the organs, and its effect was to make sure that he wouldn't die for a while despite his internal organ failure. But Zhou Yeyang always felt that something was wrong with that incident, and hearing Long Chen's words today, he immediately suspected that pill. "Long Chen, those ghosts were definitely yours, you despicable bastard," Zhou Yeyang bitterly exclaimed his resentment. Thinking about the pain he had been going through these days, he angrily shouted and charged at Long Chen. A simple slap landed on his face. The force behind it wasn't too great, and it only sent him flying. "Despicable, you dare call me that? No matter how despicable I am, it's not even 1/100th of how bad you are. Tell me, just how many despicable methods have you used against me over these years?" Long Chen lightly waved his hand and indifferently said, "You yourself don't even remember anymore. Being cruel will always have a reprisal. Now that I'm stronger, am I supposed to not get a bit of revenge?" The slap on his face completely sobered Zhou Yeyang. Despite recuperating from his wounds these days, he hadn't stopped getting information about Long Chen. The fact that Long Chen had beaten an imperial bodyguard of the Grand Zia's prince had completely shaken the capital. That was a true expert in the blood condensation realm. In terms of martial might, Zhou Yeyang was no longer a match for Long Chen. In terms of status, Long Chen was a grand pill apprentice, and he was even less comparable to him. Zhou Yeyang couldn't help being suspicious of what the alchemists at the guild had told him. The Alchemist Guild should be fully aware of all of Long Chen's methods, so they should have been able to cure him. Instead, they had let him suffer endless torment. But he didn't know that he had misjudged the guild. Long Chen had applied a bit of ghost-seeking liquid atop the medicinal pill. Other than Grandmaster Yun Qi, no one else in the guild would be able to figure that out. Obviously, the Savage Marquis had no way of inviting someone as grand as Yun Qi. Let alone him, even a prince didn't have that capability. "Long Chen, what do you want in order to let me free?" Zhou Yeyang ground his teeth. "Zhou Yeyang, what happened to all the unyielding courage of yours? You tormented me for so many years, but I never gave in to you. Now, things have only turned to my side for such a short time. If you want to stop now, it's already too late. Gotta follow the rules of the game," indifferently said Long Chen. He then turned to leave. "You really won't let me off? If you want to escape the depths of misery, it's very simple. Take your sword and pull it against your neck. It only hurts for a second and then you'll be free. Don't beg me for help." Zhou Yeyang was so furious his entire body shook. When he was haunted by ghosts and his soul scorched, he truly did want to use death to free himself of the pain. But as soon as that moment passed, he returned to be a normal person and was full of longing towards life. That was the reason why he couldn't even kill himself. If he chose life, it was misery. If he chose death, he was unable to go through with it. Zhou Yeyang was about to collapse. He didn't have the courage to kill himself, but if it continued like this, he'd go crazy. Zhou Yeyang ground his teeth and actually knelt on the ground. Long Chen, I beg you, I admit defeat. Long Chen's hatred no longer burned as intensely as it had before. The current Long Chen was high and far above Zhou Yeyang, and they were no longer on the same level. He didn't place a small ant within his eyes. Long Chen wasn't a priest who would repay enmity with kindness, but looking at Zhou Yeyang's miserable state, most of his anger faded. And it was also perfect since Long Chen was wishing to hear some secrets from him. Just as he reached his hand to rub his spatial ring, Long Chen's spiritual strength suddenly noticed that Zhou Yeyang was secretly clenching his fists and was filled with bitter resentment. Long Chen quietly muttered to himself for a moment before he coldly smiled. A medicinal pill appeared out of his spatial ring, and he threw it directly to Zhou Yeyang. This medicinal pill is for you. I hope you won't be enemies with me in the future, otherwise you'll regret it for a lifetime. Long Chen then left. Zhou Yeyang waited until Long Chen was far away before getting up. Looking at his distant figure, he narrowed his eyes. Long Chen, if I don't let you die a miserable death, then I wouldn't be Zhou Yeyang. He wasn't afraid of Long Chen poisoning him because there were several people in the distance who had seen what had just happened. If he really did die from this medicinal pill, Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Therefore, he swallowed the medicinal pill confidently. The next day, Zhou Yeyang was overjoyed to find that his night terrors were gone, and he no longer had to suffer the feeling of his soul burning every morning. He coldly sneered inside. Long Chen, just wait. The next time I take action, I'll be taking your life in one fell swoop. At that time, the person who will be regretful is you. Back when Long Chen saw Zhou Yeyang eat it, he also had sneered. You really are too evil to live. I actually wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately, you're courting disaster. Brother Long. Long Chen had been just walking along the road when someone suddenly called out to him. He turned to see that it was Fatty Yu. He was amazed to find that he had actually reached the third heaven stage of qi condensation. Due to his cultivation, his originally fat build now appeared to be sturdy and strong. Fatty, you're not bad. You've already reached the third heaven stage of qi condensation, smiled Long Chen. Hee, this is all because of Brother Long, he somewhat bashfully said. Brother Long, I was just thinking about going over to pay a visit to you. What do you need? No, it's just that since I've broken through to the third heaven stage, I feel like I should celebrate. Look at what Shi Feng did. I can't be too shameful in comparison, right? Said Fatty Yu. He advanced to the blood condensation realm while you are just at the third heaven stage of qi condensation. Why does there need to be some grand celebration? Laughed Long Chen. Haha, those aren't the same. I couldn't even cultivate before, so the celebration this time is definitely on the same level as Shi Feng's, earnestly said Fatty Yu. Well, when my bros invite me to drink, I can't possibly say no. Let's go. Yes, perfect. I've already ordered a feast and we're only lacking you. The restaurant Fatty Yu brought him to was in the southern side of the city. Although it wasn't as famous as the one Shi Feng had brought them to, it wasn't that much worse. When Long Chen entered, he saw that Fatty Yu had told the truth. Shi Feng, Shu Hu, and the others were already there. Haha, Brother Long has finally arrived. Long Chen also laughed. He greeted everyone, and as soon as he sat down, the food and drinks were brought out. Today is to celebrate my advancement to the third heaven stage. I've finally taken the first step of my cultivation path, and a bright future has been opened in front of me. This toast is for Long Chen. Everyone loudly praised him. They were all people whose fates had changed only because of Long Chen. Long Chen also didn't stand on ceremony and drank a large cup of alcohol in one go. Everyone was friends, so there was no need to restrain oneself and everyone drank copiously. Other than Shi Feng and Fatty Yu, the rest of them had yet to advance past the first heaven stage of qi condensation. Heroic spirits they had, but a high tolerance of alcohol they did not. After just a few cups, a lot of mouths became unguarded. Brother Long, it's like you're a martial god from the heavens, an unparalleled genius amongst men. We're all wondering just what kind of woman is suitable for you, asked someone with the help of the alcohol. Before Long Chen could even answer, Shu Hu followed up, at the very least it's gotta be a princess. As for looks, it's got to be a beauty capable of captivating the birds and beasts, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. And as for cultivation level, that's whatever. In any case, no one dares bully Brother Long. Even the Grand Zia's prince is not someone he is afraid of. so his future wife doesn't need to be so strong, haha. Right, in our Phoenix Cry Empire, the only one who fits those criteria the best is the third princess, said Fatty Yu, his eyes lighting up. I've seen the third princess before, and although she's beautiful, that kind of temperament is terrifying. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it, sighed someone else. That's because she still hasn't met Brother Long. Even a tiger will become a kitten in front of Brother Long. Long Chen was speechless. When they raised the topic of the third princess, the beautiful image of Chu Yao appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but to feel some pity. Chu Yao was actually a gentle-hearted woman, but in order to protect herself, she had had to act arrogant and rude to the world. Thinking about the time they'd had together, a warm feeling filled him. At the same time, he felt awkward inside, wasn't talking about things like this unworthy of Chu Yao. Long Chen was in the middle of thinking that over when a woman's cold laugh rang out. You outrageous peasants really do think of the craziest things. Is the third princess someone you are capable of discussing? Chapter 31 Another Clash. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard those words. Fatty Yu cursed, "What idiot woman is that? Get out for daddy." Just as he finished speaking, a table whistled over from the corridor, smashing towards them. But it suddenly stopped in midair. Long Chen had grabbed it, and with a flick of his hand, he sent it flying back. A woman had just walked out over there. She had a disdainful expression, and that table had clearly been thrown by her. To actually first throw a table to smash them and then walk out, what a lofty manner. But she hadn't expected that the table she had thrown would actually be smashing back at her with over 10 times the force. Just the gale force created by the table made it hard for her to breathe. It had happened too quickly, and it was already too late for her to dodge. If she was hit by it, she would definitely end up with some broken bones. The table suddenly blew apart. A man with a blade scar appeared in everyone's eyes as he protected the woman. When everyone saw him, their expressions once more changed as they recognized him as the personal bodyguard of the Grand Zia's prince. The scarred man was startled to see Long Chen, and he narrowed his eyes, saying, "I didn't expect to run into you again so soon." Although he had managed to break that table apart, he had not managed to completely disperse the force. A heavy footprint was left on the floor, showing that he had misjudged Long Chen's strength. No way around it. I'm a young person after all. Gotta act energetically and move forward bit by bit every day. I can't compare to someone as amazing as yourself who has already planted himself down and no longer moves forward. I, however, still have a long path to travel, he indifferently said. The scarred man's face darkened, and he was just about to reply when another voice rang out. "Haha, it's been a couple of days, but Brother Long is still as suave as ever." The Grand Zia's prince, Zia Chengfeng, slowly walked up with the same likable smiling face he had used before. Zia Chengfeng smiled. "It's just a misunderstanding. Let me introduce you to my sister, Zia Beicha." Long Chen's jaw dropped. So this crazy woman was actually a princess. So this was the reason Grandmaster Yun Qi had told him to be careful around her. HMPH, now you know how great the difference between us is, Zia Beicha sneered at Long Chen's shock. He shook his head. "Yes, we really are quite different. Even if I trained for 10,000 years, I wouldn't be comparable to an idiot like you. Zia Beicha, what a great name." You, her eyes practically spit out flames. Not only Zia Beicha, but even Zia Chengfeng's eyes turned cold for a moment before he smiled. "Okay, now that everyone knows each other, I wonder what you were talking about before for it to get this lively." Fatty Yu and the others were naturally a bit uncomfortable with the Grand Zia's prince here. After all, he was a prince, and the difference in status was too great. They weren't as obstinate as Long Chen and didn't dare say anything out of place to him. They were all silent for a moment. Zia Beicha sneered. "I heard these toads insulting the third princess and talking about who she would marry. But funnily, none of them knew my brother has already given a betrothal gift to the Empress Dowager to win the third princess over. For these guys to put their sights on my brother's fiancée, they really are courting death." Long Chen's expression changed at that news. He coldly asked Zia Chengfeng, "Is this true?" "Long Chen, control your attitude," warned the scarred man. "No matter." Zia Chengfeng waved his hands at the scarred man. He smiled at Long Chen. "The reason I came to the Phoenix Cry Empire this time was because my father ordered me to propose to the third princess. Since the Empress Dowager has already agreed, we should be able to quickly set a date. If Brother Long has time in the future, I invite you to come to my Grand Zia for the wedding feast." Who knew whether Zia Chengfeng was doing it on purpose? but his expression towards Long Chen was one of a victor looking pitifully on the loser. Did he know? Long Chen couldn't help being worried despite knowing that Xia Chengfeng was purposely provoking him. But his anger still rose up uncontrollably. Maybe if he was doing this without knowing the truth, then it would be fine. But Long Chen knew that there was a conspiracy around Chu Yao. Those foreign spiritual energies within her were seeds of energy waiting to be reaped. It appeared someone had come to finally harvest them now that they were ripe. Although the person who had set them in place wasn't Xia Chengfeng, he was the one benefiting from it, so he was definitely a participant. He must know many secrets. Thinking about his own experiences, he wondered whether his situation had anything to do with Xia Chengfeng. The probability was definitely high. His killing intent boiled when he thought of the conspiracies around him and Chu Yao, but now still wasn't the time to take action. He still had to get stronger. Only the tip of the iceberg had been revealed to him now. He still wasn't in control, so he needed to endure. Keeping this in mind, his anger was quickly replaced with calmness. Seeing Long Chen's angry expression suddenly fade, Xia Chengfeng's heart shook slightly. The caution he felt towards Long Chen increased. Enemies who could control their emotions were the truly terrifying ones. "Brother Xia, I don't think you should propose to the third princess." Long Chen shook his head. Why? I've studied the secrets of fate. When I did some calculations for you, I realized Brother Xia's name contains the word wind, while the third princess's name contains the word forest. Wind will destroy the forest, so it's not good for the third princess. Long Chen was watching Xia Chengfeng's expression. "Haha, Brother Long really is funny. How could such a thing be given true credence?" laughed Xia Chengfeng. Long Chen's eyes became even gloomier. By using his divine sense to its limits, he had noticed that while Xia Chengfeng's expression might not have changed while he had spoken, his heart had jumped a bit. HMPH, so this bastard really does know quite a lot. Not so. My ability to read faces is definitely at the master level. Brother Xia, you have much fire in your life, and that is why you were given the name Chengfeng. Fire borrows the power of the wind. Such a flame spreads for thousands of miles with nothing being able to block it anymore. It truly is a good name, praised Long Chen. Xia Chengfeng smiled slightly, but he also paused for a moment, his heart going wild. Did Long Chen really have such skills? His name really had been inspired by a mysterious person who had explained it just as Long Chen had explained it. His life was fire-fated, and only due to this did his parents name him Chengfeng. Although he kept his expression as calm as ever, his heart was jumping and his blood surging. The change in his breathing was unable to escape Long Chen's awareness. Long Chen laughed inside, not expecting his fake act to actually touch upon something. He continued, "As for our third princess, her name contains the Yao character. You are fire-fated, but her name has water. More importantly, her name also has the character for king, so it's not just ordinary water but the king of water. Wind and forest repel each other, while water will put out fire. You cannot marry someone with such a name. And furthermore, the capital is surrounded by water on 4 sides, so it's far too risky for Brother Xia. If you dare marry the third princess, you most likely won't live long enough to leave the Phoenix Cry Empire. So, I advise you to give up on this notion. Women are like clothes. For just a piece of clothing you will put your life in danger. It's just not worth it." Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others' expressions all changed. Was he threatening the prince? As for Long Chen's ability to read faces, they half believed it and half doubted it. But now, Long Chen was explaining it all very clearly and they couldn't help trusting it. At this time, Xia Chengfeng's expression was very unsightly. Long Chen's words made him very uncomfortable as he had no way to refute them. "Don't try deluding us with your lies. You think you can confuse a prince just by using a few parlor tricks. I think you're getting tired of living," shouted the scarred man angrily. "A dog who won't listen actually dares talk before his master," frowned Long Chen. From the start, he could feel the scarred man's killing intent, and that killing intent chilled him to his bones. That meant the scarred man was mulling over how to kill him. Long Chen definitely wouldn't give him any face. "Bastard," the scarred man angrily shouted and punched at Long Chen. "Stop." Xia Chengfeng prevented the scarred man from attacking. He had already returned to his normal state at this time, and he smiled at Long Chen. Who would have thought Brother Long had such a humorous side? My horizons have truly been broadened. Unfortunately, I still have things to do at this time, so let's talk another day. Xia Chengfeng brought both the scarred man and Xia Beiche away, But Zia Beicha still gave Long Chen an angry glare, her disdainful gaze seeming to consider Long Chen to be just a piece of meat. After getting down the stairs, the scarred man ruthlessly said, "If it weren't for you blocking me, Long Chen would already be a dead man now. This Long Chen definitely has to die. I also almost lost control of myself. That bastard really is loathsome, but Long Chen still has other uses for now. If he died, then it would affect our plans. Let him live a few more days," sighed Zia Qingfeng. Even someone as calm as him had almost taken action to attack him. He was truly infuriated. "Master sent orders for me to defeat Long Chen in front of that old bastard Yun Qi. If you kill him before then, it will definitely anger that old ghost," coldly said Zia Beicha. "That old idiot. Whether I sincerely begged or tried to seduce him, he just wouldn't help me. What a waste of time." Zia Changfeng looked at her and shook his head. "From the beginning, Master's attempts at having you entice him were unlikely to work." "Why?" Zia Changfeng shook his head and didn't reply. The scarred man beside him sighed. "Because, Princess, you don't have the proper temperament of a woman." Zia Beichai sent a slap at the scarred man's face, but he just smiled indifferently, seeming very accustomed to this. Once they had left, Long Chen and the rest also lost interest in drinking. Long Chen felt as if time was running out for him. The closer he got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. Once the whole truth was revealed, if he didn't have enough strength, then he would undoubtedly die. But there was fundamentally not enough time. He had to take advantage of every moment to cultivate. Just the slightest increase in power would give him a greater chance at surviving. But Chu Yao's situation was also pressing on him. He had to race against time and resolve her matter. "Are you Long Chen?" Suddenly, a lean, middle-aged man walked up the restaurant and greeted Long Chen. Chapter 32, Huiyun Pavilion Invitation. "Are you Long Chen?" "I am." Long Chen was startled, as he himself didn't even recognize this person. "Perfect. Under the pavilion master's orders, I have come to give you this invitation card." The lean middle-aged man rejoiced. "Young noble, you might not recognize me, but my lowly self is an attendant of the Huiyun Pavilion. I have especially come to invite you to our annual auction." Only now did Long Chen understand. He was being pulled into some kind of business work. As for being an attendant, it would be more accurate to just call him a foot runner. Long Chen had a great understanding of this Huiyun Pavilion. It was the most famous auction house in the Phoenix Cry Empire and was an extremely huge existence. Although it might not be comparable to the Alchemist Guild, it was definitely powerful. It was the closest partner of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was an alliance formed by countless adventurers, and although it was a loose partnership, it had many members. Adventurers traveled the wilderness for most of their days, and although it was an extremely dangerous occupation, its rewards were also accordingly great. All kinds of strange medicinal herbs and magical beast cores could be found, and if one's luck was really ridiculous, then it was even possible to find an ancient inheritance. Adventurers were very fond of collaborating with the Huiyun Pavilion due to their extremely fair prices. Selling their gains, there was the most secure method to sell their spoils. Some of them didn't go into danger themselves. They would make deals with other people or even kill others for their spoils. Those were extremely common affairs. Sometimes, the city was even more frightful than the wilderness. So the Huiyun Pavilion's annual auction would always attract countless people. They would select the rarest treasures that they had gathered over the year for that auction. Almost every auction would result in them delighting at the high bidding, so the extent of their auction also became greater over the time. In the past 2 years, the auction's quality had become incredibly great, and they had even set down new rules. It was now impossible to enter without an invitation card. And the people who could obtain an invitation card were only people with exceedingly high statuses. Long Chen was the first youth to receive such a thing. "This is a great thing, brother Long, but if you don't have enough money, then it would just be a waste of time," said Xu Hu. The Huiyun Pavilion's auction wares were all the best amongst the best. Every single item was extremely desirable. Adding on the auction house's expert advertising and enticements, the price would soar wildly all the time. Without money, you could only look with envy. "Do you have a list of things being auctioned?" asked Long Chen. "This lowly one only has a list of the first 10 things. You can have a look," the lean man apologetically said. In order to maintain its mystery, the best things being auctioned off would never be allowed to be leaked. Long Chen looked over it. His pupils shrank when he saw the starfusing grass on the list. It was actually starfusing grass that was over 1,000 years old. Normal starfusing grass was always within 10 to 100 years old. Over 100 years old was rare, and over 1,000 years old made it an exceptionally precious treasure. Such a treasure was actually just the first item of the list. Seeing Long Chen's shock, the lean man became pleased and said, "As a pill apprentice, any precious medicinal pills you have can be handed over to us. If the quality and rareness of it reach the standards, we can consider adding it to the auction. But we charge 50% commission." 50%? Ha, how vicious. You actually dare ask for 50%. Do you dare ask for more? As if seeing through Long Chen's thoughts, he laughed. "As long as what you have is good enough, then after our packaging and advertising, in addition to our chief auctioneer's embellishment, the price will definitely rise far beyond your imaginations." Hearing that, Long Chen became more at ease. At the same time, he felt a bit of admiration at how they ran their business. What Long Chen didn't know was that this man's job really wasn't as easy as he thought it was. The people in the lean man's position would get 3 quotas for the annual auction, meaning they were only allowed to invite 3 people. Whether those people were buying or selling things, the one who had invited him would get a set percentage. The more they bought or sold, the more money that person would get, so each person invited had to be carefully selected. But after this many years, more and more wealthy people were being invited earlier, leaving only a few behind. Now they were just picking over the dredges. This lean man was very astute, so as soon as he had received his quota, he had rushed over to invite Long Chen, afraid that others would get there first. There was no other way. Long Chen was the most famous person within his generation in the capital, and he was definitely a big fish with potential. "Please look over this lowly one's calling card." He handed over a small card to Long Chen. "Fugui. Haha, I come from a poor family. My parents wished for me to gain riches, so they came up with such a name," the lean man explained with embarrassment. His explanation also caused Long Chen to feel a bit of sympathy. Nodding, he said, "I am definitely very interested in buying things. I also have some things that I want to auction off. How does it work?" Fu Gui's eyes brightened. "Any treasures can be brought directly to the Huiyun Pavilion. We can also go to your door to get them." Long Chen nodded. There was just less than a month until the auction, so he still had time. After setting an appointment with Fu Gui, Long Chen and the others all left the restaurant. "Long Chen, the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival is a week from now. You definitely have to come out," said Feng expectantly. The Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival was the largest celebration of the empire. The entire capital's unmarried population would participate. It was extremely lively, and it was the festival that all the young people looked forward to the most. Especially those unmarried men. Each of them would be like a bull, determinedly waiting for a chance of attracting a woman's attention. As for the women, they also wanted to see if they could find an acceptable man. It was a bit controversial for men and women to be together like this, but during the one day of the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, all those taboos were lifted, and both genders could party wildly together as much as they wanted to. Thus, many of them made preparations beforehand for this festival. And the most fun part of it was the fight over the #1 junior warrior in their generation. There would always be a martial stage during the festival. As long as you were a cultivator and were under 20 years old, anyone could go up. The first place battle was the highlight. As long as you got that title, it would no longer even be possible for you to be low-key. Countless women would send flowers after you, enough to bury you even. Just thinking about it set the men's hearts on fire. Even the calm Feng was burning with passion. And as expected, Fatty Yu and the others were all bursting with enthusiasm. "Brother Long, you definitely have to come. If you don't go, then we won't want to go either," begged Fatty Yu. "Then how about none of us go, and we'll find somewhere to get a drink instead," laughed Long Chen. "No, Master Long, we've been waiting for this for a year." Fatty Yu and the others immediately acted sullen. Some of them got on their knees and hugged Long Chen's legs, not letting go until he agreed. "Long Chen, if you don't go, then it will be too boring. In the capital, you are the most famous of our generation. You're viewed as #1, and if you don't go, then it will disappoint countless people," persuaded Feng. "And when did I get such a big name?" Long Chen was startled. "You didn't know? Even the little kids know about it. Dual martial and pill cultivation that shakes heaven and earth, the heroic assembly house's angry god, the one who spread his wings and flew out of the Phoenix Cry Empire, the one who laughs arrogantly at the 9 heavens, Long Chen." Feng looked at Long Chen strangely. What kind of situation is this? How did I not know? There are poems about me. Long Chen was struck foolishly silent. Okay, brother Long, all your brothers are hoping to enjoy the festivities with you. But whatever you say is what we'll do. Feng wasn't the same as the others. He had considered Long Chen as his brother from the start, so he didn't need to have as many misgivings as the others. I'll go. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had originally been planning on training for an extra day. Fatty Yu and the others all cheered at that. It was as if they were seeing a scene of countless beautiful women before them. After splitting ways with the others, Long Chen quickly rushed home. He didn't even eat dinner. The time he was wasting was too great. He had to urgently increase his cultivation base. Although the Feng Fu star had already been perfectly condensed, but now that he had gained a dantian, he wanted to quickly condense more cyclones. There were currently only 3 cyclones in his dantian. He wanted to continue forming them, but there was no clue on how to do so within the 9-star Hegemon body art in his memories. Back when the Feng Fu star had condensed, 3 of the cyclones had appeared all at once. Even Long Chen didn't know how it had happened. Now, Long Chen found that, when he circulated his dantian, the 3 cyclones would also revolve with it. This method was only for continuously sending energy throughout him for battle, and wasn't for cultivating. Drawing some of the Feng Fu star's spiritual energy out to the cyclones, they immediately grew 10 times the size, and Long Chen's breathing became rushed in anticipation. But this was also for battle, and not how to cultivate them. Long Chen took a deep breath, and hesitating for a moment, he slowly circulated his qi to absorb the outside world's spiritual qi. However, this time, he didn't send it throughout his body but gathered it into his Feng Fu star. Following Long Chen's absorption of heaven and earth spiritual qi, the Feng Fu star started to quickly circulate. This is the way. Long Chen was elated. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening, this definitely seemed to be more for cultivating and less for battle. Doing his best to continue absorbing, the Feng Fu star gradually became brighter under the continuous absorption. In the end, it appeared like a blazing sun. Boom! The Feng Fu star shook, and it immediately became dimmer. At the same time, another cyclone appeared within Long Chen's dantian. Haha, I've finally found the way to continue cultivating. Along with the 4th cyclone's formation, Long Chen found out that the meridians within his body had also expanded slightly, and his whole body was surging with energy. Good, let's continue. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to attack the 5th heaven stage. Chapter 33 Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. Within the inner part of the palace was the 4th prince's study. The 4th prince was sitting with his eyelids half closed as he quietly listened to the savage Marquis's report. Master, no news has come from the border suppression Marquis. The army continues to hold the same area and no reply has come from Master's letters, reported the savage Marquis respectfully. The 4th prince slowly opened his eyes. Within them was a glimmer of cold grimness. What a reckless, obstinate old man. I gave him that much time, yet he still treats me like some pushover. This Long Tianxiao truly doesn't know greatness. He still refuses to surrender to Prince after this many years. Truly hateful to the point of deserving 1,000 deaths, said the savage Marquis ruthlessly. The 4th prince glanced at him and said, I know about the past grievances between you and Long Tianxiao. If it hadn't been for that punch of his, then you would have had a high chance of advancing to the tendon transformation realm. But Long Tianxiao's strength doesn't just lie in his martial might. Otherwise, I wouldn't view him so importantly. Unfortunately, he's too stubborn and can't be used by me. Since he can't become one of mine, let him become a dead man. The savage Marquis rejoiced when he heard of this. Master, do you have a plan? Right now isn't the time to deal with him. However, he has indeed wasted so many years of my effort. So first, kill his only son. Count it as him paying some interest, said the 4th prince indifferently. Long Chen, how should he be killed? Asked the savage Marquis, somewhat puzzled. The current Long Chen counted as one of the Alchemist Guild's people, and the rumors reported that he was close to Grandmaster Yun Qi. Even a prince couldn't avoid the Alchemist Guild's punishment. I've already fixed that matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Just quietly gather your forces. We're about to make some big moves. Don't forget to not attract any undue attention, ordered the 4th prince coldly. Yes, master. Don't worry, I'll definitely make sure there's not even the slightest leak, promised the savage Marquis hastily. His current strength was just at the blood condensation realm, so his martial might wasn't very outstanding. And it was exactly because he wasn't overly eye-attracting that the fourth prince gave him such a high position. He was extremely loyal and devoted, and he was also very meticulous with how he handled things. He hadn't made any slip-ups in all the years he had worked for him. After the savage marquis left, the fourth prince looked at the books on his shelves. A long while later he sighed. Long Tiang Xiao, is it worth the trouble? So much of my sincerity over the years was unable to move you. Don't blame me for being vicious. But, boom! Another explosion rang out within his body, and Long Chen's eyes popped open. His eyes shined brightly like the stars, yet his gaze was as sharp as a sword. 7 cyclones were slowly revolving within his dantian. A pleased smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He had spent 7 full days focused only on cultivating, advancing 4 levels. Such a speed would definitely shock and frighten anyone else, yet Long Chen still wasn't satisfied with it. Originally, he had thought that, as he condensed more cyclones, his cultivation would become faster since he could absorb more energy. But he quickly found out that his assumption had been wrong. Every new cyclone had been harder to condense than the last. The amount of spiritual qi needed exponentially shot up. The 4th cyclone had only required 6 hours to form, while the 7th cyclone had required 3 full days. That was basically the sum of all the 3 cyclones before it. But Long Chen was still pleased when he noticed that his meridians had become even firmer as he reached the 7th heaven stage. However, he was still unable to use Split the Heavens, but this didn't disappoint him. In fact, it made him even more excited. This meant that Split the Heavens was an exceptionally powerful battle skill. For him to have used some random pill to exchange for such a high-class battle skill had definitely been worth it. Originally, he had been planning on going back there and bribing that blood condensation expert with more medicinal pills for some more high-grade battle skills. But now that Chu Yao had given him the Breaking Wind Fist and the Flame Cloud Palm, he had enough. The 2 of them were both high mortal class battle skills. Most likely, only the 3rd floor of the battle skill pavilion would hold battle skills of that level. Battle skills on that level were things that even that blood condensation guard would not have the qualifications to learn. It was not the case that the more battle skills you learned, the better. Unless martial artists were pushed to their limit, they normally wouldn't use them. That was because battle skills use too much spiritual qi. Ordinary qi condensation cultivators could only use a low-grade mortal battle skill once. After using it once, their remaining spiritual qi would be insufficient to use it a second time. So unless you could defeat your enemy in one move, no one would waste their spiritual qi like that. Furthermore, the higher the class of the battle skill, the more spiritual qi would be required to use it. High mortal class battle skills were normally reserved for blood condensation cultivators to use. Only they had the required spiritual qi for such a frightening cost. But of course, Long Chen wasn't ordinary. His spiritual qi was stored within his Feng Fu star. By Long Chen's calculations, he could use a high mortal class battle skill 7 times. But if he were to send his Feng Fu star's spiritual qi to his 7 cyclones in order to produce his absolute max power, then he would only be able to use a high mortal class battle skill once. He wouldn't be able to use it a second time, even if he forced himself to death. Currently, Long Chen still could not condense a 2nd star. The 9-star Hegemon body art required that only after the 1st star became a true star could the 2nd star be condensed. But Long Chen still didn't know how to make his star a true star. He also didn't know what the 9-star transformations in his memories were. He really was becoming more and more puzzled as he progressed on his cultivation path with the 9-star Hegemon body art. Therefore, he could only continue forming more cyclones for now. "Young master, can I enter?" Bauer's clear voice came from outside. "Enter." Bauer entered with a set of clothes in her hands. She laughed. "Young master, today is the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. Mrs. Long has sent me to make you presentable." She had him sit down properly while she washed his face and combed his hair. Long Chen laughed. "Is this really so important?" "Haha, the madam has already said that young master is now 16 and is the age for getting married. She told me to properly dress you. If any family's pretty daughter sees you, haha, you understand." Bauer laughed. "No way, my mom really thinks it's that urgent." Long Chen was speechless. Fatty Yu and the others were all 17, but they hadn't gotten married. "Of course it's urgent. I worry about my grandchildren." Mrs. Long walked in and looked at Long Chen. "The matter of Meng Qi can be handled slowly and considered a long-term goal, but you also need to have short-term goals. It's called insurance. I suggest you go find a suitable young lady and get some kids while also pursuing Meng-Chi." "What?" Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. "What? For a man to have multiple wives and concubines is common. Isn't it fine to just reserve Meng-Chi as the first wife?" Mrs. Long spoke as if that was as it should be. "Are you serious?" "Of course, but you can't tell Meng-Chi about it at the beginning. Once you two become closer, she'll naturally agree to it." Long Chen blinked. Even this was fine. "Mom, Dad hasn't bothered to communicate with us in this many years. Does he also have wives and concubines outside?" "Don't say so much nonsense. But it would be absolutely fine for your father to have some extra wives or concubines," she chided. But a guilty, ashamed glimmer flashed through her eyes. "Haha, I'm just joking, Mom. Don't worry, if there are any suitable women during the Lantern Festival, I'll bring a few back for you." Seeing his mom wasn't very happy, he joked. "Who do you think you are to bring a few home? Let me tell you, don't try any fake smiles with your mom. You have to properly remember this matter, understood?" she solemnly warned. "Fine, fine, fine. I'll act however you tell me," promised Long Chen. Inside, he didn't feel that it was quite right, but he didn't dare say that out loud to his mother. After making himself presentable, Long Chen put on a blue robe. It was the perfect size, and after putting it on, he looked like a whole new person. Sword-like eyebrows and glowing with health. Although he wasn't outstandingly handsome, Bauer unceasingly praised him. "Haha, don't worry, madam. How many women could resist our young master?" "Ah, don't praise him too much." Although Mrs. Long said this, she was pleased inside. She was filled with pride looking at her handsome son. "Okay, it's time, go." Mrs. Long pushed Long Chen out the door. "Mom, the sun is still so high. It's going to be a while before it darkens," Long Chen helplessly pointed out as he looked at the western sun that had barely begun to descend. "Bad child, you don't know what it means to prepare early. First get a good spot, and only then can you increase your chances. Quick, go." After saying this, she closed the gates on him. Long Chen rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he was setting up a stall for business. Why did he need to first occupy a good position? But since he was already driven out, he still left. He saw countless people bustling in front of their homes, hanging lanterns. Seeing Long Chen, a youth joked, "Brother, you really are early." "What do you know? The early bird gets the worm," retorted Long Chen. "Ha, true. Many thanks for the reminder, big brother. I'll go change now." That person ran back into his house. What a kid. Only 13, yet he wants to play with women. His mouth twitched. The children these days really were maturing too early. He had also truly come out too soon, and when others saw that he had come out so early, it only led to more jokes from people along the way. He was early enough to be embarrassed, but he also didn't have enough time to go cultivate either, and just sitting around would also be boring. Just as he was hesitating on what to do next, an almost solid murderous aura attacked him. A gust of wind shot straight towards Long Chen's back. Hastily turning, Long Chen's fist just managed to block a sneak attacker's punch. Gale winds exploded when they collided, and Long Chen was forced back several steps. Raising his head, he saw a masked man who was sending another punch at him. The man's strength was very great, and the wind whistled with his every blow. Long Chen coldly snorted. Ignoring the punch, he kicked between that person's legs. That person's battle experience was very rich, and he directly stopped his punch and switched to defense, his leg blocking Long Chen's attack. After blocking it, a fierce energy erupted from that person's body. A fist ripped through the space and completely cut off Long Chen's retreat paths. Coldness filled Long Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to use all his power, he suddenly thought of something. "Spirit of the Bull!" Long Chen shouted, and their punches collided. He was sent flying dozens of steps, his blood surging tumultuously. Just as that person was about to keep attacking after sending Long Chen flying, he suddenly turned to see the shadows of people approaching them. "HMPH, kid, next time I'll take your life." He coldly snorted when he saw the pale-faced Long Chen. He disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes with shocking speed. After he left, Long Chen's pale face once more returned to its normal rosiness. "Idiot, you want to test my power?" Long Chen patted the dust off his clothes. Looking in the direction where that person left from, a certain thought arose in his mind. Looks like tonight won't be so boring after all. Chapter 30, Start of the Lantern Festival. In the middle of that sneak attack just now, Long Chen had realized his opponent's true intentions. Although he had appeared to be trying to kill him, that was just an act. What kind of assassin would reveal his killing intent before striking? No real killer would make such a basic error. And that person hadn't had any true killing intent, only a murderous aura. Although each attack was powerful, he had obviously been holding back. It was a completely different style from an assassin. So at the last moment, Long Chen deliberately lost and allowed himself to be sent flying. He concealed how much spiritual energy he had and pretended to be injured. As he had expected, this killer immediately left. Did they think he was an idiot? Those people who had been coming over were just ordinary people who he could have easily killed first before leaving. But the killer had acted startled and retreated hastily. Long Chen snorted disdainfully at such shoddy acting. He knew that person definitely had to have a high status who was too prideful and believed himself to be infallible. Although he didn't know why he had been tested, Long Chen knew there would definitely be a follow-up. Otherwise, all of this would have been meaningless. "Brother Long, you really are early, haha." As he was considering this, he ended up walking into the public plaza, and Xuanhuan shouted out to him excitedly. The plaza was several miles wide, and countless lanterns dozens of meters tall had been set out. But since it hadn't turned dark yet, they hadn't been lit. Crowds of people were bustling in the plaza. All kinds of constructions were being finished. Despite not being lit, the countless varied lanterns were still a spectacular sight. Young men and women were all over the plaza and starting to play. The sound of conversation filled the air, and occasional bell-like laughter would ring out. But some of those laughs were extremely unpleasant to listen to. Who knew whether those braying laughs were always like that or whether it was due to this being a special occasion, but they caused one's hair to stand on end. The women were holding hands and having fun, while at the same time secretly stealing glances at the men. Although it was almost autumn, the plaza gave off a fresh feeling of spring. Some of the men truly were doing as Long Chen's mother had said and had picked a high spot early on. Some of them were on high rocks, some on bridges, their hands waving a fan in front of them in a flirtatious manner. What shocked and caused him to be speechless was that some of them were acting like roosters and being excessively lewd. "Xuanhuan, this is the legendary Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival with handsome men and beautiful women." Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Long, we're early. The truly beautiful women haven't come out yet. Only those people without confidence come this early, he awkwardly explained. But as soon he said it, he backtracked. But Brother Long is definitely an exception. Long Chen truly had come too early. He blamed it all on his mom and had an urge to cry. But as the sky gradually darkened, more and more people started to show up. These new additions were definitely a grade better than the ones who had gotten there so early. At the very least, their laughs were not so frightening. It was pretty good in terms of both numbers and quality. "Haha, Brother Long, you really came." Shi Feng had just arrived, quickly noticing Long Chen and Xuanhuan who were hiding in a corner. "Haha, Brother Long, you really are dashing today." Fatty Yu and the others also came in succession and came to greet Long Chen. "Fatty Yu, you aren't bad either. You've lost quite a bit of weight. In the past, we didn't even know how you managed to squeeze into places," joked Xuanhuan. Everyone also laughed. As they were having fun, more and more people ended up showing up, and the plaza became completely full. The young people were all in small groups within the crowd and quietly chatting, but all of their gazes were roving around, looking for targets. "Long Chen, let's join them. It's almost time for the Lantern Festival to begin," said Shi Feng. Fatty Yu and the others were already feeling a bit pressed, but since Long Chen never said anything, they had only waited beside him patiently. Actually, Long Chen really didn't want to go into the crowd, but not wanting to be rude, he still resolved himself to enter the huge crowd of people. As soon as Long Chen's group entered, they attracted many people's attention. One reason was because they were one of the last groups to join. But this group of people was also very special. Tall, short, fat, skinny, there was someone for anyone's taste. Who's that? How handsome? How come I've never seen him before?" One woman immediately let out a surprised shout. Long Chen was definitely not bad in terms of looks, but it definitely hadn't reached the point of amazing and awing people. But as for whether a flower was pretty or not was decided in the eye of the beholder. Beside Fatty Yu, Xuanhuan, and the others, even the dark-faced Shi Feng appeared much more handsome than normal. "You do know, that's Long Chen, the border suppression marquis's son." Heavens, he's Long Chen. The Long Chen praised as the capital's #1 in the junior generation. "I heard he's even a pill apprentice, and might even become Grandmaster Yun Qi's first disciple." Gossip about him filled the air, and many women sent furtive gazes his way. Some of the bold ones actually started to shout his name. Sweat started to roll down his face. Long Chen had never seen such a battle, and no matter how thick his face was, he still couldn't block it all out. Brother Shi, you go to the front. Fatty, you and Huzai, you guys come up a bit more too. Long Chen straightforwardly hid behind his friends, lowering his head while he walked. This relieved quite a bit of pressure on him. After waiting through the crowd for a bit, they arrived at a huge martial arena that was hundreds of meters wide. Long Chen, this martial arena is for finding the #1 junior warrior in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Are you interested? Smiled Shifeng. Definitely not. I don't like being a trick-performing monkey. Long Chen shook his head. Hee, then I'm relieved, laughed Shifeng. Long Chen was startled for a moment, before realizing that Shifeng was actually after that title. Good luck, Long Chen extended a fist. Shifeng bumped fists with him and said, don't worry. As long as it's not you, then I should be okay. Hey, you two are being rude. You keep ignoring our needs. Let's go, bros. We'll take advantage of our time and go fool around, shouted Shu Hu as he pulled the rest of the group away. Remember to meet back here in a while, shouted back Shifeng. The two of them didn't even know whether they were heard. The others disappeared quickly into the crowd, each looking for a target. Shifeng, how's your cultivation base? Seeing no one was around, Long Chen quietly asked him. The peak of the first heaven stage of blood condensation. In just a short while, I should be able to reach the second level, Shifeng replied gratefully. The reason he had managed to reach his current level so quickly had been because of Long Chen's assistance. The earlier someone entered the blood condensation realm, the greater it would benefit their future cultivation. If someone only managed to break through to blood condensation after 30, then that person probably would never be able to progress past the first heaven stage of blood condensation. Currently, Shifeng wasn't even 18, but had broken through to blood condensation realm. In the future, he would have over a 30% chance of advancing to the tendon transformation realm. The tendon transformation realm was the level which the strongest existences in the empire were at. There were only 3 of them in the entire Phoenix Cry Empire. Long Chen nodded. Such a speed meant that Shifeng was extremely hardworking, but when he examined Shifeng's danchan, he found that his spirit root was only of average quality. The tendon transformation realm would probably be the limit of his martial path. There wasn't much hope for advancing further. Later, I'll help you refine a foundation establishment pill that will stabilize your foundation. With your work attitude, you should be able to break through to the tendon transformation realm before you're 30, said Long Chen. Was the pill you gave me last time really refined by yourself? Shifeng was delighted by that offer, but he couldn't help doubting it slightly. Interesting, if I didn't refine it, then did I steal it? Long Chen was a bit irked. No, but we originally thought it was Grandmaster Yun Qi who gave it to you, said Shifeng lightly. After all, Long Chen had completely changed in just the blink of an eye. He had gone from a trash who couldn't cultivate to becoming a pill apprentice. They were still surprised by this, and so they couldn't help but make up some theories. However, what Long Chen was telling him now meant that he had refined it himself. Right now, your foundation isn't bad, but it's not solid enough. The main issue is that at the initial qi condensation levels, your cultivation was a bit too rushed. This left a few faults on your foundation, so it will be an obstruction when you attack tendon transformation in the future. The foundation establishment pill, which I'll refine for you, won't be able to fix all of those faults, but it will make it much easier for you to break through to the tendon transformation realm, said Long Chen. Brother Long, I won't say any words for courtesy. If brother has any need in the future, then just tell me and my life will be yours, swore Shifeng solemnly. Such words aren't required between brothers. Whoa, what's that? Long Chen suddenly saw a dozen guards with embroidered clothes walking over from the distance. They were holding some kind of huge objects in their hands, but he was unable to see its shape. Those are the princesses' lanterns. The princesses will each hand-make one during the festival to bless the empire with luck, explained Shifeng. The princesses? Then he definitely had to have a good look. Unfortunately, he didn't know which one was Chu Yao's. As for those guards, they all marched behind a huge curtain which both faced the crowd as well as the martial stage. The festivities had yet to truly begin, so they wouldn't let the people to see them too early. Even more guards started to appear, completely surrounding the perimeter. Interested in what those guards were doing, those young people who were messing around also started shifting over. The area became completely crammed extremely quickly. Some of the women who hadn't made it in time to get a good spot actually batted her eyes at a man, who immediately gave up his spot for her. As for those men, they could only watch from a great distance. Even Fatty Yu and the others could only stare from afar. After all, who had told them to go and chase after girls? All the spots closer to the stage and huge curtain were already taken now, so they could only stand in the distance. Once everyone was seated, a phoenix carriage appeared and a shout rang out, causing all the guards to kneel. The Empress Dowager's carriage has arrived. Chapter 35 Sparks Fly. Following the announcement, 8 ladies gracefully came out to support a woman down from the phoenix carriage. Every single person kneeled down when that woman descended, respectfully calling, "Greetings, Empress Dowager." But Long Chen was not amongst the people kneeling. That wasn't because of his arrogance or cultivation base. According to the Empire's customs, cultivators above the blood condensation realm didn't have to kneel towards princes. However, cultivation base didn't matter when it came to the Empress Dowager. Any citizen of the Empire had to kneel in front of her. The exception that allowed him to ignore this custom was his status as a pill apprentice. As an alchemist, he had the option to not kneel. Furthermore, he was sitting amongst a huge crowd of people so he wouldn't be noticed. Acknowledged. The Empress Dowager merely glanced at these people before indifferently raising her hand. Only then did everyone slowly get up. Long Chen closely examined this woman who held all the power of the Phoenix Cry Empire. She only appeared around 37 or 38 years old, but it was said that she was actually over 50. Despite being called the Empress Dowager, she was not the blood mother of the emperor, but the actual mother of the crown prince. Since the emperor had stayed in seclusion for so long, the chancellors finally decided that continuing to call her the empress was becoming inappropriate. Since the crown prince had come of age now, he was set to ascend the throne the next year. Therefore, her title had changed from empress to Empress Dowager. With the lady's support, she slowly walked over to the central seat and sat down. The 7 princes also came out in succession, sitting beside the Empress Dowager. This was the first time Long Chen had seen all the princes together. He looked over them one by one. He had seen the crown prince before, and he also recognized the 7th prince. The current 7th prince had become much better behaved now and didn't dare to mess around as much as he used to. Long Chen finally found the one he was most interested in, the 4th prince. It went without saying that the 4th prince was very handsome. His face always had a modest smile that was very friendly and powerful. Looking over his surroundings, Long Chen noticed that many of the young women were already infatuated with this handsome prince. Long Chen shook his head at the other princes. Although they were all very grand, the arrogance in their eyes could not be hidden. Naturally, he thought of Chu Yao at this time. Amongst these princes, how many of them weren't wearing masks? Or more accurately, were they all wearing masks? And just how many masks were they wearing? A sneer appeared on his lips. The more power the royalty held, the more difficult they would be to deal with when they were corrupted. It would be better to have them lead some wars and have them feel a bit of pain along with their people. Long Chen turned his nose up at those people who had killed others in secret without actually touching blood. If they had such intentions, then why didn't they just focus on increasing their own strength through cultivating? Grandmaster Yun Qi has arrived. What surprised Long Chen was that Grandmaster Yun Qi actually appeared at the chairs. His appearance immediately caused a commotion. This was the first time a person like Grandmaster Yun Qi had ever come to the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. As soon as Grandmaster Yun Qi walked up, the Empress Dowager quickly stood up and paid her respects to him. "Greetings, Grandmaster." This old man doesn't deserve such courtesy from Empress Dowager. Grandmaster Yun Qi also gave her a half bow of respect. After the two of them had greeted each other, Grandmaster Yun Qi seated himself. His seat was right next to the Empress Dowager and at the exact same height, showing just how high his status was. His gaze roved around the crowd, and he nodded slightly when he saw Long Chen practically hiding in the corner. This slight movement of his immediately drew everyone's attention. Following Yun Qi's gaze, they immediately found Long Chen. Looks like the rumors are true. Long Chen really has been recognized by Grandmaster Yun Qi. He might have already become his apprentice. Some people couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like just moments ago that Long Chen had been a bullied trash, but now his life had completely changed with Grandmaster Yun Qi's recognition. He had actually become a highly revered pill apprentice. Long Chen cursed when he saw Grandmaster Yun Qi nod his head at him. As he expected, Everyone immediately looked over at him. He had no desire to become the focus of everyone's attention, but now it was too late to be low-key. Long Chen rose up and bowed towards Grandmaster Yun Qi. Seeing that, the Empress Dowager smiled. Looks like Grandmaster's closed heart has finally been moved after all these years. Are you planning on passing down your legacy? The crowd immediately quieted. It was rumored that Grandmaster Yun Qi was extremely prideful and would never take an apprentice within his life. They were all curious as to what he would reply. This child has a great future ahead of him. I truly do hope he becomes my apprentice, replied Grandmaster Yun Qi lightly. Although he didn't exactly say it explicitly, his words still shocked everyone. He was such a prideful man that almost no one had ever heard him praise someone. For him to look so highly upon Long Chen, then just how important was Long Chen to him? Countless theories popped up in people's minds. I must assume Long Chen is an extremely talented alchemist, or an ordinary pill apprentice would not be able to enter your gaze like that, said the fourth prince. Yun Qi looked at the fourth prince and laughed. Being a talented alchemist is just one part of it. The most important thing is perseverance. Fourth prince's perseverance is also very admirable. He smiled. You overpraise me, Grandmaster. The fourth prince no longer continued to talk after this. Long Chen's keen senses noticed that his expression had changed ever so slightly. Was it because of what Grandmaster Yun Qi implied? Long Chen couldn't help wondering. Grandmaster Wei Kang, Prince Chengfeng and Princess Baiche have arrived. Following this announcement, Xia Chengfeng, Xia Baiche, and a 40-year-old thin, bearded man wearing a pill master's robe walked out. His robe had an exquisite pill cauldron sewn in over the abdominal area. The cauldron had 3 lines on it, marking him as a pill master. Long Chen also had such an alchemist robe, but the quality of his robe was much inferior, and there was only 1 line on his cauldron. 1 line signified pill apprentice, 2 lines a pill adept, and 3 lines a pill master. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Just who was this person? Why would he appear here? Yun Qi, after not seeing you for so many years, it seems as if you've aged quite a bit, said Wei Kang. The entire plaza became completely silent once he said this. Grandmaster Yun Qi was revered highly within the Phoenix Cry Empire, and no one would dare say such a thing to him. Wei Kang, did you finally leave the Grand Xia because you're dying and want to see more of the world? Replied Grandmaster Yun Qi. Even if I was dying, it'd be better than my wife dying, and my wives have become more numerous over these years. Wei Kang laughed. Whether it was intentional or not was unknown, but Xia Baiche hugged Wei Kang's arm and pressed her body close against his. Long Chen's gaze darkened when he noticed that Xia Baiche was wearing the exact same clothes as the woman in the picture Yun Qi had shown him. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then this old ghost was most likely Yun Qi's enemy, and maybe even the death of his wife had been related to him. He was clearly attacking Grandmaster Yun Qi and was using Xia Baiche as a sharp weapon. Fury rose within Long Chen. Although he hadn't had much contact with Grandmaster Yun Qi, he knew that he was a peaceful person who was open and honest with others. He was an elder worthy of respect, and for him to be schemed against by someone like this caused him to recklessly shout the following. You're just a dying old stick. Take care for the day that you keel over during sex. The plaza was originally deathly silent, so Long Chen's voice rang out clearly in every single person's ears. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen in shock. You bold peasant, how dare you be so rude to this grandmaster? Xia Baiche glared at Long Chen angrily. Do you think I care about being rude to an old pervert drowning in lust? Retorted Long Chen disdainfully. Following what Long Chen implied, the crowd turned to look at Xia Baiche. Wei Kang's hand was already all over her chest. She quickly shook off the hand and glared at Long Chen. She pointed at Long Chen angrily but merely stuttered, unable to say anything. Are all your Phoenix Cry noble sons this lacking in upbringing? Snorted Wei Kang coldly. Before the Empress Dowager could say anything, Yun Qi indifferently said, Long Chen is already a pill apprentice of my alchemist guild. Did you hear that, old bastard? This lord is a member of the guild. But what are you? Said Long Chen. Idiot, Grandmaster Wei Kang is the chairman of our Grand Xia's alchemist guild, retorted Xia Baiche angrily. Oh, so he wasn't from here. Good, I was confused about that. Our Phoenix Cry land is so fertile, there's no way such a quacking old lecher could come from it, Long Chen sighed in relief. This sentence of his made everyone want to laugh, but they couldn't. But they also couldn't keep it down, so the smart ones all lowered their heads. Some people didn't react in time and actually let out a choked laugh before covering their mouth. But that was even more embarrassing for Wei Kang than if people had just outright laughed. The atmosphere of the plaza became extremely awkward. The ones who had it the worst weren't the people down below, but the princes. They couldn't laugh for fear of offending, and they also had nowhere to hide, so their attempts at stifling their laughter were the most difficult. Cough, today is a holiday, so Grandmaster Wei Kang, please come up and sit. The festivities will soon start. The Empress Dowager also had it hard. Neither side could offend the other, so they had to come to a compromise. Fine. Wei Kang graciously accepted the offer. He coldly snorted at Yun Qi before slowly walking up to his spot. Once he sat down, he icily swept his gaze over Long Chen. Was this old stick trying to intimidate him? Long Chen extended his fist towards him, his middle finger shooting up high. Everyone gasped at this act of his. Wei Kang's face immediately turned green and killing intent overflowed from him. The Empress Dowager saw this and quickly shouted, "Let the festivities begin." A melodious bell rang out. The waiting people started to illuminate the lanterns, turning the plaza as bright as it was in the daytime. A string of huge lanterns appeared atop the stage. Chapter 36: The Princess's Heart. The huge lanterns represented 8 petals. 8 maidens carefully supported them, and when the 8 petals folded together, they created a massive lotus. Suddenly, the lotus bloomed, and the center of the flower shook slightly. Only now did people realize that there was a beautiful woman in the center. The entire crowd cheered when she appeared. That was the Phoenix Cry Empire's first princess. Long Chen found that she really was pretty good and worthy of praise. Raising her hand, 2 lines of poetry appeared. The top one, "The heavens protect Phoenix Cry." The bottom one, "Let the nation prosper, its people at peace." The entire crowd burst into cheers. Long Chen smiled slightly. Being a nation's princess was also pretty sorrowful. It was like having to live your whole life as a cricket in a jar. That was a life of hidden fighting all day and night. But thinking about himself, he had also ended up in a life like that. If you didn't suppress others, then you would simply be trampled on. Being stepped on by those above you was whatever, but more importantly, they would crush you firmly to death. Whether this had to do with enmity, right and wrong, etc., didn't matter. Perhaps this struggle was just the most primitive of man's nature. As Long Chen was sighing over this, the second princess appeared. Due to his absent-mindedness, he ended up not catching a glimpse of her, something he regretted. But the next one was Chu Yao's lantern. He kept his eyes wide open, afraid to miss a single detail. First, a few fireworks lit up the sky, accompanied by cheering. Then immediately after, a huge dragon kite whistled through the air. At the same time, beside the huge dragon was a colorful phoenix with gorgeous wings. Golden powder sprinkled from its wings, just as if a real phoenix had descended upon the earth. Wow, how beautiful! Along with the scattering powder, the dragon and phoenix shone, making it seem as if everyone had entered a world of legends. They slowly fluttered down to the earth. From the dragon's mouth came a large sphere of white light that burst open, sending streamers flying. From those ribbons, a beautiful woman dressed in ancient costume slowly appeared, shapely and leisurely, a beauty that made you never want to stop looking at her. The entire crowd erupted in acclaim when the third princess appeared. Many of the young men had heard of the third princess's beauty before. Hers was a beauty that could cause the downfall of an empire. Today, they finally got to see her in person, and for a moment, all that could be heard were fanatic screams. Long Chen was also struck foolish for a moment upon seeing her. This was the first time Long Chen had seen her dressed up so beautifully. Her eyes wandered over the crowd. Suddenly, her eyes brightened when she saw Long Chen, and she tossed a small ball which slowly flew out towards him. Long Chen reached out his hand to catch it, and found that the ball had a small tag on it. The entire crowd immediately went silent, all of them staring at Long Chen. The Empress Dowager was also startled, but she didn't say anything. But the person whose expression was most unsightly was definitely the Grand Zia's Zia Chengfeng. Although he tried to appear natural and at ease, his uncontrollable anger turned his face green. The Empress Dowager had already decided to marry off Chu Yao to Zia Chengfeng, but her display today of the dragon and phoenix had obvious significance. Moreover, that ball was thrown directly towards Long Chen. Normally, a ball didn't have any special meaning, but that was not the same when added with the display of the lanterns. It was the same exact custom as in ancient times when maidens threw embroidered balls to pick their husband. Despite doing his best to control himself, Zia Changfeng could not stop his body from trembling and his veins popping. Changfeng endure it. Wei Kang glanced at Zia Changfeng. Don't worry, Grandmaster, Changfeng will restrain himself. Zia Changfeng nodded, but his voice still trembled in a way that could not be concealed. Zia Changfeng wished for Long Chen to die more than anything right now. Long Chen also felt everyone's peculiar gazes on him. Amongst the people present, Grandmaster Yun Qi was the only one to smile slightly here. Everyone else had either complicated or jealous gazes. Long Chen looked at Chu Yao and her beautiful, leisurely smile. She gestured towards the ball in his hand. Long Chen realized that it was actually a firework, so he pulled its tag and threw it high into the sky. A gorgeous light lit up the entire plaza. When the light rays faded, two phrases appeared in the sky. The dragon swims across the 4 oceans. The phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Zia Changfeng was no longer able to control himself at all, and ended up crushing the teacup in his hand. Long Chen, if I don't crush you into 1,000 pieces, then I wouldn't be Zia Changfeng. As for you, Chu Yao, I'll make you live a life worse than death, you slut. Chu Yao's actions humiliated him, even more than if she had viciously slapped him in the face. The Empress Dowager's expression was also extremely ugly. She had never expected Chu Yao to actually be so bold and express affection for a man in such a public manner. Long Chen was also speechless as he looked at the distant Chu Yao. Her pretty face was completely red, but it was still filled with determination. Tears slowly flowed out when she looked at Long Chen, causing him to feel pain for her. What was she despairing of now? Was this her way of expressing herself one final time before facing death? Seeing Chu Yao's smiling face covered in tears, Long Chen's mind buzzed blankly. He suddenly stood and roared, "Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and Phoenix will both live to old age." Long Chen's angry roar rang out in every single person's ears. His roar held an incredibly resolute determination, a willpower that would rather die than submit. Chu Yao shook, her hands covering her mouth, her tears slowly flowing. She had not had such aspirations. She had just wanted to express her true feelings once before her doom so that Long Chen understood her heart. But was Long Chen's response just sinking himself into her own demise? She was both moved and regretful that she had harmed him. The third princess is tired. Come and support her off the stage. The Empress Dowager was resisting her fury as best as she could. 5 bodyguards came, and just as they were inviting Chu Yao to leave with them, Grandmaster Yun Qi spoke out. "Empress Dowager, this isn't right. It's a good thing for young people to have emotions. Come, Chu Yao, sit beside this old man." The Empress Dowager's expression changed. Who would have imagined Grandmaster Yun Qi, who never participated in worldly affairs, would actually get involved in imperial matters? Chu Yao rejoiced when she heard Grandmaster Yun Qi's words. Perhaps he couldn't save her from her doom, but she did think that he was capable of protecting Long Chen. Thinking of that, she bent down to kneel in front of him. But before she could, Grandmaster Yun Qi reached out a hand, and a gentle force pulled her back up. "Child, there's no need for this etiquette." He pulled Chu Yao over to his side to sit. But the strange thing in other people's eyes was that despite being at extreme odds with him, Wei Kang only looked on coldly without saying a single thing. The Empress Dowager was extremely infuriated inside, but she didn't want to offend Yun Qi over such a small matter. Without the support of the Alchemist Guild, then no matter how strong the royal family was, they would quickly collapse. Therefore, she could only restrain herself. But as the Empress Dowager, her thinking and schemes were profound. Her expression didn't change and she merely smiled. "Then, let the festivities continue." Shifeng finally stood up beside Long Chen. Stretching, he laughed. "Looks like it's finally time for me to get on stage." In previous years, the battle between noble sons for the #1 junior warrior would begin as soon as the princess's lanterns were lit. "Please wait a moment, Empress Dowager. This old man came all the way over from the Grand Zia just to attend your lantern festival, and I brought a special event just for you," said Wei Kang hurriedly. "Oh, Grandmaster's event will definitely be marvelous to see." The Empress Dowager paused for a moment before smiling. "This is my apprentice who is only 17 this year, but she's already a true and tested pill apprentice." Wei Kang particularly emphasized true and tested. Everyone naturally looked at Long Chen. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand. He was making indirect accusations that Long Chen was a fake. Most people had no idea just how Long Chen's pill apprentice status had been obtained. There were many people who had doubts about his true strength. Long Chen had refined pills for others to see just once before, but that had happened internally within the guild, so the outside world still didn't know anything about it. The majority of people felt that Long Chen had just managed to sneak his way in and didn't necessarily have any true skills when it came to alchemy. Due to his old status as a cripple having hanged around him for too long and how quickly he had risen recently, many people had suspicions that he might have some sort of powerful support behind him, and that support was very likely Grandmaster Yun Qi. But no matter how amazing Grandmaster Yun Qi was, how could he turn a cripple into a pill apprentice in just a short 2 months? A ridiculing smile appeared on Long Chen's face when he heard this. Yun Qi also didn't say anything. Wei Kang continued, "Today, let's let my apprentice give a display of how an alchemist refines." The crowd cheered. Alchemists were extremely revered, and most of the people present had never seen the process of refining pills personally. They were filled with both great respect and curiosity towards this profession. Personally, witnessing the process through which a pill was formed was definitely a great opportunity for them. But actually, this can be even more enjoyable. Beichai can represent my Grand Zia's Alchemist Guild. I wonder if there is anyone from the same generation within the Phoenix Cry Alchemist Guild who would like to join her. Wei Kang glanced at Grandmaster Yun Qi. "She's your apprentice, but Long Chen isn't my apprentice. So your little hidden challenge doesn't mean anything," said Yun Qi indifferently. Long Chen's heart shook. Was the reason Yun Qi never took him in as an apprentice related to Wei Kang? "It's just playing around. It'll also liven things up here so it's not useless." Wei Kang then produced a see-through bottle which actually held a thumb-sized flame that was constantly burning. This beast flame comes from a second-rank magical beast, the flame leopard. Whoever wins will be awarded it. Zia Beiche also looked longingly towards that beast flame. She had actually wanted it for a long time, but Wei Kang had always refused to give it to her. That beast flame also posed an extremely great temptation to Long Chen. "So kid, do you want to come up and play?" Many people were shaking their heads inside at how obvious the provocation was. Wei Kang's conduct didn't suit his status as a grandmaster. As they suspected, Long Chen was smiling at Wei Kang in contempt, but shockingly he still spat out a single word. "Fine." Fatty Yu and the others couldn't help gasping. "Brother Long, what are you doing?" In front of everyone's strange gazes, Long Chen walked up to the stage and said to Zia Beicha, "You heard your master, so just how should I play with you?" Chapter 37 Pill Battle. "You heard your master, so just how should I play with you?" Everyone was flabbergasted at his words. Fatty Yu, Shu Hu, and the others' jaws all dropped to the ground. Damn, Brother Long really is Brother Long. Just one sentence of his can choke the whole crowd. Zia Beichai's face was ashen from rage, and her eyes glared daggers at him. If looks could kill, then Long Chen would already have been turned to pulp. Grandmaster Yun Qi's expression was odd, and he shook his head slightly. But he was relaxed inside. Long Chen was actually helping him relieve his own anger. Was this what it meant for evil people to attract retribution? This rascal! Chu Yao's face was completely red. This Long Chen was too crude. Seeing Zia Beicha trembling from her anger, she wondered if she would even have the energy left to refine later. "Kid, must you be so boorish? The old man only asked you up here for a small competition," said Wei Kang angrily. He truly wanted to give this youngster a slap on the face. "I'll stop. Do I get that if I win?" Long Chen pointed to the bottle in Wei Kang's hand, sounding a bit undetermined if he should participate. "HMPH, naturally this old man's words are true. I definitely won't renege out of this," snorted Wei Kang. Zia Beichai finally calmed herself down enough. Gritting her teeth, she spat out, "You must be dreaming if you think you can beat me. If you lose, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, you'll crawl to me and lick my feet clean." Zia Beichai's voice shocked everyone. From her angry words, they suspected that there was a great deal of enmity between the two of them. They suddenly realized that Wei Kang's arrival here was definitely not a coincidence. Apparently, it was to target Long Chen and Grandmaster Yun Qi. Zia Beichai's terms were far too malicious. No person would accept such a thing. Wei Kang had personally said that Zia Beichai was his apprentice, so her pill arts must definitely be shocking. But Long Chen's pill arts were something no one had ever seen before. Whether he could truly refine pills was still doubtful. Even if he knew how to refine pills, just how long had he known Grandmaster Yun Qi? How much could he have learned in 2 months? It was unlikely for him to have gained even a superficial understanding. Chu Yao's face was pale now with worry. Although she hadn't known Long Chen for long, she could sense that Long Chen's pride had seeped into his bones. Even in death, he wouldn't accept such humiliation. Long Chen, since you aren't my apprentice, you don't need to jump into this trap, Yun Qi warned him. He was very clear that Long Chen hadn't gained his inheritance. I know it's a trap, but the bait is just too tempting. Long Chen appeared unwilling to give up, his face knotted in contradiction. Fatty Yu and the others almost vomited blood. Brother Long, if you know it's a trap, then why are you accepting? Everyone's expressions were strange. Was Long Chen actually stupid, or was he just acting stupid? He hesitated for a moment before saying, I accept, but I have another condition. Seeing Long Chen's acceptance, Zia Bei's sneered and ridicule flashed in Wei Kang's eyes. Fine, what's your condition? If I win, I don't want to get her as a bride. With her relations with you, I'd be afraid of getting a disease, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Zia Bei's rage was exploding. Her originally pretty features were completely twisted into an extremely frightful visage. Long Chen, Wei Kang was clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Despite being calm all the way until now, he actually started to tremble in fury. Old fellow, you didn't get a blood clot in your head, did you? Asked Long Chen worriedly. Wei Kang was a monster who had lived for who knew how many years. His restraint exceeded Long Chen's expectations, and he actually quickly suppressed his anger with a snort. This pill battle will be decided with the blood-condensing pill. The medicinal ingredients must be prepared on your own, and you can have at most 3 portions. We'll start in 15 minutes. After stating the rules, he returned to his seat. He had actually become a bit afraid of Long Chen. That bastard's ability to anger people was definitely heaven-defying. He was actually afraid of losing his control and slaughtering him in his fury. Zia Bei's medicinal ingredients had naturally already been prepared by Wei Kang. As for Long Chen, he could only rely on Grandmaster Yun Qi. This time, Wei Kang was using Zia Bei to disgrace Long Chen and also Yun Qi. Yun Qi would definitely not look on without lifting a finger. Grandmaster, can you please lend me the medicinal ingredients? Long Chen spread his hands. Long Chen, you have to think about this carefully, warned Grandmaster Yun Qi solemnly. Grandmaster, I did this all for myself. Don't worry, I am sure of myself, said Long Chen. Then fine. Although he had some concerns, seeing how determined Long Chen was, he merely nodded. He had a pill apprentice go back to the guild to get the medicinal ingredients. The blood-condensing pill was a second-tier medicinal pill. It was a precious pill for blood condensation experts that allowed them to break through the minor levels and was very expensive. The ingredients to refine it weren't particularly rare. The most expensive main ingredient of it was the blood spirit fruit. The pill's quality was mostly dependent on the purifying of the blood spirit fruit. It had a great deal of impurities within, and purifying it was difficult. If the flame's temperature increased just slightly, then it would immediately burn into ashes. But if the flame wasn't strong enough, then the impurities wouldn't be separated out, which had a huge effect on the pill's quality. It could be said that the blood-condensing pill was extremely difficult to refine, even amongst second-tier pills. Moreover, refining in front of a crowd was even more troublesome. Although 3 sets of medicinal ingredients sounded like 3 chances, it was still extremely risky for a pill with as high a failure rate as the blood-condensing pill. Both parties finished preparing very quickly. 2 small refining stages were set up atop the martial arena. The whole crowd would be able to see both of them very clearly as they refined. Let the competition begin. You both get 2 hours. After 2 hours, whoever has refined the higher quality blood-condensing pill will be the winner. With the start of the competition, Long Chen and Zia Bei both walked to their respective stages and placed their medicinal ingredients on top of it. Long Chen suddenly blinked. A very conspicuous plump fruit was sitting on her pill stage. A blood spirit fruit that's over 100 years old. Long Chen was startled. It appeared Zia Bei had truly come prepared. 2 of his blood spirit fruits were only 30 years old, and the best one he had available was only 50 years old. HMPH, it's already been said that the medicinal ingredients would be prepared by yourself. You can only blame your guild for being too poor. Zia Bei coldly laughed at him when she saw him looking over. Grandmaster Yun Qi's expression sunk slightly. Even after all these years, you still use these underhand methods. Grandmaster Yun Qi's words weren't targeted to anyone in particular, almost as if he was speaking to himself. But Wei Kang still coldly laughed. The winner is the king while the loser is nothing. All I care about are the final results. It was you guys who were careless. Who else can you blame? Grandmaster, did they mess around with the ingredients? Although Chu Yao couldn't tell the age of the blood spirit fruits, she still caught onto a couple of clues from their exchange. Yun Qi nodded. Their blood spirit fruits are all over 300 years old. The essence refined from them will be extremely pure, which will definitely increase the refined pill's quality. Then isn't that very disadvantageous for Long Chen? Asked Chu Yao worriedly. Their opponents were already ahead before the refinement even began. Chu Yao couldn't help being worried. Grandmaster Yun Qi sighed. It's my fault. I underestimated how thick Wei Kang's skin was. For a moment, the entire crowd was restless. Grandmaster Yun Qi's words weren't quiet, and the people nearby all heard it clearly. But Grandmaster Wei Kang also wasn't wrong. The ingredients were self-supplied, so it was their own fault. Do you guys think Brother Long will be okay? Asked Chu Hu worriedly. What a joke. Who do you think Brother Long is? Just watch and see. Fatty Yu was actually filled with confidence. Long Chen saw that Zia Beicha was already busy with her own refining. However, he was just standing there, not preparing his ingredients nor warming up the cauldron. HMPH, have you given up? Just wait to lick my toes. Seeing Long Chen was completely motionless, she thought Long Chen had been too intimidated to continue. She raised her hand, and a pale yellow flame puffed into existence. Although Zia Beicha definitely didn't get a high ranking on the scale of personality, her pill flame's quality was actually quite high. She was definitely at the peak of all pill apprentices. It was no wonder she was so confident and dared to throw out such a bait. However, Long Chen had already been attracted by that bait. That flame leopard's beast flame wasn't particularly high ranking in terms of beast flames, but it was at least 10 times better than his current pill flame. If he could refine that flame leopard's beast flame, then it would be of definite assistance to him. He would be able to refine the top-grade star-fusing pill that Chu Yao was in dire need of. That was because the foreign energies in her body had been there for too long. It was as if a seed had already sprouted into a huge tree. It required the top-grade star-fusing pill in order to completely refine those energies. This was something Long Chen was very aware of. That was also why he had accepted this pill battle despite knowing it was a trap. It was as he had said, the bait was just too enticing. Zia Beichai's movements were very smooth and fluid as she finished warming up her cauldron. Each step was completed without the slightest hesitation. Wei Kang smiled and stroked his beard, his eyes filled with confidence. Beichai is worth cultivating. If she can refine a blood-condensing pill today that isn't too low in quality, then she can be promoted to pill adept. The blood-condensing pill was one of the requirements to be promoted to pill adept. If she could refine it in front of this many people, then it would express to everyone here that Zia Beicha could advance in ranks. This is all due to Grandmaster's training. Grandmaster has just arrived and must be tired. Chengfeng has already found a place for you to rest, said Zia Chengfeng. After saying that, he whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Chengfeng has also found two beautiful twin sisters for Grandmaster that haven't been broken in yet. The solemn Wei Kang immediately lit up at that, but he quickly suppressed it. In a normal voice, he said, I just need to randomly rest a bit. There's no need for such a thing. I know Grandmaster doesn't want such a thing, but wouldn't it be nice of you to let the people who worship you to have such a chance? Smiled Zia Chengfeng. But inside he was cursing. You old lecher, your lust is something everyone under the heavens knows about, yet you still put on such a fake act. Haha, just let someone set that up. My heart's not up to such a thing, said Wei Kang. Your heart's not up to such a thing. Of course not, because you'd rather force yourself on them. Zia Chengfeng muttered inside for a while when his expression suddenly went rigid as he noticed Zia Beicha had begun to refine the blood spirit fruit. The success of the blood condensing pill was largely related to the blood spirit fruit. If you could extract the pure essence out, then it would increase the probability of success greatly. Zia Beicha carefully placed the blood spirit fruit inside her cauldron and slowly increased the pill flame's temperature. In truth, this was the first time she had refined such an aged blood spirit fruit, so she didn't dare to be careless. What shocked everyone was that at such a crucial moment when the entire plaza was silent, Long Chen suddenly started to yell and shout. Bang! Zia Beichai's hand shook and her pill flame sharply increased, causing that blood spirit fruit to immediately turn to ashes. The entire plaza turned deathly silent as they gazed in shock at Long Chen. Chapter 38 Lose. Bang! Long Chen. A furious scream pierced through everyone's ears. It sounded like an evil ghoul was demanding for their lives, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. That sound had come from Bei's mouth. She was exceptionally malevolent and sinister now, her face twisted as she glared at Long Chen. That had been the critical moment in the refinement of the blood spirit fruit. She had been trying to find the perfect temperature to purify it. But with Long Chen's shocking cries, her flame had burst out of her control. By the time she managed to put it back under her control, it was already late, and an extremely precious 300-year-old blood spirit fruit had turned to ashes just like that. Her heart dripped blood. Haha, my bad. My habit is to warm up my throat before refining pills. I was afraid to scare you, so I shouted several times to tell you that I was about to start refining. Truly unfortunate. Long Chen acted completely apologetic. It was intentional, so intentional. Even a blind person could tell. Bei was practically spitting flames from her eyes. But she had no way to contradict Long Chen. There was no rule which said that the opponent couldn't make noise. This time, she had suffered a great loss. Focus, Wei Kang coldly shouted, and only then did Bei slowly suppress her anger. If she didn't calm herself, she might really lose. I'm very focused. No need to worry about it, replied Long Chen coldly. Idiot sister, you should continue refining. Next time I'll do my best to keep my voice down for you, all right. Bei no longer bothered with Long Chen. With an ashen expression, she took out her second set of medicinal ingredients from her spatial ring. She then plugged her ears so that she wouldn't have to worry about Long Chen scaring her again. What caused him to be speechless was that she actually took out a second extremely aged blood spirit fruit. Her many preparations truly caused Long Chen to be depressed. And since she was already on guard against him, it would be difficult to make her fail again. He could only resign himself to his bad luck. Long Chen raised his hand, and a yellow flame soared into existence. What caused Wei Kang's pupils to shrink was that Long Chen's flame was actually not that much weaker than Bei's. Grandmaster Yun Qi was also slightly startled when he saw Long Chen's pill flame. That pill flame was several times stronger than from the last time he had seen him refining pills. Haha, just like I said, Brother Long definitely won't have any troubles. See, he also has a flame in his hand. Fatty Yu was very pleased with himself. Even for them, it was their first time seeing Long Chen condensing a pill flame. They became much more at ease. This meant that Long Chen was a true pill apprentice. His pill flame startled many people. Although they had been told of his identity as a pill apprentice, they had still doubted it. Seeing his pill flame in person put out many of those doubts. Could he really have become a pill apprentice in just 2 months without any previous foundation? They were filled with veneration as they looked at the settled and stable Grandmaster Yun Qi. Yun Qi bitterly laughed inside. Only he himself knew that Long Chen's pill refining arts weren't taught by him. It seemed that Long Chen had many secrets surrounding him. Chu Yao watched as Long Chen condensed his pill flame. After stabilizing the flame, he started to warm up the cauldron. His movements were very at ease and his expression was calm, letting her extremely nervous heart relax quite a bit. Bei had once more steadied herself and was steadily purifying her blood spirit fruit. Long Chen had an urge to shout out to her once more, but thinking about how low his chance of success would be this time, plus the shaming ridicule from others, he decided to give that up and start refining his own blood spirit fruit. His blood spirit fruit was only at the size of a longan and much inferior, compared to the fist-sized 300-year-old blood spirit fruits of Bei's. Not only was the size different, but the purity of the essence within was much inferior. It could be said that Long Chen was behind before the competition had even started. This was definitely unfair. He could only do his best to discard the impurities within his blood spirit fruit. In terms of final pill quality, he was already a step behind. He would have to make up for it in other areas. Suddenly, his flame exploded in strength. His pill flame filled the entire pill furnace, and the terrifying flame gave everyone a scorching feeling. What a powerful spiritual strength! Even Wei Kang was surprised. Long Chen was using his spiritual strength as the fuel for his pill flame, and had even split a portion of it to protect the blood spirit fruit's essence so that it wouldn't be lost. This kind of technique was extremely wild. But after he recovered from his surprise, he sneered. It was true that his spiritual strength was very powerful, But his blood spirit fruit was less than 50 years old, so how could he compare to the one that was over 100 years old? Moreover, that was a 300-year-old fruit. Wasting this much spiritual strength at the early stage meant that he wouldn't have enough spiritual strength to seal the pill at the critical moment of pill condensation. This was a path of failure in Wei Kang's eyes. This was clearly not an expert's way of refining. Only Grandmaster Yun Qi wasn't surprised by Long Chen's action. He couldn't help lamenting at such a luxurious method, though. Only Long Chen had the qualifications to use such a technique with his outrageously enormous spiritual strength. Within Long Chen cauldron was a pile of red powder which he took out. The powder was very red and didn't have many spots within it, letting him relax a bit. Those spots were impurities, but with his current flame strength, it was impossible to completely purify them. This was already the best he could do. Looking at Xia Beichai's side, he saw that after she had plugged her ears, she had managed to completely ignore the rest of the world and was very efficient. There was also a pile of red powder beside her. That was the blood spirit fruit's medicinal essence. What caused Long Chen's eyes to shrink was that the 300-year-old blood spirit fruit was truly different from his. That powder was much brighter than his and had even less impurities. He couldn't help but frown. No matter how great the refining techniques he had, he didn't dare display any of them. If that scoundrel Wei Kang noticed it, he would find it very fishy. Right now, he had to take things one step at a time. If he really couldn't win normally, then he would throw caution to the wind and take some drastic measures. In any case, he definitely wouldn't lose. Refining herb after herb, he realized that over half the time had passed. As for Xia Beiche, she had already sealed her furnace and begun refining the pill. After sealing the furnace, it meant it was already finalized. Other than the final moment of condensing the pill, there were no other steps that were likely to fail. Long Chen, time's almost up. I really am looking forward to the time when you kneel in front of me. Xia Beiche had already taken out her earplugs and was coldly sneering at Long Chen. Her sealed furnace only had to maintain a stable pill flame. In order to repay her grievance against him, she started to attempt disturbing him. I'm begging you, shut your mouth. The crap you spout will affect the quality of the air, said Long Chen. You? Xia Beichai's anger caused her pill flame to jump ever so slightly, scaring her and forcing her to calm herself down. She didn't dare speak again and even once more put on her earplugs. She realized that in a battle of words, even 10,000 of her weren't equal to Long Chen. Right now, she focused all her energy on the pill. She looked forward to the moment when Long Chen would be humiliated in front of her. Long Chen also sealed his furnace a short time later. The two of them were both urging their pill flames to increase the speed of forming the medicinal pill. Bang! A quarter hour later, Xia Beiche's pill furnace started to boom. The originally silent plaza immediately became excited. Even though they hadn't seen pills being refined before, they had all heard that when the pill was formed, strange events would occur with the pill furnace. This was clearly an omen of the pill forming. The sound became louder and louder, and the furnace started to shake violently. With a cold shout, Xia Beiche slapped her hands onto her pill furnace, her spiritual strength pouring in. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and then the pill furnace became completely silent. Xia Beiche was unable to suppress her own excitement. With her rich pill refining experience, she was 90% sure that she had successfully refined it despite being a bit nervous inside. Slowly reaching her hand into the furnace, a dense pill fragrance swept out and quickly spread throughout the plaza. What a dense fragrance! Many people were surprised, and Wei Kang was very pleased. Even without looking, he could tell that she had succeeded just from this fragrance. Xia Beichai took out a round medicinal pill. Her face was filled with feverish excitement. But due to her being too excited, her laugh sounded coarse and hard to listen to. Who stepped on your neck? Long Chen glanced at Xia Beichai and asked with great concern. Although she knew he was ridiculing her, she didn't care. She coldly glared at him. Kid, I'm waiting for you to kowtow to me, haha. Long Chen shook his head a couple of times and no longer said anything, but he really was alarmed inside. This crazy woman's luck truly was too good. She had actually refined a middle-grade blood-condensing pill. It was no wonder she had laughed so wildly. There was an extremely faint pill line on her pill, and although it was extremely faint, there was no doubt that it was a pill line. With Xia Beichai's ability, the probability of her refining such a middle-grade medicinal pill was definitely not over 1%. Did the heavens favor idiots? Long Chen couldn't help but curse inside. If it continued like this, then he really might lose. No, he had to think of a method. At this time, Long Chen's pill furnace was also starting to shake, meaning that his pill was also on the verge of forming. He had reached the most critical moment. Crap, I must win. Long Chen took a deep breath. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, he slapped his hand atop the pill furnace and opened the lid slightly. What? Yun Qi was completely shocked. At this critical moment when the pill was forming, you absolutely could not open the furnace's lid. Otherwise, the medicinal nature inside would be lost. Even Wei Kang was shocked. Long Chen's actions were completely out of the ordinary for refining pills, but he appeared completely serious, and it didn't seem as if he was giving up. At the same time as he opened the lid, Long Chen's spiritual strength started to wildly circulate and tightly locked in the medicinal nature within the pill furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The pill furnace was continuously emitting explosive sounds, and sweat poured down on Long Chen's face. The medicinal pill within the furnace was acting like a struggling wild bull. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to seal it, but the amount of spiritual strength being used was completely shocking. Crap, I'm almost out of spiritual strength. Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of fatigue. He shouted out, madly sending his spiritual strength out. Boom! The entire martial arena shook along with the pill furnace. Long Chen closed and tightly pressed down on the furnace's lid. Only when the pill furnace became still did Long Chen finally relax. His whole body was drenched in sweat. The amount of energy he had used just now had been too great. Slowly opening the lid, the pill fragrance floated out. Looking at the medicinal pill within the furnace, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 39, Obtaining the Beast Flame. Seeing Long Chen's expression change so suddenly, Chu Yao's heart sunk. Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others were also scared. The cost of him losing was far too great. It was something hard to take even in death, but Zia Chengfeng coldly smiled inside when he saw Long Chen's expression. Haha, Long Chen, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you coming over to Kowtow yet? Zia Beicha sneered at Long Chen, seeming extremely pleased with herself. Being able to humiliate Long Chen was practically better than being promoted to pill adept for her. Her body couldn't help starting to shiver in anticipation. Long Chen's face was extremely grave as he slowly took out a medicinal pill from the pill furnace. He regretfully said, I wanted to be Loki, but the heavens wouldn't let me. Only now did everyone see that Long Chen actually did have a round medicinal pill in his hand. They cursed at him for acting so dejected. That scoundrel! Chu Yao was both surprised and delighted. She really had been scared witless for a moment back then. Heavens, I think I really might die. If it continues like this, then my heart won't be able to take it. Fatty Yu collapsed to the ground helplessly. Only at this time did people realize that Long Chen had put up an act. This was especially true for Zia Beicha, who felt as if she had been given a slap on the face. Long Chen, you dare to play me, raged Zia Beicha. It's just taking people for a little spin, so why are you so serious? Long Chen said randomly. HMPH, Long Chen, even if you did refine the blood condensing pill, you'll still lose. That pill you refined is just low grade, while mine is middle grade. Zia Beichai raised her hand, showing off the pill line. All the nearby people could see it extremely clearly. Sister Beichai, you really are talented. You can already refine a middle grade second-tier medicinal pill at such a young age. It really does make people admire you, exclaimed the Crown Prince Chu Yang. A pill adept this young was rarely seen, maybe seen only once every few decades. Such talent could definitely go far on the pill path. Seeing her ridiculing face, Long Chen indifferently said, Who won and who lost isn't something decided by you. Are you trying to quibble? My medicinal pill has a pill line and yours doesn't. Are you unable to see such an obvious difference? Sneered Zia Beichai. You're absolutely right that yours is a middle-grade medicinal pill, but the pill in my hand is also middle grade. Long Chen raised the pill in his hand. For Long Chen to put it like this shocked everyone, but after carefully examining it, it seemed as if the pill in his hand was absolutely ordinary. Although it was plump and round, there were no pill lines. Middle-grade medicinal pill, HMPH, how come I can't tell? Sneered Zia Beicha. I really do sympathize with you. So young, but your eyes are so blind. Who said that middle-grade medicinal pills had to have pill lines? Sighed Long Chen. Wei Kang's expression changed slightly at that. Shock appeared in his eyes, and he stared fixedly at the medicinal pill in Long Chen's hand. Just now, he had felt that the pill was a bit strange. From what Long Chen said, he then thought of what he had done before forming the pill and immediately became a bit bewildered. Bring out the pill appraisal device. Following Grandmaster Yun Qi's instructions, a pill apprentice respectfully brought over a large apparatus. It looked like a table and had a notch at the center for placing the medicinal pill. It had the best accuracy for appraising a medicinal pill's grade. 60% essence. Miss Beichai's medicinal pill meets the demands for a middle-grade medicinal pill. The pill, apprentice read out the device's reading. If the essence constituted 50% of the pill, then it would count as low grade. 60% would make it middle grade. Zia Beichai's blood condensing pill had just barely made the grade. Long Chen, I truly want to know just what's so special about your middle grade medicinal pill. Zia Beichai took back her pill and sneered at Long Chen. She didn't believe that Long Chen's medicinal pill had truly reached the middle grade. Since there weren't any pill lines, who was he even trying to trick? This was just a final struggle. Then have a good look. Long Chen laughed and handed his medicinal pill to the pill apprentice. Any medicinal pills that were just refined would have a thin pill membrane covering it for 6 hours that could not be faked. 63% essence. Mr. Long Chen's medicinal pill meets the demands for a middle-grade medicinal pill. The pill apprentice read out the new reading. What? Zia Beichai was stupefied to the point that even the pill in her hand dropped to the ground, her head completely blank. She had lost. It wasn't just her. Everyone else was also shocked, especially Wei Kang. Reading the number on the device, his face turned completely ashen. Everything that had happened during the refining had been observed by him, so it was definitely no fake. Long Chen had actually refined a middle-grade pill without any pill lines. Usually, the medicinal grade of the pill was determined during the refining process. That was why Wei Kang had given Zia Beichai those 300-year-old blood spirit fruits. It could be said that she had been set in an invincible position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so grandly and used the flame leopard's beast flame as a prize. But now Zia Beichai had lost. No way, you despicable bastard. Long Chen, you definitely gave us a fake. You bought off the appraiser. I'll kill you. Zia Beichai suddenly shouted accusations and charged at him like a madwoman. Long Chen loathed to deal with her. As long as she came over, he would send her flying with a single kick. Beichai, stop. Don't make a scene. Wei Kang grabbed her and sternly warned her. He understood that their scheme today had ended in a complete and unexpected failure. If he reneged on his words in front of this many people, he really would have no more face. So he had no choice but to stop her. Bai Ziachi struggled wildly in Wei Kang's grasp. She shouted, "You old lecher, what did you say yesterday when you played with me on the bed? Didn't you say the flame leopard's beast flame would definitely belong to me? Give it to me." She mournfully shouted, her voice echoing throughout the plaza such that every single person heard it. Quite a few people shook their heads. This Wei Kang truly was trash despite his grandmaster status. Before, it was just a rumor about his lecherousness. But now, with Zia Beichai's words, there were none who didn't look down on him. Wei Kang turned purple with rage and slapped Zia Beichai dizzy. Beichai has become too upset and started to babble nonsense. Take her down. After Zia Beichai was brought down, the entire plaza was silent. Long Chen glanced at Wei Kang and reached out his hand. Hand it over. Wei Kang's face was extremely unsightly, and his heart was bleeding. This flame leopard beast flame was extremely precious, and he really had prepared to leave it for Zia Beichai. But he hadn't expected that his attempt to get an advantage over Yun Qi would end up making him suffer a huge loss. Instead of making Yun Qi lose face, he ended up losing his own precious treasure. But in front of this many people, he truly didn't have the face to renege. Take it. Long Chen took the bottle. Inside, he saw a pulsing ball of flame and couldn't restrain from exclaiming in joy. Haha, thanks. This was the first time Long Chen felt that this old man was not bad. Can you tell me how you did this? Wei Kang was unwilling inside. This time he had truly suffered a loss. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but seeing Grandmaster Yun Qi also send him an encouraging gaze, he smiled. Due to my respect for your age, I'll tell you. This is a secret art for refining pills. I saw it in Kigu's recordings, which included this technique. When the pill is about to form, make a small opening and use one portion of spiritual strength to lock in the medicinal nature and another portion to expel the impurities. This allows you to purify it twice. Now, do you understand? Kigu's recordings. Could you mean the pill King Kigu? Wei Kang was startled. I don't know. In any case, I saw it in a book. Find it for yourself. Long Chen shook his head. he wasn't telling the whole truth. In order to not draw any suspicions, he had gone through many of the techniques recorded within the guild. Within them, there was truly the technique he had described, but Long Chen's technique wasn't exactly the same. That technique said to make just one opening, but Long Chen had made two openings. One opening was used to expel impurities, while the other was used to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Otherwise, the spiritual qi within the cauldron would be insufficient for the pill to condense. If only one opening was used, then the spiritual qi would only go out and not in. No matter how powerful your spiritual strength was, you would never be able to form the pill in the end and would end up with a pile of medicinal ashes. Long Chen walked towards Grandmaster Yun Qi and bowed. Yun Qi nodded. Long Chen's display today had completely surpassed his expectations. At the same time, he admired Long Chen's courage that allowed him to dare to gamble despite such risks. Now that Long Chen had a beast flame, his pill flame would become at least 10 times stronger once he refined it. With a powerful pill flame as support and supplemented with his powerful spiritual strength, Long Chen's alchemy path would be completely flat and easy for him to tread upon. Long Chen walked to Chu Yao. Looking at her charming face, he almost couldn't help but sink himself into her bosom. Their display today had broken through any previous barriers between them, and their two hearts were much closer. "I will definitely accomplish what I promised you. Believe me," said Long Chen quietly. Chu Yao cutely nodded. Seeing his determination, she was filled with warmth and felt as if she was no longer alone. Long Chen bowed slightly to the Empress Dowager before walking down the martial arena and returned to his own spot. He attracted everyone's gaze as he walked. The women especially had shining eyes. Long Chen's display was coarse and wild. Moreover, he actually cursed right in front of Grandmaster Wei Kang. This was both fresh and stimulating to them. Then atop the refining stage, he had displayed that easy and calm refining technique of his. He had been completely unrestrained and had managed to counterattack beautifully at the last moment. Such a person was someone they had never met before. He was completely novel. When Long Chen walked past them, many of the daring ones even tried to entice him. Once he sat down, Fatty Yu and the others all burst with excitement. "Brother Long, you really are too strong. Haha, now that I've obtained a beast flame, I guarantee that I will let you guys ascend to the blood condensation realm." Seeing their concern for him, Long Chen's heart was moved. Although he had been atop the stage, he had seen everything occurring below the stage. So, all their emotions for him were something he had seen. Fatty Yu and the others didn't have high cultivation bases. The stronger Long Chen became, the more assistance he would be able to offer them. When Long Chen had been down, these people had always stayed with him. This feeling was very precious to Long Chen. Just as they were talking, a burst of cheers suddenly rang out, and Long Chen and the others were roused. Shi Feng laughed. "The real party has started." Chapter 40, Huang Cheng's Challenge. Long Chen raised his head to look and saw a powerful youth standing atop the center of the martial arena. He was cupping his fist in all directions. Long Chen didn't recognize this young man, but as soon as he had stepped on the stage, the crowd had cheered. It seemed he was somewhat famous in the capital. At this time, Long Chen noticed that, even outside the plaza, there were countless people. Back before the lanterns were lit, there had been an area reserved only for the nobility, but now it was open to everyone. There were no restrictions on status for the battle over the #1 junior warrior. Looking at where the Empress Dowager was watching the battles, he noticed that there were now many more people over there as well. Amongst them was the savage Marquis. Those people tended to be on the older side, but their bodies were still surging with strength. They were blood condensation cultivators, and a faint murderous aura came from their bodies. They were clearly true experts. Long Chen was sizing those people up when another burst of cheering rang out. A man jumped up tens of meters and lightly landed on the martial arena, his figure appearing extremely at ease and confident. "So it's Feng Yang." Shi Feng was somewhat amazed when he saw that person. "What, do you know him?" asked Long Chen. "Yup, he's the same age as me. He joined the army 2 years ago. At that time, he was just at the 3rd heaven stage of qi condensation, but now he's at the 8th heaven stage." To jump 5 minor realms in just a short 2 years truly was shocking to people. It's not surprising. After joining the army, he must have gone through several missions and survived many life and death situations. This kind of speed is normal under those circumstances. Long Chen nodded. "This Feng Yang is really not bad. Although his cultivation base isn't high, that trace of murderous aura on his body isn't something these people who grew up coddled can handle. While Long Chen and Shi Feng were talking, Feng Yang had already taken action, and it truly was just as Long Chen said it would be. Although the person who had come up ahead of him looked strong and had a similar cultivation base with Feng Yang, his true combat ability was a far cry from Feng Yang's, and he was defeated in less than 10 exchanges. On the martial path, just having a higher cultivation base doesn't mean you have a higher combat ability. Sometimes, just an unstoppable, imposing manner will make the opponent lose confidence and become afraid of you. This will lead to their battle strength going down. That's why, the further you walk along the martial path, the more you require a strong martial heart. That will allow you to overcome your obstacles and be undaunted by setbacks. Long Chen patted Shi Feng's shoulder. I know I can die, but I cannot surrender, Shi Feng nodded. Long Chen smiled. Shi Feng's talent was limited, and his cultivation path would be rough, but if he kept a steadfast heart, he really might be able to pull off a miracle one day. Feng Yang consecutively beat 3 strong opponents before finally ended up being exhausted. In the end, he was sent flying by someone and had no choice but to concede. I'm going up now. Oh, this early? Are you able to handle it? Long Chen was a bit flabbergasted. I consider this contest a kind of training for myself. The results aren't important. Instead, I need to firm my martial heart, smiled Shi Feng. Nice, brother Shi. We'll all be rooting for you from here. Fatty Yu was especially excited, and the rest of them all wanted to see Shi Feng win. You got this, Long Chen patted his shoulders. Shi Feng has come to ask advice. Following Shi Feng's shout, it was like thunder had clapped through the plaza, and the entire crowd emitted a huge cheer. Obviously, Shi Feng was pretty famous within the younger generation of the capital. Fatty Yu and the others' yells were drowned out by a flood of cheering. It was so loud that they couldn't even hear their own voices. They looked at each other in dismay and awkwardness. Shi Feng's face was dark and reserved. As he stood atop the stage, he gave people a sensation of being a large mountain that no man could shake. He was fighting a 9th heaven stage chi condensation expert, but when that person saw Shi Feng, he immediately turned into a statue. Come at me, I'll only use the power of the 9th heaven stage of chi condensation. Shi Feng smiled slightly. That person naturally couldn't help but to become angry at that provocation. Everyone was watching them, which put him on the spot. HMPH, who asked for your help? That person stamped on the ground and a punch came smashing towards Shi Feng, but Shi Feng didn't even deign to look at it. Isn't this Shi Feng too arrogant? Just as people thought Shi Feng had a huge ego, that person suddenly sent out a second punch towards his lower abdomen. The first one had actually just been a feint. A large palm met that punch. Shi Feng grabbed onto that person's fist and started to apply some force. Time for you to go. That person let out a startled cry as his body flew a dozen meters through the air. Eventually, he fell flat on his face. After landing, he spat out some dirt and cursed a couple of times. He turned to leave, deciding to not even look at the rest of the battles. Brother, she is formidable. Fatty Yu and the others took advantage of this moment to shout out this slogan. Following their shout, the crowd loudly cheered. These cheers contained countless young maidens' cries as well. Long Chen smiled. No wonder so many people wanted to go up to fight. This was the best way for men to attract women. Suddenly, Long Chen sensed a gaze coming at him from the seats above. Looking up, he saw that Chu Yao was staring at him. He smiled and winked at her, causing her to immediately turn red and quickly lower her head, but joy filled her eyes. However, neither Long Chen nor Chu Yao noticed that these small movements of theirs had been noticed by another person. Xia Chengfeng's face was ashen, and he suddenly whispered to a person beside him, "How was your scouting? Did you find his bottom line?" Your servant tested him. His cultivation base is extremely strange, and his true level could not be found. However, in terms of combat ability, he does not surpass early blood condensation, whispered that person. If Long Chen were there, he would have immediately recognized this person's voice as being the person who had fake attempted to assassinate him. HMPH, that's good. Huang Chang, you must kill him today. Do your best not to disclose too much of your hidden strength, ordered Xia Chengfeng coldly. This Huang Chang was one of his bodyguards, the man with the scar on his face. Huang Chang cruelly smiled. Don't worry, master. He definitely won't survive the night. Bang! It went without saying that Shi Feng, who had reached the blood condensation realm, was unstoppable. He defeated 18 people in a row, filling the crowd with excitement. The last two people were also blood condensation experts, but in terms of combat strength, they were quite a bit weaker than him. After all, Shifeng had received Long Chen's assistance when breaking through to blood condensation, so his foundation was much firmer than the others, giving him a great advantage. After defeating the last blood condensation expert, Shifeng called out 3 times, but no one else came up. According to the rules of the competition, the title of the Phoenix Cry's #1 junior warrior had already landed within Shifeng's lap. Under the enthusiastic cries of the entire crowd, Shifeng walked over to the Empress Dowager and kneeled. The Empress Dowager bestowed upon him a jade medal and gave him a few encouraging words. When he returned back down to the martial stage, the crowd became even more impassioned, and countless maidens surged over there, throwing flower loops over to Shifeng's neck. Each of those flower loops had been personally made by those maidens. It was a token for the man they admired. If that man picked it up, then it meant that the man accepted the maiden's heart. Each flower loop had the maiden's name sewn onto it, so the man could easily figure out whose it was. The stronger a man was within the Phoenix Cry Empire, the more wives and concubines he would have. So rather than being the sole wife of a mediocre man, a great deal of maidens would prefer to marry a strong man who had many wives. When Shifeng returned, his body was covered with flower loops and only his head could be seen. He could barely see where he was going. Haha, congratulations, Shifeng. Long Chen couldn't help laughing at that comical sight. This time you've struck rich, Shifeng. Xu Hu was filled with admiration. HMPH, what riches. Shifeng isn't some peddler, but brother Shi, make sure to get your affairs in order when you go back. No matter what, you have to pick a couple of good wives, laughed Fatty Yu. By giving those flower loops to him, those maidens had all expressed their willingness to marry him. As long as he assented and gave them a betrothal gift, they could immediately proceed to the wedding. It was extremely convenient. Shifeng turned red and said, I was only able to do this because of Long Chen's assistance. How about we split these flower loops between us? Everyone choked when they heard that. Only Shifeng would think of trying to divvy up such a thing. Seeing everyone laugh, Shifeng also realized what he had said. He played dumb, causing people to laugh even harder. Normally, this would signify the end of the Lantern Festival, but just as people were preparing to leave, Xia Changfeng suddenly laughed. That battle just now truly was marvelous, but I still feel as if we haven't had our fill yet. I have a suggestion, but I don't know whether it's appropriate. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. Too many things had occurred today, and she didn't want to deal with anything else. But Xia Changfeng was a guest, so the Empress Dowager could not easily contradict him. You can say what you want, Prince Xia. In order to add more fun, I'll also send a youngster from my side to exchange blows with your Phoenix Cry's top talent. Let's compare and see which one is stronger, laughed Xia Changfeng. Before the Empress Dowager could say anything, Wei Kang interrupted. The Grand Xia and the Phoenix Cry Empire are like a family, and it's just a friendly competition. I doubt the Empress Dowager would refuse. The Empress Dowager only sighed in anger. They were clearly using their words to trap her. If she didn't agree, that would offend Wei Kang. Then we'll listen to Grandmaster, so we can see the grace of the Grand Xia's men. But I still don't know who is going onto the stage. Huang Chang, you go. Remember to go easy and not ruin our friendship. Xia Changfeng waved his hand. Yes. Huang Chang stepped lightly on the ground, and he shot through the air like a huge bird, gently landing on the stage. Grand Xia's Huang Chang inviting any Phoenix Cry geniuses to exchange pointers. Huang Chang cupped his hands. Is this a mistake? You already look so old, yet you act like a youth. Isn't your skin a bit too thick? Long Chen fed some words to Xu Hu, who shouted them out. Huang Chang smiled. I'm only 19 this year. I have official documents that confirm this, and everyone from the Grand Xia knows this. The crowd relaxed at his words. Some people simply did age a bit faster. Young Master Long, I've heard rumors of your strength since arriving at the capital. I truly admire you. Do I have the qualifications to swap pointers with the young master? Huang Chang cupped his hands towards Long Chen. Everyone's gaze lit up at his words, and the crowd immediately began to cheer. Long Chen! Long Chen! Long Chen! Their shouts were surging waves that completely impassioned everyone's blood, and countless fervent glances landed on Long Chen. Chapter 41, Long Chen's Fury. Long Chen! Long Chen! Long Chen! Long Chen glanced at Huang Chang and then at the distant Xia Changfeng. How could he not understand what was going on? With a cold laugh, he beckoned with a hand. Long Chen's hand motion immediately made the crowd silent as they waited to hear what he would say. But Long Chen only threw out a single sentence. I have no interest in battling with a declining dog who has aged prematurely. The entire crowd was completely stunned. Long Chen had actually declined. This is Phoenix Cry's #1 junior generation. What a worthless person. I'm really disappointed. Huang Chang shook his head. Long Chen coldly smiled. He had already jumped into one trap today, so did they expect him to jump into a second one? There wasn't even any bait this time. Did they think he was stupid? Let's leave now. Don't bother with that dog. Following his shout to the crowd, Long Chen walked away. He urgently wished to refine the beast flame and didn't have time to waste on this. You actually want to obtain the third princess with such conduct. I'd advise you about the toad who wanted to try eating the swan's meat. Or should I call you trash? Huang Chang coldly laughed when he saw Long Chen wanted to leave. Long Chen suddenly turned stiff. This Huang Chang had truly infuriated him now. He didn't know when it had happened, but at some point, Chu Yao had already become an extremely important part of his heart, which he absolutely could not let other people trample on. But despite his fury, Long Chen still didn't want to fight with this Huang Chang. He didn't have enough assurance, so he continued to walk away. I'll accompany you. Suddenly, Shifeng shouted and jumped atop the martial arena. Long Chen was greatly alarmed and quickly went to grab Shifeng. But Shifeng had gone too fast, and Long Chen wasn't able to stop him before he had already jumped atop the stage. Huang Chang, clean your mouth. Long Chen isn't someone you can disgrace. Shifeng coldly pointed at Huang Chang. Seeing Shifeng come onto the stage, Huang Chang's eyes brightened. He cruelly smiled. Although you might be the #1 junior warrior, you won't last 10 exchanges with me. You should go down and try not to lose face. Too arrogant. Disgusting. Wreck him, Shifeng. Shifeng had just obtained the title of #1 junior warrior. His strength just now was admired by countless people. For this person from the Grand Xia to insult Shifeng was insulting the entire younger generation of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Shifeng, get down. Long Chen had already rushed over beside the stage and sternly ordered him. See, he told you to get down. He's afraid you'll get hurt. You should go down. Huang Chang also indifferently persuaded him, but his words were even more infuriating than if he had cursed him. Long Chen, I want to test him, said Shifeng. This is a trap. If you fight with him, you won't be my brother anymore, Long Chen angrily roared. He can insult me, but he cannot insult you. No matter what I have to fight him, I can't listen to you today. Shifeng glared at Huang Chang. Come. Huang Chang glanced at him and nodded. I hadn't noticed that you are more mature than him. Due to your courage, I will concede if you can receive 10 of my blows. Arrogance? Shifeng roared and all of his body's energy erupted. Stamping on the stage, he rushed at Huang Chang with a punch. This punch contained all of Shifeng's power. The wind whistled and even space was tore open. Even people dozens of meters away could clearly feel it. Good. Seeing Shifeng's imposing punch, everyone let out a burst of cheering. But Long Chen was extremely anxious. Bang! Shifeng's fist, which had seemed completely unstoppable, was stiffly blocked. Huang Chang used merely a single hand to stop it. In fact, Shifeng's entire body's momentum had disappeared the moment he had collided with that hand. What? Everyone was shocked. Shifeng's punch was extremely powerful, but it was unable to shake Huang Chang at all. Their hearts jumped wildly. Just this little power, Huang Chang shook his head disdainfully. Shifeng's astonishment immediately became a raging fury. He sent a kick viciously towards Huang Chang's stomach, and at the same time, used his right hand to lock Huang Chang's throat. This was a double attack. The kick was sent first so Huang Chang would try to avoid it while his other hand could lock his throat. It was a very clever move. But what Shifeng hadn't expected was that Huang Chang didn't even avoid it. He actually sent out another kick in response, and his speed was shocking. Despite being the second to move, his kick landed first. Bang! Huang Chang's kick landed on Shifeng's knee. Shifeng felt the burst of pain there, before suddenly also feeling a punch land on his stomach. He was sent back 3 steps and found his right knee was broken. But before he could recover, Huang Chang had already pressed his advantage. He really is strong. If Shifeng can't continue, then he should concede. Huang Chang's movement was not slow at all. A hand shot out directly for Shifeng's throat. Shifeng quickly sent a punch to block that claw. Bang! Shifeng's punch was only just sent out before it was latched onto by Huang Chang's hand, and suddenly, a powerful force came from it. Crack. One of Feng's arms broke. Ah, my bad. It seems I used a bit too much strength. Huang Chang smiled apologetically, but his hands didn't stop and another one came at him. One of Feng's knees was unable to move anymore, so there was no way for him to retreat. This time, Huang Chang's palm landed on his shoulder. A bizarre force came from it, and Feng felt his stomach become suppressed as if it were being crushed by a huge boulder. It became difficult to breathe. Now he finally realized the power difference between them was too great. He wanted to open his mouth, but he found that he was unable to speak. Feng, if you can't continue, then you can concede at any time. Huang Chang smiled slightly, but his eyes were extremely sinister. Another palm was sent towards Feng's stomach. Bang! Feng was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. The force was so great that he was sent flying off the stage. Long Chen lightly jumped and caught Feng. Long Chen examined him and found Feng's knee was broken, his arm was broken, and the last blow had split his meridians, almost turning him into a cripple. The entire plaza was deathly silent. No one had thought that the bold and powerful Feng, who was unequaled just a short moment ago, would be defeated so quickly and miserably. Brother Feng really is too stubborn. He actually decided to take that palm without conceding my apologies. Huang Chang was helplessly looking at Long Chen and the others from atop the stage. But Long Chen could see his ridicule and contempt deep within his gaze. Fists have no eyes. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame him for trying to show off without any ability. Not killing him is already not bad. Wei Kang shook his head. Shut the hell up, you old stick. Long Chen's sudden furious shout rang out, and a powerful killing intent soared, causing everyone to tremble. Even those noblemen who saw battle all year round felt their hearts jump and were shocked. Long Chen fed Feng a healing pill and slowly walked up the martial stage. Looking at Huang Chang, his words were like ice shards. You're trying to force me to fight you, right? I guess you're satisfied now. The current Long Chen was releasing a surging killing intent. What he didn't know was that, while he was consumed by his fury, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot had begun to quickly circulate. Before it was just a primal ball of energy, but now it was gradually becoming clear. However, with the passing of time, it seemed as if it were lacking some kind of energy and slowly dimmed back down to its original state. Long Chen turned to Xia Changfeng and pointed at his nose. Xia Changfeng, you cuckold bastard, just wait for me. He then continued, Empress Dowager, I demand a life and death battle with Huang Chang. That final sentence of his was said to the Empress Dowager. For a moment, the entire plaza became still. Long Chen. Chu Yao was panicked as she looked at the infuriated Long Chen. She had never seen him so angry before, and her heart couldn't help being pained for him. Empress Dowager, life and death battles are grand and heroic. It's the very essence of what it means to be a man. I feel that the only right choice is to support it. Seeing Long Chen furiously demand a life and death battle with Huang Chang, Wei Kang became joyous. He would be able to take back his beast flame if this continued. That was because the loser would have his spoils taken away by the victor in a life and death battle. The Empress Dowager was in a difficult position. She looked at Grandmaster Yun Qi, who was also gravely looking at Long Chen. Please help me, Grandmaster. Long Chen nodded to him. Yun Qi sighed. Empress Dowager can decide this. Since this is Long Chen's challenge, the guild has no right to interfere. Then I permit it. Following her proclamation, no one cheered in the slightest. This was already not a martial competition, but a bloody battle to the death. Xia Changfeng had just been cursed by Long Chen, but he wasn't the slightest bit angry now. It was not worthwhile to get angry with a dead man. Their trap was going great. Originally, they were planning on Huang Chang accidentally making a mistake in killing Long Chen, but now they could kill him openly and resolve all their hatred. Chu Yao, on the other hand, was extremely worried. Huang Chang had defeated Feng as if he were playing with a child and was obviously an extremely powerful and frightening opponent. The people below the stage who had wanted Long Chen to accept the fight at the beginning all despaired now. They were astonished that Long Chen would now propose a life and death battle. Some of the women were covering their mouths, their eyes filled with admiration. Long Chen's coarse and wild side had aroused their heartstrings. Huang Chang contemptuously looked at Long Chen. If you had come earlier, your friend would have been fine. How low of you. Long Chen didn't reply. Calmly standing there, frightening killing intent soared off his body. I feel like your gaze is extremely dislikable. I think I'll first dig out your eyes." Huang Chang suddenly stamped on the ground and appeared beside Long Chen like a ghost. His speed was shocking and even faster than when he had fought with Shifeng. "Fuck off!" His shout was like thunder, shaking the world. All people could see was a figure flying back after this shout. People looked at the stage. Long Chen was standing there motionlessly with his fist thrown forward. Huang Chang was 15 feet away, his face shocked. "What's going on? I didn't see." It looks like Long Chen punched Huang Chang flying. Amongst the people who were discussing what was happening, Fatty Yu and the others took the lead and started cheering, causing others to also join in. Long Chen didn't pay the slightest attention to those cheers. He coldly looked at Huang Chang. "If you manage to leave alive today, then I wouldn't be Long Chen." Boom! Suddenly, the aura around Long Chen's body exploded and caused the space to tremble. His terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to immediately change. Chapter 42, Anger Shakes the Nine Heavens. Boom! Long Chen's aura suddenly exploded out. What? Even the nobles weren't able to control themselves. After Long Chen's explosion, 7 cyclones vaguely appeared behind his body. He's actually only at the 7th heaven stage of chi condensation. Even after so many battles, Long Chen had never revealed his true cultivation base. Many people speculated that he had already reached the blood condensation realm but was just hiding it. But now that he had released his aura, it was clearly just of the 7th heaven stage of chi condensation. But why is his 7th heaven stage chi condensation aura so powerful? Some people were the first to realize that something was wrong. That aura was too terrifying. It definitely didn't seem to be of chi condensation. Wei Kang, Xia Chengfeng, and the others were also very startled. This was the first time they had seen or heard of such a thing. Bang! Long Chen stamped on the stage, causing it to tremble. He charged towards Huang Chang. His fist was like a huge hammer smashing down, creating gales that filled the air. Huang Chang coldly snorted. His body shook and the energy from his body surged out, causing the space around him to twist. He also sent out a punch to receive him. An earth-shaking explosion rang out when their 2 fists collided. Chi waves surged out, engulfing everything. Long Chen's fist was heavy as a mountain, yet as wild as a tempest. He consecutively rained down 3 blows. Huang Chang's expression changed and he roared, using his full power to block them. Bang! The huge martial arena that was over 300 meters long was unable to bear the force of their power. It shattered into pieces that flew out everywhere, causing everyone to scream. With another explosion, the 2 of them reappeared atop the crumbled martial arena, grimly glaring at each other. "I really never expected you to have this much ability." Huang Chang wiped some bloodstains from his mouth. The current Long Chen was practically a magical beast in human form. His great power shocked everyone. Huang Chang had been caught off guard and actually received a slight injury. "There are many things you'd have never expected. You shouldn't have used Chu Yao or my brother to infuriate me. You've made me angry. Even I'm afraid of myself when I'm angry," said Long Chen coldly. "Ha ha ha, how boastful. Do you really think I only have this little capability? Today I'll show a little frog like you what true strength is." Huang Chang's aura steadily climbed. Originally, his aura was only at the 4th heaven stage of blood condensation, but that quickly rose. 5th heaven stage. 6th heaven stage. 7th heaven stage. Grandmaster Yun Qi's expression changed. He had never thought this Huang Chang had actually hidden his cultivation base and was actually a late blood condensation expert. The difference between the 3rd and 4th heaven stages was extremely great. The same was true for the 6th and 7th heaven stages. When those huge barriers were overcome, one's battle power would increase greatly. That was the reason why the blood condensation and other realms after that were split into early, mid, and late stages to determine strength. Now that Huang Chang had released his 7th heaven stage blood condensation aura, energy surged all over his body, stifling people's hearts. "Now do you get it, kid? Your death has arrived." With a sinister expression, a large fist smashed down at Long Chen before he even finished speaking. Long Chen's heart shivered. His intuition really had been correct. Huang Chang had been concealing his cultivation base. This was his true strength. Originally, Long Chen hadn't wanted to fight with Huang Chang now, but he had already gone mad with anger, and if he hadn't met him in battle, then he would have been unable to accept the pain in his heart. Seeing Huang Chang coming at him with a disdainful smile as if he were just an insect, Long Chen's fury burst out again. and the 7 cyclones in his dantian were pushed to their max as he also sent a fist to meet him. With another huge explosion, Long Chen felt a huge force pass through him. It felt as if a charging bull had run into him, immediately sending him flying. He smashed into one of the pieces of rubble from the martial arena. He actually shot straight through a piece of wood at least over a foot thick and kept going for several meters before landing on the ground. What power! Is the difference between the mid and late stages so great? Long Chen stood back up, shocked. The first time he had met Huang Chang had only revealed a cultivation base at the 4th heaven stage of blood condensation. Even at that time, Long Chen had sensed that he was completely unable to block him. He had been amazed at the difference between the early and mid stages then. When he had fought the man with the long eyebrows at the heroic assembly house, the long-eyebrowed man had not been able to fight back against him at all despite being someone at the early stage of blood condensation. Now Long Chen had fully condensed his Feng Fu star and 7 cyclones. His combat ability was several times greater than back then, but he was still completely overwhelmed by the late-stage Huang Chang. A trash like you actually dares to brazenly challenge me. How do you even have the face to show yourself? Does a toad like you really dare to eat swan meat? Don't make me laugh. Huang Chang was slowly walking toward Long Chen, smiling with contempt. A person like you isn't suitable to live in the same world as me. Let me end you. No, cried Chu Yao. She was about to charge forward. Don't be impudent. No one can interfere in a life and death battle. The Empress Dowager's face sunk, and she sternly warned her. At the same time, a dozen guards appeared beside Chu Yao. Those guards were all experts that Chu Yao would definitely be unable to pass through. Child, sit. You can't stop it, said Grandmaster Yun Qi gently. Grandmaster, please save Long Chen, Chu Yao tearfully begged. Don't worry. Even if I have to lose all my face, I'll definitely go save Long Chen, Grandmaster Yun Qi quietly whispered to her with a smile. Hearing his promise, Chu Yao was filled with relief. Grandmaster Yun Qi continued, let's first observe for a while. Long Chen isn't a normal person, and he definitely has his own trump cards. Chu Yao nodded. Although they hadn't known each other for long, her impression of him was that he was an extremely reliable person. She didn't know why, but for some reason, he caused her heart to be extremely muddled. Thinking about what she had just done and how others had seen it, her face immediately turned beet red. Xia Changfeng had calmed down because he knew Long Chen was a dead man, but he immediately became furious when he saw Chu Yao care about Long Chen like that. He immediately shouted, Huang Chang, stop wasting time, finish it. Huang Chang had already arrived in front of Long Chen when he heard those orders. He sighed, kid, let me give you some advice right before you die. In the next life, be aware of your own strength. You can't provoke some people. He coldly laughed and sent a punch smashing towards Long Chen. However, this punch was completely silent. A yellow dirt color appeared over, clearly marking it as a high-class battle skill. Everyone was stunned. He was a late blood condensation expert, and Long Chen was already being completely dominated without any battle skills. Now that he had used one, Long Chen's death was doubtless. Some of the maidens had already closed their eyes tightly, not wanting to see the scene of Long Chen's blood flying. But Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit panicked. He indifferently said, people really do give good advice right before dying. You're right, be aware of your own strength. You really can't provoke some people. Long Chen met Huang Chang's fist with his own fist. Just before they collided, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot rapidly circulated, and a strand of energy was sent into his dantian. His slowly circulating cyclones immediately grew 10 times larger and began to wildly spin. An endless ocean of energy filled his entire body. Boom, chi waves surged out, shaking every direction, causing the entire plaza to shake. Shocking energy swept throughout the arena. Tempests of wind wildly surged, almost blowing people away. Everyone retreated, filled with shock and terror. Such a terrifying battle was something they had never seen or imagined before. Was this really the power which humans were capable of? When the dust slowly settled, the original form of the stage could no longer be seen. It was in complete ruins. In the middle was an empty space that had originally held a very stable stone slab. Now, it was covered in spiderweb cracks. There 2 people were staring at each other, their fists still connected. Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he unwaveringly glared at Huang Chang. Currently, Huang Chang was completely shocked. Just now, he had used his full strength but was actually unable to move Long Chen in the slightest. He sensed that behind Long Chen's fist was an unending stream of energy that flowed out like endless raging waves. Huang Chang had already erupted with all his power, but was unable to kill Long Chen. It felt as if Long Chen had an endless pit of energy, causing him to feel the slightest trace of fear for the first time. Xia Changfeng and Wei Kang quickly stood up, filled with amazement. Long Chen's combat ability had completely exceeded their expectations. How is this possible? Xia Changfeng's expression was ugly. How could a brat at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation explode with such terrifying strength? He was actually an equal for a late blood condensation expert. Everyone present was speechless like wooden statues. Even the always calm Grandmaster Yun Qi was astonished. Chu Yao was filled with both surprise and delight. A soft feeling arose in her beautiful eyes as she looked at that figure, which appeared like a heavenly deity. Fatty Yu and the others were trembling with excitement. They had been reluctant to say anything just now. After all, that was a late blood condensation expert. They had really thought that Long Chen might die today. With the assistance of Long Chen's medicinal pill, Shi Feng had already awoken, but many of his bones were broken, and he was unable to move. He could only rely on Xu Hu's support. Seeing Long Chen overflowing with killing intent and appearing like a bloodthirsty divinity, his heart shook and he felt completely ashamed. This had been a trap for Long Chen. They had used him in order to force Long Chen into a meticulously arranged snare. And Long Chen had clearly known that this was a trap which could easily kill him, yet he had still jumped in because of him. That caused Shi Feng, who was an unshakable, stoic man, to tear up. Bang! Long Chen roared and an unstoppable force surged out of him, pushing Huang Chang back. Huang Chang, if I can't make your blood dye this ground red, then I, Long Chen, will not see tomorrow's sunrise. Long Chen's voice sounded as if it had come from the depths of the underworld, his killing intent not the slightest bit concealed. It caused even the wind and clouds to tremble and people's hearts to shake. HMPH, although you might be powerful, killing people doesn't just rely on strength. Huang Chang coldly smiled. However, you did say one thing right. You definitely won't be seeing the sunrise tomorrow because tonight I'll definitely kill you. Huang Chang's words finally caused some people to realize that this battle of theirs wasn't some coincidence, but a clear trap for Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath. He slowly raised his fist. No wind moved around his body, but his robes began to float up, his black hair dancing. It was as if a war god had possessed his body. Then, let's see just which one of us won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Chapter 43, Beast Cultivation. Let's see just which one of us won't see tomorrow's sunset. Following Long Chen's shout, green light appeared over his fist. As soon as that light appeared, a terrifying wind shot out and even the air groaned beneath that fist. Seeing that, a gentle feeling arose within Chu Yao. That was one of the high mortal class battle skills she had taught Long Chen. But when Long Chen was the one using it, it had completely changed. Its might was capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, and even from dozens of meters away, it caused people to feel an enormous pressure. Breaking Wind Fist. It was as if thunder had shaken the heavens. A tempest surged around his fist, as if it wished to destroy the very earth. Startled cries rang out throughout the crowd. The power Long Chen had revealed had already surpassed their imagination. Long Chen was a complete freak to them. And to Huang Chang, Long Chen seemed more like a magical beast that wanted his life than a human. His fist seemed to expand to fill all of heaven and earth, completely locking him down. This completely shocked him. He had originally thought that Long Chen had just had a lucky encounter which had caused his physical body to become much stronger. Huang Chang was someone who had been secretly groomed by Xia Changfeng to be a martial weapon. In his youth, he had already fought life and death struggles, surviving all of them. He had a terrifying amount of battle experience, so Long Chen's previous strength hadn't been overly frightening to him. By relying on his rich fighting experience, he could effortlessly suppress Long Chen. But this fist of Long Chen's had actually locked him in place so that he was completely unable to dodge it. He could only receive it head-on. Locking someone in place like this was an extremely powerful mental skill. By using one's powerful mental force and adding it on to their attack, it would make it impossible for someone to dodge. Such a power would only appear from extremely powerful cultivators, or perhaps people like Huang Chang who had managed to crawl out from a mountain of corpses. Only they could perhaps control a trace of that power. But now Long Chen, who was only at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation, had actually done so. This situation made no sense to him. Long Chen didn't give him much time to think it over. His fist brought with it a tempest that broke through the space to smash right towards him. At this point, Huang Chang couldn't hold anything back. With a loud roar, a red layer of light appeared all over his body and terrifying energy exploded out. He also sent out a fist with all his strength. Boom! Everyone felt the entire plaza shake. Then, a figure was sent flying into a huge boulder. That boulder was over 10 meters thick and immediately crumbled. People looked at Long Chen, who was remaining in his original position, and then to that collapsed boulder. The entire plaza was deathly silent. Xia Chengfeng's expression changed greatly. He had never expected Long Chen to have hidden his terrifying strength so well. This was completely out of any of his expectations. It wasn't just Xia Chengfeng. Wei Kang was also filled with shock, and viciousness appeared in his eyes. If Long Chen's battle capabilities were revealed to the outside world sects, they would definitely accept him. After all, Long Chen was still extremely young. With a sect's support, who knew just how powerful he would grow to be. That was completely unacceptable. They could not let him leave here alive. Wei Kang already hated Long Chen and wished him dead. Long Chen had caused him to lose much of his face, and the two were now like water and fire. If he let Long Chen grow further, would he still be able to live? Suddenly, the boulder blew apart and a figure slowly walked out from there, immediately causing startled cries. The current Huang Chang was an extremely sorry figure. Most of his robes had been torn apart, and his hair was completely disheveled. Through his messy hair, the crowd could see his bloody face. More blood continued to slowly drip to the ground. Excellent, you really do amaze me. Although Huang Chang was injured, his voice was completely undisturbed. I'm also amazed by you. A bad feeling arose in Long Chen, but he absolutely couldn't allow himself to be oppressed by him in terms of imposingness. Huang Chang smiled, but that smile was absolutely eerie and sinister on his blood-covered face. Glancing at the distant Xia Chengfeng and seeing him nod slightly towards him, Huang Chang suddenly began to laugh. Long Chen, your power has exceeded my expectations, but you will not be able to escape death today. Now, I'll let you see just what true strength is. Huang Chang suddenly let out a howl like a wild beast, and following it, his clothes began to burst apart. The people watching in the distance all let out startled screams. Huang Chang's arms had at least doubled in size and were now covered in yellow fur. The most shocking part was that his face had become even more twisted. Fur covered it and tusks had appeared on his mouth. His hands had become deformed. His fingernails grew to become steel claws, and a cold, threatening air came from his body. The current Huang Chang was no longer human. He was more like a freak in a humanoid shape. His whole body emitted a berserk aura. Grandmaster Yun Qi finally changed expressions when he saw this. With his experience, he had managed to recognize just how terrifying this move was. Beside him was Chu Yao, who had noticed Yun Qi's change in expression. She hastily asked, Grandmaster, what's going on? Is Huang Chang a human or a beast? Grandmaster Yun Qi's expression was grave as he replied, that Huang Chang's origin most likely isn't simple. He's a beast cultivator. Although he only has a superficial understanding of this technique, such a beast transformation will cause a person's combat ability to increase by a frightening amount. Originally, this so-called beast cultivation was a kind of extremely powerful inheritance. Beast cultivators would refine a magical beast's essence blood, allowing them to control a portion of that magical beast's might. Such cultivation would only allow the cultivator to control an extremely small portion of the magical beast's powerful physical body. Although it was an extremely small portion, a magical beast's physical body was too powerful, and even such a small fraction was extremely frightening. Huang Chang was very confident now. Ever since he had refined the magical beast's essence blood, he had never met someone who could exchange more than 10 blows with him in the same cultivation level. In the last 2 years, he had followed beside Xia Chengfeng and handled his affairs in a low-key manner. He had never revealed his true strength. Today, he hadn't expected to have to erupt with it all, and yet still be unable to handle this youth. He was completely furious. When he saw Xia Chengfeng's nod, he no longer had any misgivings and revealed his unique trump card, Beast Transformation. Seeing the color of his fur, he most likely refined the peak second-rank yellow-faced devil wolf's essence blood. You don't need to worry. As soon as Long Chen is unable to handle it, I'll go. HMPH, I really want to see what he has up his sleeve. Seeing Chu Yao so worried, Grandmaster Yun Qi said a couple of comforting words. Looking at the pleased Wei Kang, he coldly smiled. Currently, the entire crowd was filled with fright as they looked at Huang Chang. They couldn't help but retreat from him. Only once they were far away from him could they feel a bit safer. Long Chen was also filled with shock when he looked at Huang Chang. This was the first time he felt the air of death, and it was extremely strong. After fusing with a pill god's soul, his ability to sense danger had become much more perceptive. For him to have such a feeling meant that the current Huang Chang definitely posed a grave danger to him. Huang Chang looked at his own claws, testing them out a bit. Then he turned to Long Chen, his voice so ugly it sounded like iron scratching. "Do you have any last words?" Long Chen suppressed his own fear. Such fear had no use at all and would only cause him to sink into despair. He had to conquer it. All of Huang Chang's muscles were bulging out. With his yellow fur standing on end and his 3-inch long tusks, he looked nothing more than a monster. "I want to ask you a question," said Long Chen. "Fine, it'll count as your last wish before death," Huang Chang said, playing with his nails. "I want to ask, were your mother and father human or beast? How'd they end up giving birth to a weirdo like you? Or are you a human-beast hybrid?" Long Chen asked, puzzled. The response for Long Chen was 5 iron claws cutting through the air. By the time he sensed them, they had already reached his chest. Long Chen was startled, and almost instinctively drew back his chest and quickly retreated. Long Chen's reaction was quick, but the clothing around his chest had been shorn, and 5 points of blood appeared over his skin. He was absolutely astonished by this speed. That attack had been so sharp that if he had taken just one step too late, he would have died. The exchange had occurred so lightning fast that the crowd hadn't even reacted before it ended. "Your mouth really is loathsome. As the punishment, I'll tear you to pieces." Huang Chang slowly put his claw-like fingernails to his mouth and licked them. A bit of Long Chen's blood still stained them. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen focused all his attention. His divine sense was pushed to its max. Due to his carelessness just now, his stomach had almost been cut open. Just one such mistake was enough. If it happened again, he would most definitely become a corpse. This was the first time Long Chen felt such fear, but at the same time, for some reason, he also felt a bit of excitement. The blood in his body was heating up. What he didn't know was that the moment he had felt the threat of death, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot had started to circulate without any urging or control from Long Chen. It was currently transforming in some unknown way. But Long Chen didn't sense that since he was completely focused on the battle. All his attention was on the outside world, on Huang Chang. That demonic beast form of his was something he could not be the slightest bit careless of. "A dog like you wants to tear me to pieces. Can a man who isn't even a man do that? I don't believe it." Long Chen glanced sideways at Huang Chang, his expression contemptuous. But as he spoke, he was also circulating his divine sense to its limit, using it as a substitute to watching over his moments. "Die." As he expected, the beast-transformed Huang Chang was even easier to infuriate. A crazed yellow gale charged at Long Chen. Chapter 44: Deathbed Struggle. Huang Chang's attack was something Long Chen was already expecting. Although he didn't understand beast cultivation, he could assume that using a magical beast strength to increase one's own combat strength would definitely cause a person to become more berserk and have less control. Although that berserk strength was frightening, such a person could only fight instinctively. Long Chen believed that a wild bull was definitely a bit easier to deal with than a cunning fox. This time, Long Chen was prepared, and he also moved just as soon as Huang Chang. A leg kicked out right towards Huang Chang's stomach. Bang! Long Chen's kick landed right on his stomach, forcing him back. The berserk Huang Chang was just like a wild beast and hadn't even been slightly prepared for Long Chen's attack. But seeing the berserk Huang Chang's speed, Long Chen coldly sweated. When Long Chen's kick had landed on Huang Chang's stomach, Huang Chang's claw had almost reached Long Chen's throat. Were it not for Long Chen being prepared and making his move first, he definitely would not have been able to react fast enough. This was the terror of beast cultivation. After the beast transformation, one's strength, speed, and defense would sharply rise as if becoming a new person. Roar! Being forced back by Long Chen, Huang Chang emitted a bestial roar. His eyes became completely red as his claws once more reached towards Long Chen. Breaking Wind Fist! Long Chen shouted loudly and punched out. Boom! Long Chen's fist smashed into both of his claws, and the two were shaken back several meters. "What strength!" Long Chen grumbled inside, not expecting Huang Chang to have such a terrifying trump card. This bastard really had hidden himself deeply. The breaking wind fist Long Chen had used before this had sent Huang Chang flying without the slightest resistance. But Huang Chang, who had undergone the beast transformation, could no longer even be harmed by Long Chen's fist. Huang Chang was just like a furious magical beast. As soon as he was forced back, he once more charged forward, wildly brandishing his claws towards Long Chen. Long Chen grit his teeth and the Feng Fu star on the bottom of his foot circulated once more. The 7 cyclones within his dantian quickly whirled, his entire body's energy surging out. 2 fists punched out, directly confronting Huang Chang. Explosive ringing shook the heavens and gale winds blew everywhere. Terrifying energy waves jolted back all the people watching. Heavens, what kind of battle is this? It's too terrifying. Those people had never seen such a berserk battle. Their faces were white and their legs were trembling from fear. Even those experienced veterans were filled with shock. None of them had ever expected Huang Chang to be a beast cultivator and have such a terrifying combat ability. And what was even more shocking was Long Chen, who once had a reputation of being the capital's #1 trash noble heir. Now, he was actually able to battle a monster like Huang Chang. Claw afterimages filled the sky and the wind howled, shaking the heavens. The most shocked people were definitely Xia Chengfeng and Wei Kang. They could have never imagined that a small qi condensation newbie like Long Chen could explode with enough power to contend with Huang Chang, who had undergone beast transformation. After all, Huang Chang was a martial weapon who had been secretly groomed. Out of 1,000 participants, he had been 1 out of a dozen who had survived a hellish training. And Huang Chang was the most powerful amongst those remaining people. That was why Xia Chengfeng viewed him so importantly and had spent great effort to groom him. It could be said that Huang Chang was a slaughter machine who had been trained with an immeasurable amount of resources. If it weren't for Long Chen infuriating Xia Chengfeng and Wei Kang, they would definitely not have revealed such a secret martial weapon. But while they were shocked by Long Chen's strength, they now saw that, although Long Chen was capable of defending, he was already starting to fall into a disadvantageous position under Huang Chang's violent berserk attacks. Currently, Long Chen's cultivation base was only at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation, and he had only established a single star. The amount of spiritual qi that he could control was a far cry from Huang Chang. He could only survive thanks to his powerful physical body. Any other person would have long since been destroyed. Long Chen's arm was once more slashed by Huang Chang's claw. Although he did his best to dodge, his clothing was torn and blood dripped down from his wounds. At this time, Long Chen's body was covered by many bloody scars, and the blood stained most of his clothing. Chu Yao's heart clenched tightly at the sight. Continuing like this won't do. The current Huang Chang is no different than a magical beast in a humanoid form. His strength is endless, and the sharpness and hardness of his claws would not lose out to the steel. Long Chen was astonished. Without the soul of a pill god and the superficial battle experience that had come with it, he would have already been unable to endure. Grandmaster Yun Qi, please save Long Chen. Chu Yao couldn't help begging Grandmaster Yun Qi. Wait a bit. Grandmaster Yun Qi only continued to look at Long Chen. He had yet to make a move. That was because he was very conflicted inside. Long Chen's accomplishments in alchemy were something he admired greatly. He had once advised Long Chen to focus his energy on the pill path. With his talent, he would definitely walk far on that path. But the battle strength Long Chen revealed today was completely astonishing. As a pill master, he was unable to deny that if Long Chen focused all his attention on the martial path, he might go even further than on the pill path. That was why he had yet to make a move. He wanted to see what Long Chen's limit was, and also to have this life and death trial temper him. Through such tempering, it didn't matter whether Long Chen cultivated the martial path or the pill path. Either would have inestimable benefits for him. Blood splattered again as Long Chen's chest was slashed by a claw. A few more bloody scars appeared upon him. Long Chen, I won't let you die easily. I've already said that I'll tear you apart piece by piece. After this prolonged exchange, the originally berserk Huang Chang had calmed down by quite a bit and now coldly laughed. Long Chen had no reply for him. He found that the current Huang Chang had openings all over, but his defensive ability was too shocking. He had landed a kick on one of his vital points in their exchanges just now, but shockingly, Huang Chang had merely stumbled slightly before completely recovering without the slightest hesitation. After battling for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Long Chen had already come to an understanding about Huang Chang's current state. His physical strength and endurance could no longer be judged by human standards. He would have no chance of victory if he continued on like this. He had to try something. Long Chen suddenly shouted and sent a fist right at Huang Chang's claw, but it was he who was blown back 10 meters from the exchange. Huang Chang didn't immediately chase after him, and instead indifferently looked at Long Chen. He was just like a tiger examining his prey. The crowd was completely silent. The intense pressure coming from that battle was hard to bear, but now they had a slight breather. Those berserk exchanges had caused their hearts to leap into their throats. That was especially the case for those maidens who were tightly clutching their hands to their chests. They were afraid that if Long Chen revealed the slightest opening, his blood would splatter throughout. You have to continue this deathbed struggle. Huang Chang waved his hands, his long claws covered with Long Chen's blood. Currently, Long Chen's clothes were completely torn, and dozens of bloody scars slowly continued to flow, making his appearance extremely frightening. Deathbed struggle, it hasn't reached such a point. Long Chen shook his head. Although he was covered in wounds, they were all superficial. They appeared frightening, but they didn't affect him too much. Long Chen had known that the battle today would be very difficult. It was the most difficult battle ever since he was born, but it would definitely not be the last. As long as he defied fate, the battles he would face in the future would only become fiercer. He needed that feeling of being close to death to increase his will to live. To become a true martial cultivator, you had to experience the threat of walking the line between life and death. Only by surviving the terror of death could you walk further along your path. This was something all experts had to experience. The battle just now had been fought over the brink of life and death for him. It was true that he had fused with a pill god's soul and had merged with some of his battle experience. But just one mistake would have turned him into a corpse. He was only able to fight like this because of his firm resolve. He also had his own difficulties. If he was unable to handle even such pressure, how would he face his future enemies? How could he save himself from his own plight? How could he repay the enmity of stealing his blood, plundering his bone, and destroying his root? After experiencing the feeling of being on the edge of death just now, his intuition had become increasingly sharper and his heart clearer. Now that he had achieved this goal, it was time for the true death battle. But if you say it was a deathbed struggle, then sure, take a look at what my deathbed struggle is. Long Chen clasped his hands and a flame soared out from them. Heat waves spread everywhere, and in the end, his entire body was covered in a pale yellow flame. What? Wei Kang was so shocked that he stood up, his face filled with disbelief. He pointed at Long Chen and said in disbelief, "Pill flame armor. How is that possible?" Other than Wei Kang, the other most shocked person would have to be Grandmaster Yun Qi. So Long Chen could actually spread his pill flame all over his body. Using pill flame to protect the body was something only pill masters like Yun Qi and Wei Kang were capable of doing. This not only required a powerful pill flame and a forceful spiritual qi, but it also required an extremely powerful spiritual strength as support. Only the most powerful of pill masters could use pill flame to protect the body. It was commonly known for them that pill masters had to reach the tendon transformation realm before having enough spiritual energy and spiritual strength to just barely use pill flame to protect the body. Although according to rank, Long Chen could already be counted as a pill adept, his cultivation base was only at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation. Under normal situations, pill cultivation and martial cultivation weren't necessarily equal, but they were definitely related. To become a pill apprentice required one to at least reach qi condensation. That was because only then could one agglomerate a pill flame. But just agglomerating pill flame didn't make you a pill apprentice. Only by refining a medicinal pill that met the standards could you obtain the qualifications to become a pill apprentice. And the majority of pill apprentices had already reached the blood condensation realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough spiritual qi to refine medicinal pills. Only extremely talented pill cultivators could become pill apprentices in the qi condensation realm. People like Long Chen and Zia Beichai, who could refine the second-tier medicinal pills at the qi condensation realm and thus have the qualification to be pill adepts, could already be considered geniuses. But no matter how much of a genius you were, you definitely couldn't condense a pill flame to protect your body at just the qi condensation realm. This undermined everything the two of them knew. Long Chen was now completely wrapped in a yellow flame. His hair drifted in the air, and his eyes were like stars, just as if a domineering flame god had descended upon the earth. I'm coming. Chapter 45, Defeating a Powerful Enemy. I'm coming. With a cold shout and his body encased in flames, Long Chen suddenly rose up. The air several meters around him had already reached a terrifyingly high temperature. Long Chen punched out, the high temperature around his fist causing space to warp, its power shocking as it smashed towards Huang Chang. Huang Chang was extremely startled as he felt an indescribable fear from the flame around Long Chen's fist. Seeing his attack, he quickly retreated back to avoid the punch. But just as he dodged this punch, he suddenly saw Long Chen's cold smile. An enormous sense of danger immediately filled him. Crap! Long Chen's shocking punch had actually just been a feint. The actual attack was a silent kick. By the time he sensed it, Long Chen's foot had already viciously landed itself upon his stomach. Huang Chang screamed miserably. This kick didn't cause him any heavy injuries, but the flame ignited the fur around his body. Animals really do hate fire. Long Chen was gratified inside. Huang Chang's beast transformation might bring with it a magical beast's might, but it also brought with it a few of their weaknesses. Magical beasts had an inherent fear of fire, so his pill flame had a powerful suppression over Huang Chang. Long Chen's kick had been covered with flame and ignited Huang Chang's body. A strong roasting smell filled the air. Despite doing his best to pat away the flames, it still took a long time for them to extinguish. A great portion of his yellow fur had been burnt black at this point. He appeared extremely miserable, like a rat that had dug its way out of a stove. Seeing this, Yun Qi relaxed inside. For Long Chen to find Huang Chang's weak spot so quickly was very exceptional. And most importantly, even if others knew of that weakness, only Long Chen, who could condense the pill flame to this level, could take advantage of that fatal weak point. Huang Chang's skin was now black, and all his fur had been burned away. Although he wasn't heavily injured, he couldn't suppress the innate fear he had towards fire. At this time, it was obvious that Long Chen's pill flame had completely suppressed him. Just as Huang Chang was howling in anger, Long Chen charged at him with his fists flying, appearing just like a human-shaped blazing flame. Long Chen was extremely quick, consecutively landing 3 blows. Huang Chang knew he would be unable to avoid them, so he could only grit his teeth and take them head-on. Although he wasn't afraid of Long Chen's physical strength, each time Long Chen landed a blow, his claws seemed to shrink as if they had just come out from a furnace. After these 3 blows, Huang Chang felt as if his hands weren't his own anymore. He could even smell a faint scent of roasted meat coming from them. Just a moment ago, it was Long Chen who was forced to dodge and run. Now the situation had completely reversed itself. In front of Long Chen's pill flame, Huang Chang could only cower and didn't have the strength to retaliate. Fatty Yu and the others all celebrated when they saw this. As long as Long Chen could persevere, victory would definitely be his. Kill him, Huang Chang. Zia Chengfeng stood up and shouted. Long Chen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. It had already reached a point where even he was feeling some fear. A pill, adept with endless potential, who was also a genius martial cultivator, was not someone he could take lightly. That kind of person had to either become a loyal subordinate or be completely eliminated. Currently, his relationship with Long Chen was like that of water and fire, so the first possibility no longer existed. Therefore, it didn't matter what the price was. He must kill Long Chen or he would never be able to feel at peace. Huang Chang hatefully glared at the blazing Long Chen. He had never thought that someone he had been toying with in battle would evolve to such a level. Die Long Chen. Now that he had received the order from Zia Chengfeng, Huang Chang let out a bestial roar and suddenly, his blood and qi soared into the sky. His entire body seemed as if it were completely engulfed in blood and become entirely red. What? He can use the Great Blood Explosion technique. That's insane. Those noblemen of the Phoenix Cry Empire all cried out in alarm, as they all recognized this technique. The Great Blood Explosion technique was an extremely terrifying secret art. It would be used if, and only if, a blood condensation expert met with foes that they absolutely could not defeat and were pushed to the breaking point. Only then would they make such a ruthless decision and use it. The Great Blood Explosion technique ignited the entire body's blood and qi as the price for temporarily increasing one's battle strength. It would let the user double in strength temporarily. But the price was extremely terrible. Once used, the blood essence you had condensed would be completely burnt away. Even if you lived, your cultivation base would freeze, and you would never be able to progress any further for the rest of your life. This kind of situation was rarely seen. Unless it was an absolute last resort, no one would use it. But now Huang Chang had actually used it. Grandmaster Yun Qi noticed those stunned noblemen and couldn't help but sigh. The Phoenix Cry Empire truly was hopeless. Despite such a genius appearing, none of them went to help Long Chen. No matter what, he was the son of the border suppression marquis who had great accomplishments and had made huge contributions to the empire. The border suppression marquis had been fighting along the border for over 10 years now, fighting back the savages of the barbarian tribes and letting the Phoenix Cry Empire enjoy an era of peace. If his son were to just die like this in the capital, would the imperial family not be afraid of retaliation? But when Yun Qi looked at the fourth prince and the empress dowager, he couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. He leaned forward slightly and prepared to go save Long Chen. Long Chen's display today had already far exceeded his expectations. There was no way he would let anything happen to him. After using the great blood explosion technique, Huang Chang had essentially become a bloodthirsty beast, and his eyes had turned completely red. Letting out a bellow, all his energy that was flowing out of his body suddenly stopped and flowed back, all of it gathering around his right hand. His right hand immediately thickened to the size of his thigh, and his muscles throbbed, releasing a terrifying pressure as he grabbed at Long Chen. Devil Wolf Claw. Just as Huang Chang used that killing blow, Grandmaster Yun Qi also stood up and charged over. Yun Qi, don't meddle. Even as Grandmaster Yun Qi moved, Wei Kang, who had already been prepared, also charged out and blocked him, punching out. Yun Qi snorted and also punched out, wanting to send Wei Kang flying. After they collided, Wei Kang flew back, but he had managed to block Yun Qi. Grandmaster Yun Qi's expression changed greatly when their fists collided. He suddenly felt his hand tremble and immediately turned black. My Yin Fiend palm feels pretty good, right, Yun Qi? Don't even think about going over with me here. That kid will definitely die. Wei Kang coldly laughed. Yun Qi was shocked inside. He and Wei Kang had fought for dozens of years, but he hadn't expected that Wei Kang would have advanced so much in the past few years. He would definitely not be able to break through his blockade in a short time. You old lecher, it's you who will definitely die. A ridiculing insult came from Long Chen's mouth. Seeing Huang Chang's fist coming, Long Chen took a deep breath and pushed his cultivation base to its max. He no longer held his pill flame back at all, and it erupted like a volcano. Flame-clad palm. The blaze around his body disappeared, all of it condensing into the middle of his palm. The originally faint yellow flame had already given birth to a slight red color due to the high temperature. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, Long Chen's palm collided directly with Huang Chang's sharp claws. An explosion shook the heavens as the flames danced. Surging chi waves soared into the air. Even Yun Qi and Wei Kang stopped their fight to watch in shock. When the dust settled and their vision cleared, the first thing they saw was a 3-meter-wide crater. On opposite sides of the hole, dozens of meters away, were two figures lying on the ground. The entire plaza was in complete silence. A light sound rang out as one of those figures slowly started to move. They saw that the one who slowly stood up was a blood-stained Long Chen. Although he was a complete mess, his clothing torn and gasping for breath, the current Long Chen still appeared as valiant as ever. Going around the crater, Long Chen slowly walked to Huang Chang. Huang Chang looked even more wretched, his body burnt black and looking like nothing more than a dried-up corpse. There were also quite a few pieces of bone sticking out of his body. After using the great blood explosion technique, his defense had sharply declined. That was why in their final exchange he had suffered worse wounds than Long Chen. As I've already said, I won't let you see tomorrow's sunrise, said Long Chen coldly in front of Huang Chang's body. Huang Chang wanted to speak, but his stomach had sunk and was squeezing his abdomen, making it so he was unable to speak. The feeling of not being able to speak doesn't feel so good, does it? Retribution really does come quickly. You made it so others couldn't speak out, and now you can't say anything at all. A mocking smile appeared on Long Chen's mouth. In order to infuriate Long Chen, he had used despicable techniques to intentionally injure Shifeng heavily and seal his breathing so that he was unable to admit defeat. All of that had been completely captured in Long Chen's eyes. Seeing Long Chen's icy cold eyes, terror appeared in Huang Chang's eyes. He wanted to say something, anything, but he was unable to. If it had been a couple of years ago, He would never have felt any terror from dying, as he had only undergone dark and sinister training. But after a few years of working under Xia Chengfeng, he had grown attached to the world again and didn't wish to die. If you want to beg, then don't bother. Someone like you doesn't deserve pity. Long Chen shook his head and slowly raised his foot. Everyone present was just quietly watching, unable to say a single thing. This unrestrained battle between giants had been full of ups and downs, completely astonishing them. Long Chen let Huang Chang go. I will compensate you. Xia Chengfeng was, of course, unwilling to see his most powerful subordinate die like this, so he thickened his skin and spoke out. Oh, do you have anything that I want? Long Chen asked, interested. Seeing there was a chance, Xia Chengfeng couldn't help but rejoice. Just ask for whatever you want. If I have it, I definitely won't hold it back. Long Chen nodded and stuck out his thumb. You really are loyal. Then I'll give you a chance. Give me your life and I'll let him go. Xia Changfeng, who had been rejoicing, immediately felt as if someone had given him a slap to the face. He glared at Long Chen. You were playing me. Playing you wasn't my goal. The goal is to play you to death. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Saying this, Long Chen raised his foot, and the whole plaza was filled with alarmed cries, as he viciously stamped it down on Huang Chang. Just as Long Chen's foot was about to hit Huang Chang's stomach, Long Chen suddenly felt his scalp turn numb. At the same time, he heard Yun Qi's angry roar, and without even thinking, he quickly threw himself to the side. An arrow landed right where Long Chen had just been. Chapter 46, End of the Lantern Festival. The arrow shot right past Long Chen's waist. If he had been slightly slower, he would definitely have been skewered. Long Chen rolled several times before looking up at the arrow. Having missed Long Chen, it had ended up piercing Huang Chang's thigh. Huang Chang's mouth was wide open. His eyes had lost any spirit, looking just like a dead fish as he silently stared into the sky. A strong fishy smell came from his thigh, and despite holding his breath at the very first moment, Long Chen still became lightheaded and nauseous. What a powerful poison! Long Chen was horrified. That arrow was obviously coated with an incredibly powerful toxin, although he was unable to determine what it was exactly just from breathing it, but from its strong toxicity, it was definitely a poison extracted from a magical beast that was at least at the third rank. Anyone at or below the blood condensation realm would die immediately from it. How shameless! Yun Qi cried out angrily and extended his hand, sending out a 3-meter flame spear towards Wei Kang. Wei Kang couldn't help being surprised that Long Chen had dodged his attack. Seeing Yun Qi attacking him, he hastily put away the crossbow in his hand. That poisonous arrow had come from him just now. Wei Kang also extended his hand and summoned a blazing fire sword. Yun Qi's spear continuously collided with it, emitting explosive sounds as flames shot everywhere and heat waves surged. Long Chen was the closest person around at only 30-something meters away. He was completely exhausted and weak now, so he was sent flying from their waves of qi. Just when Long Chen thought he would be smashed to pulp by the aftershocks of their battle, a gentle fragrance suddenly entered his nose, and a soft body caught onto him. Chu Yao. Long Chen turned his head to see Chu Yao deeply concerned with him. He rested himself into her embrace. Long Chen, I'm sorry, I've hurt you. As if a pearl necklace had been cut open, her tears began to flow down one by one. She knew that the reason Long Chen had entered such a state was mostly all because of her. If she hadn't performed her brazen display today, perhaps Long Chen wouldn't have ended up like this. He had almost lost his life multiple times just now. Her heart was filled with pain when she thought of that. What are you saying? That scoundrel Xia Chengfeng already hated me, so it has nothing to do with you, consoled Long Chen. He wanted to stand up, but he did not have even the slightest bit of energy within him. Leaning against Chu Yao's chest, Long Chen's heart started to wildly jump. Thank you, Long Chen. Chu Yao knew Long Chen was trying to comfort her. Her heart was moved once more and she felt ashamed. Boom! With another explosion, the warmth that was building within Long Chen's heart was interrupted, and he quickly looked over. At this time, Grandmaster Yun Qi had a long spear in his hand that had been condensed from pill flame. His entire body was covered in red flames. Scorching qi waves came from him, his might overflowing the heavens. That was an ability that could only be used after reaching Pill Master Pill Flame taking shape. Alchemists didn't like to battle, but it didn't mean that they were weak. Alchemists focused all their cultivation on the pill flame. Not only could it be used to refine pills, but it could also be used for battle and easily overpower people in the same realm. Wei Kang's expression was extremely grave. Long Chen could tell that although Wei Kang was also a pill master, and his pill flame was strong, in terms of purity, it was definitely quite a bit weaker than Grandmaster Yun Qi's pill flame. Long Chen wanted to say a couple of ridiculing insults to Wei Kang, but he was too weak after the battle. That last attack had used up basically all his energy, and he didn't even have the strength to shout. Yun Qi and Wei Kang's blazing weapons let out explosive bursts when they collided. Even the ground was shaking along with them, and the surging qi waves caused everyone to retreat. Both of them were the chairmen of their respective alchemy guilds and had exalted statuses. Even the noblemen had never seen such a battle, let alone the youth. They were carefully focused on examining their every move. Wei Kang, you've lived so long but have yet to make much progress. I think you should get lost now. Flame dragon stab. Yun Qi shouted, and the spear in his hand stabbed forward. It tore through space and destroyed the land. A dragon-shaped flame burst forth. Wei Kang also shouted, and the flame sword in his hand transformed into a huge shield, firmly blocking the attack. Bang! Dust and flames surged. The world shook, and it was as if the very air were set on fire, making it so people were unable to even scream. Yun Qi, just wait for me. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the flames, appearing very miserable as he rushed out. That person was Wei Kang, and after saying that, he disappeared into the night. As if he had long since anticipated this result, Grandmaster Yun Qi simply coldly looked on as Wei Kang rushed away. He slowly turned and went back to his seat. The entire plaza was silent. People looked from Long Chen, who was being embraced by Chu Yao, and then to the ashen-faced Xia Chengfeng. Nobody knew what to say. The Empress Dowager's expression was also ugly. Today's affairs had completely exceeded what she had anticipated. She, who held all the power in the Phoenix Cry Empire, was actually reduced to a minor role. Long Chen wins. This year's Lantern Festival is now over. The Empress Dowager had no choice but to announce this result. As soon as her words rang out, the entire plaza became impassioned. The maidens were like a tide as they charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen's heart jumped in fear. Before he even understood what was happening, a maiden placed a flower loop around Long Chen's head. Just as he was about to say something, 10 other maidens surged forward. No matter whether Long Chen wanted it or not, they all placed their personally made flower loops over his head. Chu Yao laughed to the side as she watched. She didn't say anything and filled with mirth instead of jealousy. Furthermore, there was also a kind of pride on her face. Long Chen ended up covered in flower loops to the point there was no more space for any more. Just as he was prepared to tell this group of enthusiastic girls about this, the sky suddenly darkened as if it was filled with flower loops. Some of the maidens had seen that there were too many competitors in front of them, and they were unable to squeeze in. They had just anxiously directly thrown their flower loops in front of Long Chen. With one person taking the lead, the others all understood the same thing, and in an instant there were hundreds of flower loops flying over. By the time the girls scattered, Long Chen had already disappeared, buried beneath a pile of flower loops. Martial arts were extremely popular in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and your skill in martial arts had a direct correlation with women's attraction to you. Even though Long Chen had already displayed feelings for Chu Yao, that didn't have any effect on their feelings for him. He was a handsome and powerful man, who for love and his brother dared to fight a bloody battle with a blood condensation expert. He even seemed to look down on death. Just what kind of courage was that? Long Chen's display had moved the majority of the undecided women's hearts. By the time Long Chen managed to dig his way out of the flower loops, the crowd around him had dispersed, and Chu Yao had also disappeared. Only Fatty Yu and the others were left, and they helped pull him up. "Brother Long, you really are my idol," Fatty Yu said excitedly. The others were also pretty much the same. Long Chen's display had awed everyone. He was practically a reincarnation of a battle god, causing his friends to be extremely proud of him. Long Chen smiled and looked around. He noticed the Empress Dowager, the noblemen, the chancellors, the princes, and Grandmaster Yun Qi had already left. Even Chu Yao was out of sight. "Brother Long, while you were buried just now, the third princess was called over by the Empress Dowager. From the face she made, I'd guess that the third princess won't be having such a good time in the future." Xu Hu was somewhat nervous. During normal times, they wouldn't dare rashly discuss the imperial family, but now with Long Chen's display, it had greatly raised their aspirations, and they no longer worried so much. The Grand Xia's prince, Xia Chengfeng, had come to the Phoenix Cry Empire mostly for the purpose of proposing to the third princess. Although a public declaration hadn't gone out, it was said that the Empress Dowager had already agreed to it. For the third princess to publicly declare her affection for Long Chen during the Lantern Festival was equivalent to slapping the faces of the Empress Dowager and Xia Chengfeng. Naturally, the Empress Dowager was irritated. This time, they had fortunately had Grandmaster Yun Qi's support, but as someone from the Alchemist Guild, he had to maintain a neutral position. He definitely couldn't interfere in the Empire's affairs, especially not something like the imperial family's marriages. That was why Xu Hu and them were nervous. Hearing this, most of the joy Long Chen felt from his victory faded. But he still didn't regret it. Even if he died, he couldn't let someone like Chu Yao down. Most of the people in the plaza had left by now, and only a few soldiers remained to clear out the decorations and trash. Huang Chang's body had long since been hauled away. "Let's go, we'll talk about it more later. Shifeng, how are your injuries?" Long Chen managed to stand up with Xu Hu's support. "I'm fine. Long Chen, Shifeng was ashamed of himself. If it weren't for him, Long Chen wouldn't have had to fight and almost lose his life today. Brothers don't need to say unnecessary words to each other. Since we're brothers, just heal your injuries and raise your cultivation base so you can take your revenge later." Long Chen waved his hand. Revenge? Didn't Huang Chang die? Fatty Yu was a bit puzzled. Long Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. The others were all startled. What was he thinking of? "Okay, just help me and Shifeng back to our homes. We have to recuperate a bit. Honestly, I feel like even my bones are about to fall apart from exhaustion," laughed Long Chen. The others quickly went to support Long Chen. In truth, his injuries weren't very severe. The problem was that he was simply too exhausted and didn't have the slightest energy. They slowly walked away from the plaza. In the shadows, a figure slowly appeared, watching Long Chen and them leave. He muttered, "I really didn't think Long Chen had grown to such an extent. Could it be that he had been hiding this since the start?" That person was the fourth prince. Long Chen's display today had also exceeded his expectation. "If that's true, this kid truly does plan deeply," the fourth prince sighed. "Master, should we eliminate him in the dark?" Behind the fourth prince was a figure that stayed in the dark. If he hadn't spoken, others wouldn't even have noticed him. "Let's not be hasty for now. Although he startled me today, his weak points were also displayed. No matter how powerful someone is, as long as they have weak points, there is nothing to be afraid of. There were a couple of unforeseen accidents, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. If we can take advantage of this, we can definitely get an unimaginable profit." A faint smile appeared on the fourth prince's lips. Long Chen didn't return home that day. Instead, he told Xu Hu to send word to his estate that he was staying at the Alchemist Guild to study with Grandmaster Yun Qi. A lot had happened today, and he didn't want to confront his mother about it for now. Plus, his mother would be worried over his many wounds. Long Chen went to Shifeng's house. Shifeng only had several broken bones. As for his internal injuries, they were no longer much of a problem after he had consumed Long Chen's medicinal pill. He just had to rest a couple of days to fix those broken bones. Although Shifeng had suffered a crushing defeat this time, it would definitely be helpful in letting him mature. Experts needed to be tempered. Shifeng's father set up a quiet room for Long Chen. By the time they arrived, Long Chen had recovered a bit of his energy. The others all said their goodbyes. After that, Long Chen slowly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring that had a burning fluctuation inside. "Hee hee, I can't wait till tomorrow for this."